The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. South America is buzzing with excitement as exuberant fans cheer on their chess heroes at the GCT Finals in Sao Paulo. It was a quick day at the office with competitors hoping to create imbalances and foster potential advantages, but each attempt was met with stellar defensive play. With the scores equal after the classical section, Rapid and Blitz will now determine who will be fighting for a trophy and who will be watching from the consolation bracket. Day 3 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Sao Paulo for the finals of the 2025 Grand Chess Tour. Now, Sao Paulo is the largest city in South America, known for its economic activity as a bustling powerhouse, as well as museums and a monument you see behind me. Talk about powerhouses, we have 4 of them vying now to go to the finals, and we're going to jump right now for all the action in the studio in St. Louis with Nazi, Yasser, and Cristian.
It's day 3 of the GCT finals, and the chess moves from classical to rapid and blitz. So far, there are no clear leaders, but that will all change today, as our coverage from Sao Paulo starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm delighted to be here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Delighted to be with you, Nazi, as well with you, Cristian. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the finals of the Grand Chess Tour. Yesterday, the final games of the Classical, they were a tame affair, let's be honest. But today, we are going to determine the finalists. Nazi, do the honors. Standings after 2 Classical.
Let's have a look. Yasser, so far no clear leaders, so all of the 4 players are sharing first place with 6 points.
First place indeed. Tell us about the format.
We have a 4-player knockout event with semifinal, final, and 3rd place matches. Each match consists of 2 classical games. They just had that finished yesterday, right. 2 rapid games and 4 blitz games coming up today. And Cristian will very shortly go into depth of the point system and the time control.
Wonderful. And our schedule for the finals.
Right. They've already played 2 classical games. Today they're back for 2 rapid and 4 blitz games. We might even see playoffs today if we don't have a clear winner.
Thank you. And Cristian, tell us what we're about to experience
Well,
today.
you guys prefaced it quite nicely, but let's get into the meat of it all and see exactly how the next 6 games are going to be played. We're going to start with a couple of rapid games, 2 rapid games, and they're worth quite a lot of points. 2 games at game 25 plus 10 seconds increments, so whenever you make a move, you gain an extra 10 seconds. Games will last approximately 1 hour, of course. If you play 100 plus moves, then obviously you're going to go longer than that, but we expect about an hour. There's going to be a 30-minute break in between the games, and we're going to go through a lot of ideas that happen in those games in those 30 minutes as well. 4 points for a win, 2 points for a draw, and of course no points for a loss. After that, after those 2 games, they're going to move on to the blitz portion, and that's going to be 4 blitz games. The blitz games start 30 minutes after the rapid ends. 4 games at game 5 plus 2 seconds increment. 15 minutes between the games, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. Now, what happens if the players are tied at the end of all of this? Well, they're going to go into the playoffs. So let's take a look at the format of the playoffs. If a match ends in a tie, the players shall contest a 2-game rapid mini-match. This is quite intriguing. I haven't seen this previously. Game 8 minutes plus 3 seconds increment. If still tied after that, then we go into everybody's favorite, the Armageddon. Colors determined by coin toss. 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, the typical Armageddon schedule. 2 seconds increment only starting from move 61. And of course, black gets the draw odds. Now, let's take a look at what's happening at the end of the day. One winner from each pairings advances to the finals. And of course, the loser of each match does not go back home, but in fact will contend for the 3rd place match. So everybody's playing for a lot in today's matches and in the remaining schedule as well. Guys, how's the atmosphere as we go into this Rapid and Blitz games in Sao Paulo?
Thanks, Cristian. Well, everybody is abuzz here in Sao Paulo. Certainly, yesterday's early finish was conducive to getting a chance to see some of the city. Anastasiya, we were all taking advantage of this extra time.
We did, and also we had a really nice walk today in the park, not far away from the plane. When you only 20 minutes drive, you know, it means not that far. You can see some photos from this walk, and we had a group of people there. You can see some birds also, and a very nice view to the city. It was nice actually to get out from the hotel. Doesn't happen that often here, as we have a lot of things to do. Ben Underwood, our statistician, magician, and also we also had with us in the group of people CEO of Grand Chess Tour and his advisor, Alexander Onishuk. So it was a really nice walk, and after that we also checked the 2nd day of the Rapid Festival, which takes place just near to the playing venue. Grand Chess Tour side event, the local organizers doing great job, and today we had also the winners of this tournament. International master David Bermingamo from Brazil managed to win the event with impressive 6.5 out of 7. But Maurice, it's not stopping here. Tomorrow we are going to have another international event. It's going to be Blitz tournament right next again to the playing venue for 2 days. Some people from our group will take part. I was wondering, what about you?
I didn't hear about it, but I think I might be passing because extra time sounds like extra fun here in Sao Paulo. I did get to go to one of these great Italian restaurants here with a 360 view of the entire city. Highly recommend that you guys do research. In the meantime, we've got chess to play. And, of course, it's Rapid and Blitz. It's a different format from the slower classical games. And I did speak to Fabiano Caruana yesterday on this show about his thoughts about playing Rapid and Blitz against his opponent, Levon Aronian. Let's talk about those. You got 2 Rapid, 4 Blitz. Your history with him, you guys have played a ton. What is your feeling going into those 6 critical games?
Yeah, I think it'll be very tough. I mean, we tend to have these close matches. It's almost never one-sided, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a repeat of that. I think, like, in the American Cup, I did well in Blitz against him, and that was the reason why I was victorious against him in the American Cup. But then in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, I was playing rather poorly, and he played extremely well in Blitz and in Rapid. So recent form, he's doing better in Blitz, but I mean, I think it's going to be very close.
Naturally, it's something when you are playing classical, it's precise, it's slow, you can check everything. But in Rapid and Blitz, it's all about instinct and, in particular, nerves. Expect to see some blunders, guys. It's going to be an up and down day. And we will be sending you all the action and all the new information here from Sao Paulo.
Thank you, Maurice and Anastasiya. Absolutely. With so many games in front of us, we're going to see some ups and downs. Tell us about the pairings for the start.
Let's have a look. We know the matches are between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Praggnanandhaa and Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. And if you notice, they're not switching colors from yesterday. They're starting with the same colors, MVL with white and Levon with white as well.
Big prize fund for these 4 players.
Right, total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place winner takes home $150,000. Second place $100,000. Third place $60,000, and fourth place $40,000.
Thank you, Superbet and the St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generous sponsorship as we go to the stage there in Sao Paulo. And every time I see the stage, I just like thinking of, boy, I miss those basements where I used to play my open tournaments. I mean, look how nice this is.
Only NBL is at the stage so far. The players haven't arrived yet. There is Levon.
Levon making his way with the shark.
I like
that.
The shirt.
He's,
to see Pragg joining.
He's fishing for some
some points.
Tactics, maybe. And some points, of course. There's Chris Bird.
Only because the players haven't shaken hands. I believe they probably came earlier. Maybe Pragg went to get himself a drink. Usually they shake hands perfunctory, and then they don't do it for our benefit.
Is Fabi arriving to his board?
Well, they do have a lounge right
Yes.
next to the playing hall. So
Besides
they usually come in 15 minutes before the games start, hang around in the lounge, get their coffee, their water, whatever they drink, and then discuss with their seconds for one last time, and then go to the stage.
Is it a new shirt for Levon? I haven't seen it before.
I've seen it before. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's not new.
He's such a fashion
games are
artist.
off. They
And
started.
let's go. Now, in the classical, G7, G6,
They
and
repeated
this was the
yesterday's game.
information. And now he's prepared to play E4. And it's a genuine King's Indian
We're
defense
going
after
to
D6.
see.
I thought it was going to be E5. I would have
Yes,
bet.
we discussed that yesterday, but no, we're seeing the classical King's Indian defense.
Now, Levon, as one of those players in his repertoire, he meets it with the classical knight f3, but follow it up by h2, h3, as opposed to bishop e2. And he's actually had quite a deal of good success playing against the King's Indian. Don't trust your chess engines. Chess engines always tell the King's Indian's terrible.
It's immediately +1.
Yeah, because of the space that white enjoys. Bishop e2.
He might play bishop g5, that upper Bach line that's...
Which I played my whole career. Nope.
Nope, so far.
So this is the
classical
most classical line of all, e7, e5. Now you can play d5. That was the Tigran-Petrosian line. There was also bishop e3, the Svetozar Gligorich variation, and then, of course, castles, which, again, classical line.
Playing the Averbach would have been quite a bad decision for Levon. Because I play that, and I've played so many Blitz games against Fabiano.
And he knows
exactly what to do.
and out. Okay, bishop g5, provoking h7, h6. Normally speaking, you don't like it when white has got the bishop on g5, the queen on d2. It's kind of hard to break that pin.
You don't want to allow the queen on d2, the battery on the
Exactly, exactly. Now the question is, yes, I wanted to say bishop e3 or bishop d2.
You can continue hitting that bishop with knight g4 and then try to go for an immediate f5. What's the drawback to
Well,
that?
guess what? We're about to find out. A knight g4, normally speaking, we do step back with bishop to d2 here.
And now f5?
F5, yeah. And, okay, so here are two approaches if I'm on the white side, yeah? One approach is to play h2, h3, knight back to g6, take on f5, play queen c2, and prepare g4.
Yes.
Okay?
But
Well, he's going for that. He takes f5.
there are only 30 games in the database. This is already a niche line.
A niche line, yeah. The other idea I wanted to say was to play g3, knight h4. This is kind of an interesting idea to tag this pawn on f5. By the way, this is, for me, I haven't
think both of the
seen
players have
Averbach.
missed a big opportunity, actually. Well,
What?
Already.
Fabiano particularly. h3 is the main line by far, and then you take on f5.
Right.
h3 you take with the knight, you go knight f6, and then you take on f5. If you take first, I can just simply take with the bishop.
Okay.
And
the
in
different-
fact, I have a huge threat in the position. That is to go e4, right? If you go h3, I'm going to grab that pawn on f2. And now e4.
Scary.
It's actually better for black already. So a big missed opportunity for Fabiano to get an incredible opening advantage, unexpected opening advantage with the black pieces.
Wow.
So they just transposed to
Now they've
main
transposed.
line, yes. If Levon played h3 right away. Knight f6, and I believe the main move here is g4, actually.
Queen
did he
c1.
play h3?
Queen c1 by a lot, 124 games with queen to c1, and g4 is the second most played move in the position.
Yes, sir. You said queen c2, which makes a lot of sense because you keep
want to castle and go
long.
g4.
Once you play queen c1.
Well, the idea is maybe check this out. Gift me the pawn.
King h7, let's say.
Queen c2.
Oh, you provoked me to put the king on h7.
Maybe g4 comes with a little bit more.
But is it worth this tempo?
I don't know.
And what if I go e4 here?
I don't know.
No, I think what you want to do is once you place the king on h7, on the h file.
Yeah. I still want to play g4.
That's when you want to go g4. Because now maybe I can go knight takes d5, right?
Well, c7 is hanging. c7 is going to be tender at the end of all of that thing. I'm still going to castle long, right? Yeah. I'm still tucking my king in on, and this might not be what you wanted. Sorry, I don't
G4
want to
is
do
on
that.
the board.
G4 first, yes.
Apologies, I'm just going to do something I know I shouldn't be doing, but I can't click my move, so apologies for that. G4, no queen c1, no queen c2. Immediate g4, you were saying this is the main line?
Last time I looked at it with the engine, g4 was suggested as the top move.
Wow, okay.
And since Levon was expecting this line today, I'm sure it's fresh in his mind as well.
Except he misplayed it by not including h3.
Maybe confused the move order.
A little bit, but got what he wanted nonetheless. Okay, g2, g4. Okay,
Very
we got
sharp game here. Let's check how the other players are doing, MVL and Pragg. They also repeated the first couple of moves. It was Caruana again, but Maxime chose the advanced line today.
And yes, no knight f3 and knight c3. Advanced Caruana with bishop f5, h4, h6.
I have so many games in this opening with the black pieces.
Now, this is really funny because this was an old idea of David Bronstein. And you may remember the game of Dinglerin and Maxime
E6,
with that whole e6. That was just an absolutely amazing game. But the idea of David Bronstein was to play bishop here with the threat of playing h5 and then just transpose into a French defense where white has already gone g4, h5, and you're not sure you wanted to do all of those moves. That did not take place. Bishop to d3 was MVL's choice. e6, h5. Okay. Don't ask me why, but in these Caro-Cans, for some reason, the players on the black side like to play queen a5 check.
Very common.
And queen a6 immediately.
Yes.
c5 at once, c3, knight c6, knight e2, rook
That's
c8.
what I've always done, queen a5, queen a6. But if we continue here, Pragg is still going queen a5, maybe still planning to go queen a6, but with the knight already on c6.
That is confounding because why the queen, in principle, I'm not saying that I absolutely adore this or want this, but in principle, the a5 square tends to be reserved for the knight. For example, again, I'm not saying that this is the great shakes. I'm just saying that why are you putting the queen on a5 when I can already castle? You know, it doesn't make that much sense.
It was played once, and in fact, the game did continue with queen to a6, but I've been looking at this endgame, and it just simply doesn't feel like you're in time with black to consolidate. I take and I go b4.
b4.
b4, yes. I don't want to allow you to go a5. I take back with the pawn, and the thing is, if you go a5 and try to tackle that pawn on b4, I go b5, and you're in trouble. So you have to get ready for that with rook b8.
Or
maybe knight e7.
Or knight e7.
Develop, right?
But now if you leave the pawn on a6, then do you have enough compensation for the damage structure? I am getting a knight on c5, knight c3, or knight d2, knight b3, knight c5. I just don't think you have enough.
I prefer white because of the doubled a pawns.
By a lot. By a lot.
Right.
Yes.
Well, if Pragg doesn't choose queen a6, then let's take a look. He can play simply knight e7 and continue typical development. But then,
and I think that's a much better idea.
But the question remains, why is the queen on a5 then?
Exactly. Maybe he wanted just to keep the pawn on b4 defended. Okay.
Well, the thing is, what do you do after knight e7? You have an
Keep
initial question to answer.
Knight usually goes to f3.
Knight goes to f3 to defend.
But
actually,
now you,
to defend e5.
But
so
now
I
you
can
don't
take on
have
c5.
you don't have the d2 square. So can I take on d4? What do you? No, I take on d4.
I'll take with the pawn.
Take with the pawn.
Do I have knight b4?
And then
yes, it's legal. Are you sure you're not getting?
No, I'm not sure of anything. I'm not sure if I want to take that.
Yeah, I mean,
it does look dangerous.
It's a little. Well, you got queen a6 though.
Right, rook c6.
I don't have.
And if you take queen a6,
and that
maybe I get back in time.
True.
It does look dangerous though.
Looks a little bit like something could go wrong.
I could be completely lost. Yes.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You have to be very.
I could be doing very well, but I could also be completely lost.
Yeah.
It's on the board, 97.
97.
White can also start with maybe bishop f4 and then go knight d2, just to avoid this knight b4 line.
But if you do that, if you do go for bishop f4, now I go queen a6. And I feel like I have a better situation.
Better version, yeah.
I go knight f5 once we enter in that endgame, and then you have to drop back with the bishop on a3. You no longer have the bishop b2 idea, for example.
Yeah, I think here I wouldn't want to trade queens, maybe play queen f3 or something, but I see how after knight f5, the pawn on d4
starts to be
it's very It's very detail dependent, this position.
Let's ask Sao Paulo, call a friend. Hi, Maurice.
Well, actually, I was focused on the other game because of big developments there. We saw that move g4. It took over a minute and 23 seconds to be precise, that Levon took before he played that move, and g4 on the board. Fabi took 3 minutes and 12 seconds, clearly caught by surprise by this move, or maybe just trying to remember his analysis. He did accept the pawn, and then a dramatic decision from my perspective. A natural move here would be something like knight to e4. That would make a ton of sense. Instead, the very quick bishop to e3, offering this bishop that had just removed itself from that square. And there were many moves here, including moving the knight to a6. But Fabi instantly decided, I think I'll take that bishop. It's not the #1 move by the engine, but it is still a recommended move. And now suddenly the move e4 on the board. And this position is aflame, as diagonals have opened up for the bishop on g7. The other pieces will come into the fight very quickly. Guys, this is a super sharp game. We're going to have a ton of fun following these games. Already, maybe like 5 times more exciting than yesterday's 2 games. Back to you.
5 times more exciting. Thank you, Maurice. Indeed, that move, I mean, it wouldn't have occurred to me. I would have needed to find a correspondence game, because if you had asked me, you know, like, what are your instant candidate moves here as white? For me, instantly, I'm thinking knight e4. I want to attack this knight, but I don't want to suffer the consequence of knight takes f2. So knight e4, queen c2,
rook g1,
bishop e3. No, not. And e5, e4. This is a very, very conventional, I want to say. It's been played a lot of times.
We have a response. Levon played knight d4.
Knight to d4, and I'm assuming
queen g5 right
exactly.
now.
I'm assuming queen g5 in order to
also want to give you a queen g3 check.
Yeah, as much as I mean, that doesn't terrify me as much as queen takes e3 terrifies me.
Maybe white should start running right away, just king d2.
Except
king d2,
bishop takes d4 is the issue.
Oops.
But you can go queen d2 and maybe king d1, king c2.
Run
But
down
that's
like that.
okay. But
So we're not afraid of queen g3, rook f2. So it looks nice, but there's no threats.
Well, e4 would be hanging in that particular case. But yes, eventually rook f2. But
the big problem for black is the fact that I am bringing my rook on g1. And then your king is starting to become a bit wobbly.
You can get carried away with the attack from black side and end up with the weaker king on the king side.
Yeah.
Right, like why did I do that?
Look, you got the extra pawn, you have the beautiful bishop. There's one goal in mind and one goal only, not to get checkmated as black.
Exactly.
So black needs to just finish development, right? Queen side, maybe start with knight a6.
Knight a6, knight.
Bring knight to c5.
Knight
Look,
to c5.
knight d3 ideas.
I like that.
And with white, we castle long, put the rook on g1 and attack the king.
Well, let's go once more. Let's just have a look at the more. I mean, once you see a check, you got to kind of...
It's tempting.
Yeah, you got to kind of go for it completely. Now, it's clear that king is king is coming to C2. Would you play A3?
I think I should spend that tempo.
Right. Okay.
Prophylaxis move, yes.
Yes.
So maybe knight... Would you play knight c5 here or develop the bishop?
Okay, knight c5. Let's try knight c5.
You're threatening bishop d4 maybe with knight b3 ideas, right?
Right, so you protect the b3 square.
c2.
So, sorry for going down this long avenue, but the idea is that whenever you see these incredibly forcing moves, you can take a time to understand what's going on.
There's also a good chance we will see this on the board.
Right. If you go rook g1, I wanted to play rook g2.
Very nice. That's a good idea.
But you do have b4, and as I say, you know...
then suddenly rook a8 ideas come.
Exactly. The whole game just blew up. Apologies.
Fabi didn't play queen g5, started with knight a6.
And...
He's trying to stop that king from going to c2. The thing is, right now after queen d2, I can just castle first. I don't have to go king c2.
I was trying to figure out who won a tempo or who lost a tempo by not including the move queen g5, because when you do include the move queen g5, that might always be a tempo in white's favor. Maurice, jump in. This game has turned into a Donnybrook early.
Indeed, something super sharp, a lot of fun. And the other game has seen a very significant development and not in the favor of the youngster Praggnanandhaa. If you take a look here, the move knight d2 took some time for MVL to play, and it was responded to very quickly by this somewhat controversial, although standard type exchange, the move queen to a6. Queen to a6, we see this earlier when you can trade in a nice way, maybe even take back with a knight. But now, after queen takes, which was instantly played by MVL in a trade, and the move b4, cementing that control on the queen side, and black's pawns don't look at all nice in this position. And it seems as though white has gotten some lock on that side of the board. A trade has occurred, and yet another trade. A little bit of time advantage for MVL, not much to speak of. But is this structure going to be the bane of black's existence quite soon? It looks as though MVL has gotten a little bit out of the opening from his young opponent. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, that was a controversial move, that move queen a6. While Maurice was talking about that game, I still have my eyes fixed on the game between Levon and Fabi, because I was saying, okay, what if Fabi just says, fine, I'm a pawn up, I'm just going to withstand the assault. Knight a6, queen d2, that's as conventional a move as I can find.
Hasn't been played yet, but yeah.
Queen e7, castles, developing, bishop d7, rook g1, and suppose I play king h7. Where do you reckon the attack goes? Do you go bishop h5 to try to play bishop g6? Do you?
We also need the queen on the king side, right? Queen has to jump to g2 or h2. I don't see any immediate threats.
Yeah, exactly. How do you coordinate the attack?
Even if you give me 3 moves, I don't see how to set up a threat.
I was thinking bishop h5 because just exactly what you said. Your queen needs to sashay over to the king side.
Let's say I play knight c5.
Okay, knight to c5, and I give you a hakasito.
King.
Already you're kind of feeling a little bit of the heat.
Let's go to g8.
Let's go to g8. Okay, I don't know if it's necessary or not, but the old, prophylactic move of avoiding rook f2, so knight d3.
If I go knight d3, you will take on e4.
Correct. That was my knight takes e4.
Knight takes, right?
Yeah, that was my intention.
Yeah,
it's just like this bishop on g6 kind of does a reasonable job at keeping you.
Absolutely. And there's also, I always have to look at rook h6 and some discovery checks.
Absolutely. That's always on the agenda.
And also, let's not forget, this is a rapid game.
Yeah, they have to make their decisions a lot faster than we do. Yeah.
And soon they will be in time trouble. So the main question is this easier to play with white or with black?
The faster the time control, the more the initiative I like the initiative. I think it's very, very hard to play good defense. Yeah?
We have a couple of moves. Queen d2 and castle has been played.
And not king h7.
Oh, maybe...
King h8 to avoid bishop g6 check.
He saves the tempo.
Yeah. Except I was waiting for the rook to come to g1. The fact that you played king here immediately suggests to me that I should at least be considering rook h1.
Right, maybe we just double on h-file right away. We don't need the rook on g-file anymore.
Exactly.
Makes a lot of sense. I like rook h5.
Yeah.
Rook g1.
Rook g1.
Okay.
Rook g1 still.
This makes a lot of sense as well. King h8.
Yeah. I had played queen e7, and maybe after king b1, bishop d7, the bishop will go to g4.
Is that maybe a little slow for black? Should black try something like a4, a3?
a4. Okay, a4. I'm not exactly sure what... I mean, you can go a3.
I don't know exactly what I'm threatening.
Exactly.
Just poking.
Right. Just kind of, yeah, just...
The problem with a3 is that I always have the option of going b4.
That I welcome. Knight d3.
Knight takes e4. How is this one playing out?
Okay.
It works.
I wanted at some point to include bishop f5, but yeah, let's start with knight f2.
Knight f2. Do I have to take it, is the question.
Yeah, once I set up the queen f6, and white king is looking a little bit weak.
It's a little bit, yeah, queen f6 is going to be very...
Bishop f5, yeah.
At some point, I really feel that I have to take on g7. Give away.
Yeah, no question about it.
Give away the exchange. The question is when, right? How do we do
e4 and rook g7, right?
Yeah. That time is near. The time is
bishop f5 was played.
Okay, sorry, I'm just going to do something. I'm going to go moves. There we go.
And yes, Fabi played bishop f5. He wants to put the knight on d3.
With understanding. Maurice, jump in on this one. Or where would you like to take us, Maurice?
Well, there's a massive development in the other game. I'm going to ask you guys, too, what the heck is going on? It took 5 minutes almost, 4 minutes and 50 seconds for Praggnanandhaa to play his move after falling into the structure. In this position, he played rook to c7. And the engine hates the move. And I'm trying to figure out from a human perspective, like, what is the point of rook to c7? I mean, obviously, the knight's going to move somewhere eventually. Knight b3 actually turned out was bishop to c2. And now he's showing his point, I guess. He is moving his knight to c8. He cleared the c8 square for the knight. And now, okay, deep point, at least from his perspective, to be able to put the knight on the c4 square. It looks like the knight is tracking to c4. That's a very deep move to play. Rook c1 played, knight to b6. And this was the point. He went into a deep think, trying to figure out this specific idea so that he can get his knight to c4, even a4. MVL did not respond in the most accurate way to this move here. He shouldn't have put his bishop on b2. In fact, he could have played a number of moves, including knight b3 and bring the bishop to the other diagonal, or even something like rook a2. You can make a rook move to the second rank. I can also do the same, but certainly they're in other territory right now, and it looks like he has dodged a bit of a bullet with this maneuver that took some time, and they are in this position as we speak. Lots to go here, not big attacking chances, really more about the endgame and the space that white has, and black trying to compete against that with the weaknesses in his position. But it looks as though that maneuver, rook c7, not promoted by the engine, but hey, they're humans playing the game. It was a deep point by Praggnanandhaa to go grab some squares on the queen side, and he may have made a little bit of improvement on his position. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I agree, like engine might hate rook c7, but I thought it was great.
Put the knight on b6, trying to plug up the c4 square. If you play knight b3, knight c5, black will have an answer of putting his knight to c4.
Or even knight a4 and try to trade the bishop and...
And the thing is, engines always find a concrete way to deal with problems. This is a very human way to deal with the problem, just play it in a strategic manner. And that's exactly what Pragg is doing right now. And you need a plan in these type of positions. Otherwise, you're just going to suffer, because white clearly knows what they're going to do. Plant a knight on c5, double up on the c file, and take advantage of the better structure.
Right.
You need to find an answer as black. And this was his answer, and I have to say, from a practical perspective, I'm all for it.
Absolutely. I also like just planting the knight on a4 for black, then playing king d7, develop the bishop, move the rook to c8. Why is black worse?
Well, is it? Well, I can tell you the weak pawn on a6. So knight f3, bishop e7, knight d3. So from the perspective, white's perspective, is MVL. He wants to play knight c5. He wants to provoke bishop takes c5. Then he wants to play d4 takes c5. Now, if you put your knight on a4 and I put my bishop on a1, there's this outside chance that knight on a4 will be stuck for the rest of the game.
But it's also not badly placed, because in a way I'm stopping your knight c5. I'm not forced to give up my bishop after knight c5.
Okay. I guess it's one of those judgment calls. Like in the immediacy, I can't attack it. I can't play b4, b3. But long term, you're either very well placed or just completely obliviously gone. You're out of the game.
And I love the fact that we have two completely different games. This one is a strategic battle between these two players, obviously, all the way into the end game. The other one, we're still in the middle game, still a lot of problems with both of the kings, especially for the black king, Fabiano's king. But we have two completely different games in this one.
And time consideration, we know that MVL has been playing, as we saw in the classics.
There's about a 4-minute advantage for MVL right now.
Significant.
It's very, very common for Pragg at this stage in the game to be behind on the clock.
He actually said yesterday in the interview that after the first game, he's like, I had to play faster.
Well, he panicked at the right time. I mean, he panicked with a second to go, and that was pretty funny, actually, for those of you.
And then yesterday, he had half hour more than Maxime the entire game.
This particular iteration, because the rook is vulnerable, rook c2. Rook c8, what else? Yeah?
Wait,
rook
just
c1.
1 second, yes.
Oops.
Some tactics?
Okay. No tactics.
No tactics.
I have no tactics.
Ask the question, you put the king on g8, are you going to come now running back? You're going to come roaring back, and you're going to, or are you going to, you can't play a5 because of b5. Okay. So for the moment, king f8, right?
Yeah, honestly.
Well, he's going for it. Rook c2.
Don't lock this castle. King shouldn't be on g8. It's too far. Let's refresh and see what the current position is.
Okay. Rook c2.
Yeah, I think king should have stayed on d7.
It feels wrong to put the king way over there on the king side, especially now that we can see so clearly that the rook on c7 needs protection.
The king, once you double the rooks, I'm so uncomfortable with the knight on c6. How do I get out of it?
On the board,
bishop to d8. If you don't bring your king...
But no, on bishop d8, knight c5, I might immediately...
cry. Knight
How do you bring
A8?
the king to the center? Do you go f4, king f2, king e3, or do you go king f1, king e2, the slow approach?
Oh, I love the space. I love playing f4. I love playing g4, f5, and the space.
It's checkmate on the king side.
Well, not just like the suffocation. I think it was Tigran Petrosian who inspired me to think of this boa constrictor. You just keep taking more and more squares away.
It just feels like getting the king all the way to g8 was just not the right setup. Keep the king closer to the center. On d7, perhaps, defend that rook on c7 so you can move the knight away. Right now, you're just completely immobilized.
Yeah, I agree with you both that the king looks misplaced.
Now, this is a very comfortable endgame for Maxime. He also has more time on the clock, already more than 4-minute advantage. Pragg in trouble, but we saw in the first round he defended very well in the endgame. He needs to do the same here.
Yeah. Well, and we, strategically speaking, we think of plans, right? What's Black's plan? When your pieces are tied up, you don't really get a chance to make a plan other than to figure out how to untie your pieces. If I were, I'd be considering knight 8.
Such an ugly move.
Maurice, we're struggling to understand Pragg's position. What do you have?
Indeed, I am struggling with that one as well. It doesn't look as though he has much to do. And I'd like to take a look at the other game as well, because Levon gave a big pause in this position and played all the natural moves. King B1, Queen E7 was played by Fabi, and then he spent some time here, did Levon, and slipped down about 2.5 minutes on the clock. We're following the clock times very closely. In Rapid, it matters so much how much time you're spending. You have a limited amount of time to decide on everything. And then he finally decided, when we're thinking, well, what's the attack you're going to try to pull off on the king side? Obviously, you got 2 open lines. Instead of playing a move like bishop to G4, which looks very natural to try to trade off this bishop, he played a different move, bishop back to D1. I wonder where that one's headed. It looks like it's going to end up on the C2 square. And obviously, you would think that Fabi wants to keep this bishop and put it on H7 and just hold the fort very solidly. You got to wonder, how do you actually attack with the white pieces? I don't see any way, as I look to enter into Black's position, of improving anything on that side. It looks as though Black is extremely well defended. So both sides will be looking for plans. As a matter of fact, after bishop D1, it looks like a move has in fact been played, and it was bishop to H7. And it's not clear, and this is the critical moment in a rapid game where you are not really sure exactly what you should do next, but you don't want to sit too long, because you get under 10 minutes, suddenly you're under 5 minutes, and that's when the blunders start coming. Guys, back to you.
Blunders indeed. We have to be on the alert. I'm looking at the position from Levon's perspective as well, and to my eyes, I need to play knight E6. I'm dreaming, if I could play knight E6 and hit the rook on F8 and hit the bishop on G7. So I've been looking at a completely crazy line that went knight A4, knight D3,
C5.
to get rid of that knight so I could play knight E6. But I've invited,
Ooh, that's scary.
who wants that guy to show up on your doorstep? That's not, but at the, I won something. Like, if I just continue the position for just a moment. I mean, if I can get your bishop to move, I've got rook takes H6 on my agenda, right?
It just doesn't feel like it's enough, perhaps, like rook G8 in this
Yeah,
position.
well, exactly. Rook G8 is a great defensive move, and just saying, like, I refuse to budge.
Rook H2 is on the board.
Okay.
So
I think Levon is playing more of a defensive chess at the moment. And
he sacrificed a pawn.
yeah.
You can't play defensively when you've got such a situation like this.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Fabi has extra pawn, more time, and easier play at the moment.
You had me at extra pawn. The more time. Rook H2, okay. I can get behind this move. It's like, okay, I can double either way. We just saw one variation where you dropped a rook on F2. If I could get you to play a bad move. B6.
I'm starting to look at rook F3 ideas with a bishop on H7. I don't know. I really like that idea.
This is a way different variation than a moment ago, because you got to play rook F2 last time. I just played a terrible move for you,
right.
B7, B6, rook F2.
Maybe Black should also try to double the rooks, rook F6 and rook F8. So I still have some rook F1 ideas.
Sorry, rook F6?
I'm not very happy to put it in front of my bishop, but it's temporary.
Okay. This is the most concrete line I can think of for the moment, rook to G8. Okay, this fellow, where am I moving my knight that makes it so marvelous?
Knight D3.
Again, we're having these discussions of...
I don't think that White has proved that they have enough compensation for that pawn.
No, I don't feel that way either. Queen takes a moment ago, by the way, you moved knight D3, kind of stopped me at the pass. I didn't even get my giddy up going before you said, no, you can't do that. So let me just refresh my board. Rook h2. Maurice, jump in on this one.
Big development in the other game between Pragg and Maxime. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I'm going to the interesting position of this game, and that is right at the opening. And we're going to talk just for a few seconds about this advanced variation and this move h4. The point, as you look at how many pawn moves that White plays in the opening, White makes a couple of piece moves and then proceeds to make a h5 move, a c3 move, after another piece move, an a3 move, a lot of pawn moves to try to cement space in the long term. You have to play accurately with the black pieces in order not to face this big spatial problem. I'm going to jump now, much later, to this position. Actually, let's go back one move to king f8. And you look at the pawn structure, you see what has transpired. It's this long-term spatial grip. I remember reading the book Pawn Power many years ago. I know it's one of Yasser's favorite books. I'm sure he's shaking his head like this right now. But Pawn Power by Hans Kamach. It was a book that introduced a lot of unnecessary chess terms, if you will, but it had this structure in the position, the pawn on e5 and the pawn on h5 by White facing off against a pawn on e6 and a pawn on h6 by Black. He called it the court grip. If you could get your pawn up to g4, as Maxime has done here, and then follow up with the pawn on f4, he said that this pawn structure was just flat out superior for White, as Black couldn't make any pawn moves without compromising the structure. It took a while for Pragg to find a move here, and he played a move the engine hates, the move a5 in this position, and Maxime pounced with the move b5, and after knight to b8, Maxime is now in the process of trading off the rooks. A big moment here as the pawns on the queen side are still weak, but you can see the spatial advantage is massive for White here. Quite problematic position for the youngster, and I talked about the 10-minute mark. He is now approaching the 9-minute mark, a big 5-minute edge for Maxime. Black is in deep trouble in this game.
Absolutely, Maurice. I mean, visually, just look at White's pawns compared to Black's, and in fact,
I mean, all white pieces look better than black pieces.
And there's this massive weakness, this pawn standing out here on a5. If White could play in no particular order, a4, bishop, c3, and knight to b3. He's just rounding up a pawn for free.
I think that pawn is already lost.
Yeah.
It's a matter of time.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
this is
disaster. Disaster
for
Pragg. He just didn't, from the opening, it didn't seem he was comfortable with, and I didn't think the move queen a5, a6 was required in that exact moment when he did play it. Right now, he's suffering. The game that I've been totally mesmerized with is Levon's game with Fabi, and he has played for that knight a4 idea.
I'm guessing that's why he played bishop d1 with the knight a4 idea.
Exactly. He was thinking that this knight on d4 is dreaming. He has a dream.
But he played it once the rooks are doubled on the h file. So it's a slight difference, because right now, once I grab that bishop on g7, I'm ready to take on h6. I'm ready to give you the checkmate.
Right.
In the position.
It does raise the question, was the move rook on d1 to g1 a loss of tempo or not?
Right. I like how you were doubling on h file immediately, saving the tempo.
I think I was even playing with rook h5, maybe to stop bishop f5. I've always loved these bishops. As a King's Indian defense player myself, I've always loved these bishops in the sense that they are aggressive, they're attacking White's king, and very good defenders.
Since I can't really stop knight e6 from coming, then I'm trying to see how can we defend the h6 pawn. So is it still rook f6 idea? Well, I'll start with knight d3.
Okay.
I feel you just have to give that pawn on h6.
I don't want to.
Knight to d3, knight to e6.
He's played it also, and rook f6.
And here we go, where they're following the analysis. Now, the crazy part is...
What if I come back with the knight, knight to c3? That knight on a4 is completely useless right now. So if I go back, do you sacrifice on e6?
Very tempted to.
I would.
Do you give the exchange?
Oh, gosh.
So that the bishop on g7 lives forever.
That's right.
You know, at least for a very long time.
Who wants to live forever?
Definitely the bishop on g7.
This looks great for black.
It's 2 pawns, and the bishop on g7 has got to be worth the exchange. It's just such a... And he's gone.
Queen takes a5. He's going for it.
Mana after my heart. But I didn't know whether or not I should include knight takes g7. But in this particular case...
We are worried about rook e6.
Yes, I was worried about rook e6. In this particular case, if I could get you to play a move like c6 or c5, then I'm like chuckling to myself, thinking, tricked you. Was never intending to take that pawn, wanted up. Always take your bishop. What's your knee-jerk thought about this position? I mean, it's totally double-edged.
I love the knight on d3. I want to make my bishop fantastic, so I would take on e6.
c6.
You tricked him, you see?
Yeah, and the engine does not like c6 at all. It got a big orange question mark.
I'm thinking knight takes g7. I think that is actually your key defensive piece. Knight takes g7, queen takes g7, then I'll figure out what else I should be doing. But I really don't...
It feels somehow practically difficult also, right? Like it's an easy but also a difficult move at the same time to make, because you like your knight on e6 as well.
I love my knight on e6.
But the bishop on g7 just feels more powerful.
I mean,
it has more potential in the position.
I'm carrying a career of fianchettos, and that bishop on g7 is just so darn good. But knight takes g7, queen takes g7. You just finish your thought there for a moment, Nasi, because again, it's a double-edged position. You're not talking specifics, just your overall feeling. Like, do you prefer playing black with the knight on d3, the bishop on h7?
I still prefer to play with black even after c6.
Even with c6, yeah.
Yes.
Even though that's not what the engine wanted to do.
I feel my king on h8 is quite safe. I love my knight on d3, and I still have some active moves and initiative on f and g files.
Right. Yep.
A very balanced game, not only on the position, as you can see by the bar, but also by the clock. 9 minutes each. A bit ahead for Levon, 10 seconds ahead. The other game is a completely different story. Right now, the engine is giving MVL a decisive advantage, almost 2 points.
Right.
He hasn't gotten any pawns in the position. No material advantage,
yeah.
But the engine just feels like it's absolutely dominant. So MVL in a great position in the other game right now. And 3 minutes ahead on the clock.
Okay, we'll definitely keep an eye on that one, go back to it. I'm just thinking very, very specific, because Levon is hesitating to play knight takes g7.
Maybe he wants to start with knight c3. Bring the knight back. It did its job on a4.
You provoke whatever you could and bring the knight back to...
But I don't see why are we delaying knight g7.
I agree.
I just want to get rid of that bishop.
Desperately.
Yeah.
For me as well. I don't like my queen on a5 that much, so I mean, I would find myself drawn again to the most, let's say,
forcing moves?
All forcing moves. The reason I captured is long term,
I have
a passer. Short term, we have a potential weakness when I bring my knight back to c3. In the moment, I'm thinking rook takes h6.
On the b file or rook b8?
Legal?
Or do you take on h6? No, you don't. You can't take on h6. I am indirectly defending the h6 pawn.
Indirectly defending. Love it. Yeah, well, my bishop did its job, I guess, on d1. But I'm not really threatening to play. I wouldn't consider bishop takes d3 a threat. Again, I'm dreaming one day to be able to play.
How about you, Yasser? Are you starting to like White's position more?
I don't know. I like the I like the safe king. I like the knight on d3. I would like to have a more clear idea of how I should go about attacking the position as black. Like, should I play, for example, rook g6? Just, to clarify things. I'm not afraid of the diagonal. If you take, for example, take.
Yeah, I think the endgame is pretty safe. But Levon did play knight c3. He hasn't taken the bishop yet.
He did play.
Keeps the pressure on, and Fabi retreats back with his knight to e5.
Didn't see that coming. That's kind of a success, I would say.
I like that move. I see knight g4 coming. That also reinforces...
c4 is hanging also.
c4 is a problem. Knight to g4 occasionally, but knight f3 as well is an idea. I just need to get rid of that bishop on d1 first.
Okay, so first things first.
How do you defend that?
Yeah, exactly.
Do I bring the bishop back to e2? Not happy, but...
I was somehow thinking that my queen had done enough.
But do you have a good square for your queen?
Queen b4, queen... I'm
not
defending
ideal.
the pawn. I'm defending the pawn.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you could play knight f3. I'll give you... But, okay, knight f3, rook h5.
Levon going down on the clock, 6.5 minutes against 8.5.
The tension in this one is palpable. I mean, what a great start for today's action. This is, remember,
this is
the
only
final
round
is,
one today.
yeah, but it's 4 points.
Yes.
Nazi, the winner of this game gets 4 points. And
Bishop
that,
e2 has been played.
defending the pawn on c4.
Okay, I would just take on e6.
Yeah,
I've been
enough.
looking at that move for 5 moves.
Enough. Just, it's time.
It's time.
Let's
I love
do-
those bishops. How can you argue that any rook is better than those pair of bishops?
Exactly. Well, Evgeny Ermenkov from Sofia, Bulgaria loves you. How can a bishop ever be bad?
Yeah, rook
Still one of the
e6.
great lines. Rook e6.
Very
With 8 minutes on his clock, will Fabi say, okay, let's do it. Let's start.
with that move, Black is declaring that I'm playing for a win.
Right. Although, again, I must say I'm not really sure why the knight ever left the d3 square, because it looked pretty good there. It was hitting b2. It was
To
hitting
be
f2.
more flexible, because it's also looking at the king side, some knight f3 moves.
I was about to say, Maurice, would you like to join in on this one?
Well, that one's complex enough. You guys are diving into it quite nicely. I'm paying very careful attention to the other game. And MVL had a 7-minute advantage on the clock at one point. We know he has a big advantage on the board. And he tried to make sure that he kept the time advantage while also finding the most accurate continuation. And right here in this position, he spent quite some time, 3 minutes and 49 seconds, before finally playing the move you suggested he has, the move a4. Pragg must have been sitting there looking at his clock thinking, I got to make a quick move. Whatever he does, I got to find out what to do. And he played knight 8 to d7 in 10 seconds. So 3 minutes and 49, almost 4 minutes, 10 seconds he spent to play the response. And then Maxime went into another thing for 1 minute and 59 seconds. 2 minutes, so that's 4 plus 2. 6 minutes out of that big 7-minute advantage he had, and finally played the move king to e2. And not that quickly, the move king to e8 was played by Pragg, 52 seconds. And now we get that court grip from good old Heinz Camacho and pawn power. And there you see that big spatial edge that white has. Black is now under the 5-minute mark. It's a big problem for him, and he's not been able to move quickly on that last move. We did say Pragg is in trouble, and it's not looking any better.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, I love this move f4. We were talking about the knight landing on a4 quite some while ago. And not only could your knight land on a4, but if you like, you could even win a pawn. But at the end of the day, like I was saying, that the knight could simply be offsides, like stock. You're not doing anything over there. And in the meanwhile, by the way, keep in mind I've got this, and maybe on a good day I'll march my king to a3.
Absolutely. This looks like Black is
Gone.
losing a piece.
Yeah, this is not what Pragg signed
Pragg
up
is
for.
all the way down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds. We have such 2 interesting games. I wish we could keep an eye on both at the same time.
Except for me, it just feels like,
But if we jump back to Fabi, he
Yes.
did play rook e6.
You're going to have to speak a little bit softer. I think they heard you in Sao Paulo. As Fabi gave up the exchange after the move knight e5, bishop e2, munch, 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 and...
But do we have queen is on c7?
Queens.
Yeah,
Who
Levon
invited
didn't
the
like
queen?
the queen on a5, so
No,
he
but
found
this
a better
is...
square.
This
Can
is
we
a
take on
nasty...
c4? It looks good.
I mean, I'm a pawn grabber, but
I'm giving up d6.
So you take on c4, I take back on c4, you take back on c4, and then I take on d6. How do you continue is the question.
It's very sharp.
shall I tell me
Let's go
again?
for it. Let's go for it.
Knight c4?
Let's just see
A bunch
how
of
it
takes.
Bishop, a bunch of captures, you were saying. Queen takes c4. Now, I don't have rook takes h6 yet, but you were suggesting
Queen
We'll just take on d6.
queen d6.
Right.
So there is queen d3 check.
Oh, that's good enough, I think. But I want to play for mate. But I have to be careful. If I leave with my rook, then my king also
You have
becomes...
Rook
bishop,
takes h6 is
Yes,
coming as well.
exactly.
Yes.
you have bishop takes c3. Ooh, boy.
Oof, oof.
Oof, 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 oof.
And both under 6 minutes. It's 5 versus 6 right now.
I'm not sure I'd want this position in a correspondence game. I know I don't want it in a rapid game. To make
And you can see by the
difficult-
eval bar, it's still extremely complicated. Nobody has a huge advantage. Slightly better for white, but not enough to claim an advantage in this one, especially with such a complex situation.
For sure. For sure. It just feels that after a move like knight takes c4, I mean,
Next moves are all forced, though.
Do I have to
we
take
have
on?
to take the knight. That knight looks very scary. b2's under attack, e3, there's some checks, knight d2, or even knight a3. I can't allow that knight to remain.
We cannot tolerate
We
that
have
knight's
to take
existence.
Yeah, here I agree with you. There's so many options.
Grabbing some,
But if black gets to play d5, then I think black has a positional advantage.
as well as the, yeah. So
That's why I would grab the d6 here without thinking.
it looks so forced. Yeah.
And yeah, here it's a very critical moment. If you trade queens, forget about the mates. We're just playing an endgame. Hard to evaluate. Who would you pick?
If I get to play rook h6, bishop h6, queen h6, I'm probably picking Levon. I mean, it feels like a pick 'em. What a tense round, Maurice.
Tense indeed, and we see that transpiring there. I just want to quickly jump in. The other game, after the move, after the setup we got with knight c4, bishop to c3, knight bd6, and we got f5. It's funny, again, we talked about this pawn structure, the court grip, how the superior pawns just lock in, and then they can either restrain you or they can advance themselves. So f5 is now on the board. It may not be a kingside attack, one of those things where it's going to be check, check, and mate, maybe some sacrifices, but it feels like it. The march of the pawns, a la Philidor, the pawns are the soul of chess, and these soldiers are marching indeed. This has prompted bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, and king to e7. Pragg is hanging on for dear life in this structure, hoping that there's no obvious breakthrough. One of the things to worry about if you are black is if you shift too far away from the king side, you might have to face the other part of this grip, which is the move g5. Not suggesting it now, but the idea being that after h takes g5, you might see the move f6 land on the board. I'm talking about this in case the black king ever wanders away. So all these kind of breaks that might show up in the position with the superior pawn structure, and that's what Maxime is studying right now. What should I be doing here? And in fact, the engine's giving this idea of taking on e6 and g5, followed by bringing the king all the way over and just snacking on the g-pawn. That h-pawn is going to be a big problem. This position is completely lost for black. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And we think things have kind of shifted in the Vaughn's favor
Yes,
suddenly.
big changes in that
The
game as
move
well.
rook f8, that wasn't on our agenda.
No, it seems too slow, and now maybe after simply rook d2.
Yep. That stops a move I was kind of
Yes.
fearful of, actually, queen d3. Rook d2, and
has
he
been
has...
played.
Oops, sorry, that was my bad. Rook f2.
And now I
Got
cannot
the
see
bar
any...
all excited. sorry.
I don't see any good moves for black.
Right.
You have to worry about so many things in this position.
The other problem, whether it was good or not, it isn't the
It
case.
doesn't exist anymore.
It simply doesn't exist anymore. We've lost the chance of playing bishop takes c3 because queen takes f8 check, intermezzo check.
Rook h6, you still have to watch out for that move.
Exactly.
It
If
just
you-
feels like this game has turned on a
Turned.
dime immediately.
Yeah, that's a good way of describing
Maybe he
it.
wants to play rook f... I don't know. With rook f8, he wants to use the rook, right? Where do we go?
But rook f7. Let's go rook f7.
Yeah,
F7.
because I was about to say, you're kind of doing me a solid favor by trading rooks. It's the back rank of black that's
Right. The
weaker.
problem with rook f7 is
Yes.
rook takes h6. How exactly do you continue?
Rook takes h6.
And if I take?
If you take queen takes h6, how do you even defend
Kidding me,
against rook to d8? Like, I don't even see the defense against rook to d8. You give me one check on f1, I go to c2.
Yeah.
And I'm perfectly
this
covered
is-
on c2. No, if you go with the queen, then I go rook d1.
Queen f6, maybe?
Yeah, this is not an endgame I'm happy with.
No.
I mean, I would very, very happily play white here all day, especially because I have rook d8 check.
And I
rook
might
d7.
not even go into the endgame. I'll keep the queens on the board, probably. Queen
maybe.
h3, maybe. Queen
Okay.
h5.
But you're
I'm in
right.
trouble.
The back rank for black has suddenly been...
This looks like bad news for Fabiano and Levon. Might be the first one right now to draw blood in this match.
this match.
Right, and he's going down on the clock as well. 2 minutes and 50 seconds for Fabi. Not an easy position to play with such a little time.
And let's not forget, winning one of these gives you an extra 4 points. That's
Yeah,
a
it's
lot of ground to catch up with, especially if you don't manage to win back in the rapid, in the next rapid portion.
B5. He's going
If you
all
don't mind me boldly stating the obvious, the contrast between the classical games, where everybody played so precisely and accurately, versus the very first rapid game, where it's
Fireworks.
tumultuous, right? Fireworks.
I think rook
I like this
h6.
move. I like this move b5. 92.
You do?
Okay. I like b5. And you
Because-
have to try something, right?
But I think instead of 92, maybe rook h6 was pretty good already
Yeah.
for Levon. But again, it's hard to sacrifice.
Be
when
critical, yes.
Exactly. He thinks his position is great. Why rush, right?
Exactly.
Which it is.
Frankly,
position
yeah.
is great.
A moment ago, we were talking about a weak background. He has bishop g8 with the threat of queen takes a2.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, that is funny.
That's his idea. I like it.
I was thinking for a moment, I was thinking, oh, look how clever I am. And then I saw that there's this bishop g8, and I can't follow up with something immediate because there is a check. Sorry, you have something
By the
to
way,
share.
the other game is almost over. Maxime is very close to converting his advantage.
Really, let me just quickly
I
shoot
think we should
over
jump
there.
and watch that.
What do you mean, Nazi? The position is equal. Material is equal.
That's how you judge these
That's how
things.
you judge it nowadays. Yeah.
Just the material, right?
Just the material. But the space, by the way.
It's so ugly.
It
It's so
is.
dominant, right?
And this pawn on h6, why do I refer to that pawn? Because it's on a dark square bishop, a dark
Yeah.
square, which is good
It's
for my
always
bishop.
bishop f8.
Yes.
It's the game, yes.
It almost
Exactly.
feels like you're in
Zugzwang,
sort
right?
of a Zugzwang. Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause if you
Knight-
take on c5, I take with the pawn most
Yeah.
likely, and I create another passed pawn.
Right.
Now,
And
right
king
now, let's
d3.
take on a4 and move the king. And what is black's next move?
Yeah. There is no.
not bad.
But it's funny because material is equal,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it is game over.
But yeah, we're thinking that if you can go king to d3, and if we...
I like
Pragg-
taking first. I do like taking first on a4.
Okay.
Because king d3, you have knight b2, and maybe you can reroute that knight.
To c4, yeah.
Now, if you take like this, you go king d3 now. Or
King d2, let's not even allow the check.
He has done it.
Oh,
he's going for
e6.
e6.
Boy, talk about
calculated.
just
Black cannot move.
the yeah. I have to...
And black king is in absolute Zugzwang. He can only go to d8, which instantly loses to bishop f8.
Throw it to you, Maurice.
Disaster taking place there, of course. It looks like, at least disaster for Pragg, it looks like he's going to go down. But the other game, a huge reality has struck in Levon's camp as he's looking at this position. And he may be technically better according to the engine, but he has taken a long time to play his last move. He just played the move queen to a3 after a full 3-minute think. He's at 127 on the clock now. That cannot be a great development for him. Technically, he's still better according to the engine, but it looks as though Black has gotten terrific counterplay and is going to make this a challenge, as Fabi himself is only a 230. I think it's time we focus really on this game, guys, because it's going to be insane in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you for that. Queen a3. Boy, that... We've always been talking about keeping your pieces as active as possible.
Fabi really managed to create counterplay in just last 3 moves.
That is a shocking move. Let's see what
and the time, definitely, like being below 2 minutes, 1 minute 27 seconds in this crazy position, anything can happen.
I think Levon has abandoned his
B4
chances of playing for the, and he wants to defend his queen side.
Black to move, right?
Black to move.
B4.
B4. Let's go. Okay.
Do we change the queens or do we keep the queens on the board? This is the question.
Oh no, I want to trade those queens off. Let's try and trade them off.
I mean, I'm forced to, otherwise Rook D8 is coming.
Sorry to interrupt our analysis, but we're expecting MVL to receive a gracious handshake.
Yeah, Pragg is down to 45 seconds, and he's running out of not just good moves, but any moves. He's in a terrible position. White completely dominates the entire board, the space advantage. It's still materially equal.
Yeah, it's one of those that may be material equal, but it sure doesn't feel it. It feels like after King F3,
King F4, and that's it.
King F4 and King E5, it's a.
Or I can go the other way to A6 as well. Once you play F6,
then I'll go the other way.
Yes.
Yeah. No, this looks like hardy hand clasp territory. King F3.
Very one-sided game today.
It was. Really, Pragg just didn't get out of the opening. And sometimes when that happens, when you get a bad opening,
you don't get a chance to.
You never get a chance to recover because you just too many strategic issues.
King. Let's see which way is he going to go. F3 first.
F3.
Yeah, this is just a technical conversion.
37 seconds, 35 seconds for Pragg. 3 minutes for MVL. And what MVL is going to do is he's going to play King F4, threatening, menacing King E5 and King takes D5. If that provokes the move F6.
But Black really has no moves.
Right. That's the problem. He's
Knight
running
B6.
out of moves. So King F4, again, provoke F6, and then, as you said, run over to the
queen side, yes.
Yes, there he goes.
Very straightforward. You don't even have to think about it here.
So technically...
22 seconds for Pragg.
Great understanding by...
Yeah, Maxime seemed in full control in this game from start
really
to finish.
It's so hard. These top grandmasters, they're so resourceful, and to keep control throughout.
And not give your opponent any chances.
Hat tip. Okay, the one thing I shouldn't allow... No, actually, even I can play King E3, Knight C4 check.
Knight C4, yes.
Because I don't have Knight A3.
No, Knight has to go back to B6.
Exactly. No, F6 on the board. We're expecting King F3 or King E3.
5 moves left. As soon as my king is on A6 or A5, game over.
Yeah, Knight C8, and poor Pragg, he can only watch in horror as White's king moves up to the queen side and towards the A7 pawn.
12 seconds for Pragg, going down to 10. The thing is, his moves are easy. Just move. You have to move the knight back and forth.
The king is stuck. The king is stuck guarding against
king
bishop
C3,
F8.
King E4.
Yeah.
Nothing is stopping that king moving forward.
That's right. The knight moves any other square. Oh, wait a minute. Is it time for Knight C4?
It doesn't
what's
matter.
the idea?
Knight
I'll take that.
He made a move.
I will take that pawn on A7 right
Okay,
now.
so did we calculate Knight E3?
I don't think
B6?
I don't think I need to calculate it.
Yeah,
No,
just
I
B6,
don't think
yeah.
you do
It's
either.
too fast.
It's way too fast.
What happened here?
Oh,
They
We're
found
having a
3-move
discussion. There
repetition.
might be a repetition in this one.
Well, someone is claiming, but one blundered a 3-move repetition.
And it is a correct repetition.
Correct claim by Fabi and saves the game.
A draw, you mean Levon gave up, he didn't realize he was making a 3-time repetition. Okay, hold on. We still, if you don't mind, I'm going to stay with Pragg and we'll get an understanding of what, it seems like Levon has blundered.
Knight to D6, B6, push the
Yes.
pawn. You cannot take the pawn on F5 because B7 would finish the game, and now bishop to B8 is coming next. bishop
Yes.
to b8. I'm going to force you at some point to take on f5, and then b7 is going to win the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop b8 wins, king b4 wins. Every legal move might win.
Except b7, right? b7 would probably not win. But okay,
I would not be shocked if b7 wins as well.
That's bad news. I mean, that would be terrible news, actually.
You might be in
You might be winning.
Yeah, no, b7
And b7.
Bishop to d6, knight
And
to c6.
Now,
This is the best thing that Pragg could have hoped for.
I would
to be
not
honest.
queen the pawn, actually. I would probably
But
play
it's
king
the right
d2.
color bishop. We were fine.
I would probably play king to d2.
No, just get the king on the other side.
and go to f5. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
king.
yes.
That's exactly
That's
what
actually
he's doing.
easier.
Yeah, it is.
Faster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what. Just don't go king f3 because then you'll
Right,
knight
then you
d4 with a
check.
check.
Right. The
King f4.
King f4.
And
And
there's
there's a handshake. Okay. Now.
Congrats to Maxime for a great
Bravo.
game.
Bravo, bravo. And now, if you, Maurice, what the heck, somebody tell me what the heck happened in Fabi's game,
Well, I can show you to you right here.
if you don't mind.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, first of all, let's see the players just discuss their game for a second. I'm curious if we can hear them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like I want to knight f knight d3. I have time for knight structure. So,
Yeah, knight d3 king d7.
yeah. Yeah.
They're discussing the endgame and how upsetting this endgame was for Pragg. I mean, he never had any chances, it felt like.
No, the
He just
move
got
A5,
squeezed,
the A5
slowly but
move
surely squeezed.
accelerated his defeat.
But it was such a difficult endgame from the get-go, from a practical perspective. It felt like White
Yes.
has all the moves in the position. Black just simply needs to wait and hope that waiting is going to be enough.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't do it. He played A5, and that sped up the process.
Very eventful, rapid start.
Exciting games. The MVL defeated Pragg. He gets 4 points. In the other game, miraculously, it was a draw, and both players get 2 points.
Okay. And you promised to deliver the goods, Cristian, and tell us, how did Levon let it slip away?
It was this position. Queen to e7, he played. Rook to f7, and he just decided. I don't understand why. I'm looking at the clock, perhaps because of the clock situation, and he sort of panicked at this point. Queen to d6, rook to f6, queen to e7, rook to f7, and after queen to d6, rook to f6 is a 3-time repetition. And Fabiano claimed precisely, and the assessment was completely winning for Levon. But again, it's not easy. From a practical perspective, with 30 seconds and this monster on g7 that you have to deal with is not easy. He had to play queen to b8.
Okay.
Rook to f8. Queen to c7 seems to be the best. And then it seems like I'm trying to zigzag my way onto the light squares, perhaps on g4.
Not
Okay.
obvious why.
It cannot be attacked anymore. That's the thing. It cannot be attacked. And where is your compensation in the position? I guess you want to go maybe rook to a8, perhaps?
I guess.
Now if you go b3, it feels like
I'm
the diagonal is getting a little bit airy on this one. And you have to go b3, in fact. b3 is the best move. If you go queen to c5, I can go rook to d7. It feels like I'm the
Scary.
first one.
Queen e5.
It is scary. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Queen e5, probably knight
Who's
d4.
getting made it first?
Yeah, knight d4. But it's not clear, right? Visually, it's not clear. I mean, you allow c5, and now you have to
There is
calculate
rook h5.
h5.
Rook takes c5.
You have
that's
30
okay.
seconds. The clock is ticking down. Your opponent is playing fast. What do? He decided to repeat the position, and Fabiano called him up on it.
Got it. It's still
Big
a little
escape.
bit of a mystery.
Big escape.
Still a bit of a mystery. We're going to ask Maurice to fill in any gaps. Maurice?
Thanks, guys. Actually, it was earlier that the problem occurred. I don't believe he panicked and blundered. The problem was that he actually entered under a minute back in this position after the move queen a8 and rook to f8, rook f7, Queen A7, excuse me. This position here, Fabi started insisting, like, what do you want to do? Look at the clock, now you're under a minute. And he tried to remain balanced here and just make a couple of moves, but Fabi just insisted on repeating and saying, come on, like, what are you exactly going to happen? He couldn't solve the problem. The complications you were talking about, Cristian, were exactly on point. He couldn't solve the problem, and he tried to avoid the repetition with queen to E7 now, and then rook F7, Fabi just kept insisting, instantly playing, I'm challenging your queen, I'm challenging your queen, and eventually now he said, I got 30 seconds on the clock. No way I'm going to keep going. He made just a couple more moves, and finally, it seemed he decided with the situation, let's not do anything stupid. Let me just play the move and allow the repetition and get out of here, because you don't want to lose on time in some kind of crazy, chaotic position, or just enter into chaos and end up losing the game for no reason because you could not find a concrete plan. It's easy for us with the engine and, of course, all the time in the world and all of us talking to decide maybe you should be playing on. But with the clock ticking, not a chance. And that's why he ended up just accepting the draw.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I feel like there were some mysteries in this game that I didn't quite fully understand. And even this two bishops versus an exchange and why Levon is so much better, I didn't get it either.
It's a very difficult position to play with the classical time control.
It is.
In rapid, but reach the blitz, yes, absolutely unclear. So let's take a look at the results again.
As finally we have a breakthrough as MVL.
First player to win a game.
First player to win.
MVL defeated Pragg with a great game, great play, and gets full 4 points. And Fabiano and Levon still tied.
Boy, that 4 points is like jumping on a trampoline, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, suddenly it's very, very big. But we're going to go back to Sao Paulo. Maurice is with MVL.
Well, after 4 draws in the classical games, we see the first breakthrough of this event, and it's with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's with us now. Maxime, this game was quite interesting. Take us through the critical points, or very quickly, maybe 1 or 2 critical points in the game.
Yeah, it was a very interesting line in advanced Caracan, but I was prepared for it, and I thought here the critical line was to go for knight b4 and knight c2. And it was looking promising for me, like I was looking at this, rook b1 or rook a2, and I couldn't decide, so I decided, okay, let's get Pragg to make the decision. After he changed queens, already before, this endgame is very unpleasant, and like maybe some things he could have done better, maybe rook b8 to try to get a5 as soon as possible, because when it got to here, it's really unpleasant. And after he plays a5, this endgame, it just, at most points, he can, like for instance here, he can take the pawn on a4, but of course, bishop d4 and then the knight is a sore side. And yeah, it was then just a matter of finding the breakthrough, but once I got f5 and then bishop e1, targeting at the pawn on e6, it required still some patience, but I knew the win was within sight.
You also had him on the clock as well.
It didn't matter so much. Like I was really focused on not letting this win slip away.
You got a big win. It's 4 points, of course. 1 more rapid game. What's your mindset going into this game? A draw or just play the position?
Just play the position, of course. At this point, I feel like I'm in good shape. But of course, at any point, a draw is a good result.
All right. Well, thanks and good luck. Thanks for joining us now. We know you have a big game coming up. Good luck in the rest of the way.
Thank you, Maurice.
Guys.
Thank you, MVL&D. Thank you, Maurice, to share that. I mean, it's tough when you want to play your next game.
Yeah, you want to
come
rest,
and join.
you want to prepare.
Exactly. Impressive victory. Before we go on our break, we always like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what they have for us. Well, here you go. Crafted for comfort and style, this classical long sleeve offers a versatile look while representing the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz logo on the front, available in both men's and women's styles, at QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs and visit in person. We have a very friendly staff.
Now let's see the question for Stump the Commentators.
Oh, that's where we win again.
Why do we always need to get stumped? Can we find a better name for this?
Which of these 4 players has the lowest losing percentage in rapid games on the GCT?
The lowest losing percent. MVL's good, just simply darn good at fast control. So he's got to be one of my picks.
He had a fantastic rapid recently. So.
Yeah, but in the Blitz, he had the...
All of GCT or just this year?
No, this is for the GCT.
Whole GCT.
The whole GCT.
That's,
well,
we're going to have
a lot of years of GCT.
Yeah, we have to think
we got
about
10 years.
For me, it's between Fabi and MVL.
Well, as we go to break, Maurice talked to MVL. Take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, welcome to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the finals of the Grand Chess Tour. How does it feel to be here for a title that you have not yet won?
Absolutely, Maurice. It's great to be here. It's one of my first time in South America and definitely my first time in Brazil. I've seen some chess fans already, and I can see, that the event is getting some hype, some good hype. As for not having won yet, it's true, and I wouldn't say bitter, but I finished 5 times second in the past 10 years. So I've had great consistency, but of course I want to win it, and hopefully the time is now.
What will make it now? I mean, you've been at the top so many times. You played 2 finals even that were done, the 2 finals that were done, and didn't quite manage to finish it. What's going to be different this time?
I mean, the opponents are different also. To be fair, in 2018, Fabiano and Levon were part of the event as well, of the finals, and Incr was the one standing in the place of Pragg, and Incr was the one to beat me in the finals. So maybe what's different is that there's no Incr this time. But in all seriousness, of course, we have great players, and I think in terms of classical chess especially, Pragg and Fabi have had 2 standout years, especially Pragg this year, and maybe Fabi. He had a good year, but I think last year was his standout year. So it's going to be, a lot of hurdles to come through, but I have experience, I know what to expect, and I know how to prepare to get myself ready and be ready to pounce.
Your opponent is young, he's inexperienced, but he's hungry. What is it going to take to beat him?
Like I said, Pragg has had a standout year, and he's shown maybe a little weakness in the past event in Grand Swiss, maybe out of tiredness, but I expect him to be, fully recovered, fully ready for a big fight. Again, I do have some experience on my side. Maybe if there's tension building, also I can rely on my past experiences that Pragg has yet to discover, and maybe that will be one of my main assets.
Will you be paying any attention to the other match? You got Fabi versus Levon. These are players you played how many countless times, and you're
hundreds.
And you're good friends with these players as well. Does it matter to you what happens in that match?
I mean, I don't really care who wins that match. It's not my job. But as I play chess games, of course, I also don't want to solely focus on my game. And generally, there's more games to look at, but I love to content myself with one other game to look at, and probably I'll be looking at those games carefully, trying to unfocus a bit from the game and keep my brain fresh for the next challenges throughout the game. I don't want to be during the full 4, 5, 6 hours focused on my own game, so obviously I'll be watching what's happening in Fabi and Levon's match.
We know you have incredible quickness. We've seen that happen time and time again in many of your events. But
What would you say is going to be your main advantage in your first match and your second match as well, among all the players here? Is there anything you feel stands out in your game that makes you one of the favorites of the four?
I think it's true what you said, that first of all, my quickness in general, I put pressure on time in most time controls as well, even in classical. It's a strength. Sometimes it has drawbacks, but in general, I've been spending my time wisely and quickly enough as well to put pressure. And also, I think in general, my resourcefulness is great. And I don't know if you have to beat me 3 times during a chess game, but you know, I definitely don't let go without a fight.
Let's talk about the importance of this title. There are a lot of titles in chess, a lot of tournaments to play in. What is the importance of winning a Grand Chess Tour title for all the players when they think about the GCT title as something special compared to every title they could possibly win?
Well, Maurice, Grand Chess Tour is a cycle of top events with almost all of the top players taking part. So of course, you want to be crowned at the end of the year as being the best performing player in that cycle, because it means you're definitely elite and standing your ground and even better against your colleagues. So that's pretty much what it means, and I think it's big.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion, Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. We're in day 3. Yep. Exciting first rapid games. Let's take a look at the results so far.
No, we got to answer the question.
All right, let's start with that.
I was prepared. I wrote down my answer, but you go first.
I'm going with Deem. I'm going with MBL. Did I take
That was me. I was going with D as well.
All right.
I'm going to go with D as well.
Oh, God.
Oh, you want to be on the winning team now.
I do.
We're all going to lose.
All Everyone's a winner.
He's good.
Baby. That's the
He's
truth.
good.
Now
And
tell
rapid.
us about the result. In the meanwhile,
So
let me
Maxime is
celebrate
very
my victory.
in Grand Chess Tours. All right, so MVL is the only player so far who has defeated a player. He won against Pragg, he gets 4 points, and in the game between Fabi and Levon ended in a draw, and both players got 2 points.
Absolutely. And the brackets, how it looks.
Right, the updated bracket, so now they flip the colors. Pragg will be playing with the white pieces against MVL, and you can see the points. He has 6, MVL has 10. Fabi and Levon both at 8 points, but Fabi's playing with the white pieces.
And that 4-point victory, wow, sure looks like
It's a big gap
it's
already.
huge, right?
Yes.
And I mean, I hate to say it in such a way, but Pragg needs a win. I mean, but then let's pause and say our congratulations to Magnus Carlsen,
Huge
the
news.
little one,
In the
Welcomes
chess
a
world.
baby boy.
a little blue heart. Who's getting the better sleep there between the two of them?
Both look exhausted.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to little one joining the party. Congratulations.
I don't think we have a name yet,
to
but
Magnus
we will
and Ella.
soon find out. I guess.
Exactly. Whatever you do, no Yasser, please. That's tough. Going through airports is not easy. It's not easy, I got to tell you. But our congratulations, Magnus.
Congratulations.
As the players switch colors.
Right, yes, sir. As you were saying, Pragg needs to win. He needs to bounce back.
Boy, when it really hits you, 4-point gap. And
Because otherwise, he has to win 2 Blitz games in a row just to even the score.
Right, a 3-1
Yeah.
in the Blitz. That's asking a great deal. So,
And with the color switched, Pragg gets the white pieces. He has to take a risk, but at the same time, if he risks too much and loses the next game, I think there is no coming back.
that's it. No, 8 points is
Yes.
that's it. Forget
Cristian, you
about
have something for us?
it. Yeah.
I just wanted to point you to the moment I think this game was, well, lost for Levon. The advantage was lost because it ended up in a draw, but he was completely winning. And I think even during the live show, we did spot this moment after B5. Nazi, you were mentioning this idea of just simply take on H6, eliminate the bishop on G7. Make it more difficult from a practical perspective for your opponent to maintain king safety. Without the bishop on G7 up in this position, with 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be extremely difficult to save it because the rook is coming on the H file or perhaps on D7 as well. My king is much safer. It doesn't look like it, but once you give me a check, I just simply go king to C2. And where is your next check? You don't have a next check. And guess what? I'm giving you a check. After B5, you've also weakened the C6 pawn. So the queen is right now tethered to the defense of the pawn on C6. You have too many weaknesses. The endgames are not great for you either. This would have been a practical decision. Of course, take on H6. You're still winning, even after knight to E2. But now the bishop on G7 survives. I have a lot more dynamic play in the position as black. I also have ideas of rook to A8 and target the pawn on A2. So there's too many things to consider, and exactly what Maurice was mentioning, he only had 30 seconds to make those decisions at the end, to keep the game going or accept the repetition. And with 30 seconds on the clock, it's very, very difficult to make that decision.
So much easier to play the position after rook H6, bishop H6, queen H6.
It's just a practical decision.
Yes.
You know, the king, I mean, look at the king on H8.
Right.
One check
Your
away
king
from
is
getting checkmated.
So much safer, and actually the bishop on H7 looks a little bit passive now.
Hitting your own
We got
pawn.
rid of the stronger bishop on G7. Yeah.
Yeah. We had some after the game discussions. We see Gregory the second for Fabi.
Probably
showing him
the one with the phone, with the engine.
And sharing. Well, this is the VIP room for the players.
The lounge, yes.
The lounge.
This is where they come before.
Looks like a popular place to hang out, not just for the players, right?
It's the players, the seconds, the family members, the officials of the Grand Chess Tour as well.
Right.
It's a very beautiful lounge, by the way.
I see Michael and Alex as well.
And I think then they were watching Maurice's analysis.
Well, that was clever of them. As they get ready for the second.
Give him an earful if he says the wrong things.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
But I thought I was saying the insight I had was like just how different rapid chess, that the faster tempo caused suddenly the chances of victory for all the players suddenly made such a big difference.
It's a completely different tournament than we had in the first 2 days.
The classical games were just so exacting, so precise, that the players really, really are just too good. You know, you almost have to say
99% accuracy.
Yeah, you get 8 seconds to play all your moves, and that's what separates them.
This is the critical game for Pragg.
Yes.
Yasser, what would be your approach?
E4. E4, Maxime.
Do you think Maxime should still play Najdorf or play more on the solid side?
Look, you play what brought you to the party, right?
So you play the Najdorf.
You play the Najdorf, and you just take your chances there.
I'm trying to remember, what did they play in the first game? It escapes my mind. No, that was Pragg with black. But what did they play in the first game of the tournament?
With Bishop D6.
Catalan. Okay, so you would start with, okay, that changes the whole aspect of
right.
What Pragg did before. He hasn't touched
in the
the
Catalan, he got an imbalanced game in the Catalan.
But not much, and he got surprised by
Bishop
MPL as well with the Bishop D6, so he was ready for that.
Right.
If I would be in Pragg's shoes, I know I have to win this one, I have to go for E4.
Yeah.
Show me, I'm telling my seconds, show me something impressive. Show me something that can bring me the full point.
Show me how to beat the Najdorf.
Good luck.
And while you're at it, show me how to beat the Najdorf.
Good luck.
Yes. On demand.
Let's see, the first move.
Here we go.
Oh,
D4. Oh. He's staying with his guns.
Okay, Catalan coming up.
Knight C3.
No.
A bit of a wrinkle, right? Because we've seen Knight F3. Okay, different.
Okay. Decline the exchange variation.
We're going to see the Carlsbad structure most.
Bishop E7. None of this, by the way, none of this C6, Bishop F5 business. H6, Bishop H4.
Yeah, there's probably tens of thousands of games in the database.
Absolutely. For sure. For sure.
Bishop
Whoa. Bishop to
rare.
G4. That's a slightly different wrinkle.
Right. Bishop usually lands on F5, trying to get ready to meet Bishop to D3 with that exchange of the light square bishops. Bishop to G4. Knight F3 and castle.
Knight F3 castle.
Is it time to take that diagonal away from black? Yes. Bishop to D3.
Okay, knight to D7.
But where do you put the bishop after H3?
Okay, knight to D7.
If we go to H5, G4 is something to worry about.
Yes, I will go G4, yeah.
Really? Okay,
I think
so bishop, okay, knight to D7, H3, bishop. Okay,
let's put it on the board. Let's put it on the board.
Apologies.
Maybe we just go back to E6.
I think bishop E6.
That's the most prudent. But let's say I'm...
Once you go bishop H4, I have to go for G4.
Okay.
You convinced me. Even though I do have another alternative. Can we go back for just a second?
Yes,
instead of G4, I'm going to get ready for G4 with Queen C2.
And now you will force
Which forces you to take on F3.
I definitely will. But now you can't castle short. I'm
a bit reluctant to castle long as well.
Because, you know,
but I might have to do it.
File.
I might have to do it.
Yeah, I'll open up the C file.
Castle.
But we won't see any of this
totally
because
different animal.
Pragg has already castled short.
Here we go.
Okay.
Completely different.
So
this would be very exciting to see, but...
yeah, here we go. Pragg already castled short.
Yes.
It's on the board, and now typical ideas for black, right? Rook E8.
Rook E8.
C6, Knight
C6,
F8.
Knight E4, Knight F8. All. I think Rook E8 is actually the most accurate move here. I still think H2, H3 is always
useful, right?
Always useful move.
It's only not good when your plan is F3, E4. But here, that's not
with
the
knight on F3. Yes. It's not something I have to concern myself with.
Yeah, I would still go H3, and if Bishop H5, I'm still going for G4, even though I've castled short.
In for a penny, in for a pound. One of the things that I always liked, I did enjoy making these types of attack with white, and that was the knight E5, F4, we called them the Philidor attack, but once I heard the quart grip by Maurice. Yeah, the book he's referring to is Pawn Power in Chess by Hans Kamak, easily one of the worst books ever written on chess. And there's been quite a number of bad books. So if you want to ruin your afternoon, I've got a perfect way for you to do that.
I also want to point out the fact that if you take too much risk, as Pragg right now, and you lose this game, you go down 8 points, you have to win all the Blitz games to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
You need to go 4-0 in the Blitz section to make it to the playoffs.
Good luck with that. Queen C2. Now this is he did not include H2, H3, but he is inviting, okay, go ahead and double my pawns, because he's essentially saying, I take the strategic risk of the double pawns, and I'm going to try to play King H1 and utilize the open G file.
Yeah,
but do we believe in this?
No.
Let's go C6.
C7, we're missing the knight on E5.
We are.
And now let's go knight.
F8?
I don't know. H5 or 8.
Oh, you're trading.
I want to trade, yes. I want to trade that bishop. Queen E7. I think Queen E7.
With the queen. Apologies.
I just want to go Queen H4, maybe Queen F6.
Understood. Rook comes over, so Rook G2. I'm very modest.
You're modest. Now that's a good one.
Yeah, I know. I always, like when Levon and I play Blitz together, we trash talk a lot. And I say about Levon is a very modest man with much to be modest about.
I'm sure he likes that.
He loves me.
I'm sure he likes that a lot.
We get along real well.
Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. If I go Queen H4, for example, you go Rook to G2.
Or Rook to G4? I don't know. Rook to G2.
Rook G4, my pawn on F2, I thought it's hanging, but it's not.
Yeah. But Rook to G1 is coming, and maybe on a good day, Bishop F5.
Could be knight E2 as well, and
yeah. I mean, it's student body right? Everybody. You made the move C7, C6, and I wasn't 100% sure if you needed to play C5 still or not.
It feels like you do, but I really want to exchange those bishops.
But
and of course, once I do that, the pawn on D5 is hanging, right?
But you could do it right away because there's a Queen G5 cheapo.
Right.
So as much as I want to capture that pawn, I would have to play Queen G5. And the difference is maybe you could play the same type of position
and get the knight back quick
without having necessarily played C6. Again, I'm thinking you might want to play for C5. Not sure. But an interesting challenge that
the thing
Pragg
about
has
the position and the thing about the decision that Maxime has to make, Pragg probably knows this position. He played Queen C2 extremely fast.
He did.
He's ready for Bishop takes F3. He's analyzed it before. So if you are Maxime right now, you're dropping already 5 minutes on the clock. You probably don't take on F3 just because you know. I mean, this guy has analyzed this deeply at home. He knows the structures very well.
Yeah. But at the board, you also have that sixth sense, right? That you kind of pick up some tells from your opponent. They play a move like Queen C2. They do it quickly.
Should we check the other game as well?
Exactly. Yeah, let's do that.
It started with a Gioco piano, but it's a very interesting position right now.
Again, all the games in this match have been drawn, and a very eventful first game in the Rapids for those of you joining us late. Okay, this is almost like one of those Hungarian defenses. You play Bishop E7, then you play Rook E8 and Bishop F8, but you've already also played Bishop to C5. My goodness,
all these Gioco piano positions look so similar, but
who could imagine the Gioco piano became, the go-to opening with white?
One of the most theoretical openings in the world right now.
Exactly, in the 21st century.
C4 here. It looks very good to me.
Okay, but I've been playing King's Indian a lot of my chess career, and I always thought that when I got a knight on c5, I should be proud of myself.
Yeah, it's King's Indian, but I also have a fianchetto bishop on b2.
True.
Which I like very much.
Okay. I mean, as I say, you're happy, I'm happy.
Fabi's played queen c2 instead of c4.
Okay, let me refresh. Sorry, just a second.
And Levon's problem here is development, right? He's
queen c2. Well, bishop to g7.
Sure, that makes sense. But what's the plan for black?
You know, it's funny you should say that, but it seems to me that black's plan is to react to white. You know, when you play the move c4, I'm going to react by capturing on d4.
What if I play some useful moves like rook d1?
And h3, and just waiting. And
they're doing exactly that, but let's go over to Maurice. What do you have to share with us, Maurice?
Yes, just something interesting that happened in the break. The players have two rooms where they can relax. One is the player room, where they are all the players' room, where they can just hang out, and it's only players and their seconds in that space. And then the other one is the VIP suite, where there's a lot of people who are hanging out there, and they just have free reign for either one. Well, what was funny is that during the break, Levon and Fabi were actually talking about their last game, and then after the game, even after they finished their analysis, they hung out together just chatting, knowing full well that they're about to go do battle against each other. But because they're such good friends, they just hung out in there talking to each other. You see Fabi's second, Oparin, and they're looking at moves, and they're just discussing. And you see me there on the screen, actually, because of the time delay. But here you see it's a very casual atmosphere. I believe Levon's wife was there as well. Fabi's girlfriend was there. So just super relaxed. Now, I don't think we have footage of the players' room where something very different was taking place, because you had MVL analyzing with his second, Jules Moussa, and they were feverishly analyzing. And this is what Anastasiya was telling me. They were trying to figure out exactly what to do. On the very other end, a lonely man with no second, no parent, no girlfriend, no nobody, was one Praggnanandhaa just sitting by himself, trying to figure out what he needs to do to make a comeback in this match. So very different atmosphere between the games, and also the lack of support system for Pragg. He usually has his mom with him or somebody to keep him company, but the youngster is doing it all on his own at this event. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, the lonely man by himself, if you will. A big moment just took, I don't want to bypass this moment. And right here, Pragg played a move. If you forgive me, I simply don't like this move, knight d2. Ooh. On the one hand, you're saying, I'm not afraid of you taking my knight. Now you're just saying, well, I am, and you're going backwards to a square.
Does he want to prep f3, 4?
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. He wants to go for the strike in the center.
But here's a quick question. The quick question I have is knight e5, right? Knight e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5,
I do think we have
e7,
some moves, though.
Right? Bishop to g3. So, okay, what I want to do is I want to try to exploit your
misplaced bishop on g4.
Indeed, that's precisely.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
I think it's more challenging, but okay, it's rapid chess. Apologies, we'll just see what happened. Knight d2, a5. Okay, nipping in the bud any
minority attacks.
4. That's already kind of confusing.
Very strange. Yes.
Knight h5. Let's trade bishops, which is what he's done. Bishop went back to e6, and we've caught up with the players. So I'm guessing with this last
tempted to consider f4.
f4.
Just because black pieces are kind of misplaced.
Just to try to
immediately threatening f5. Still keeping e4 in my pocket.
The knight on d7 has to go somewhere. The question is where? f8, f6, b6, all of them look somewhat decent.
But I don't know about f5 and e4. The queen is also not well placed.
Yeah,
it might just work. Knight on h5 is hanging, so I can always have some tempo move on that knight.
That's a good move.
Maybe knight f3.
Right.
Oh, now we have knight f4. I didn't want to allow that. No. Maybe knight b3. I know it looks wrong to go to the
wrong
side,
the other side, the other way. I don't want to allow e5. So just putting some positions.
You made it just in time, right? The knight
just
h7 move.
Very, very, very fortunate indeed. It was close. Yeah.
One of the key aspects of this game that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on is the time management, because this is what happened after the first classical game as well.
Right.
Pragg really went down on time, made a bad move with his last second, and then almost lost that game.
Right.
He came the next day over and he said, you know what, I need to focus on my time management. He had double the time of MVL by the time that second game finished. Right now, still has a lot more time. Well, 4 minutes more time than MVL. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, rook e1, bishop e6. Okay, big moment for Pragg. Is he going to be playing for this whole f3 or a pretty radical approach, I want to say, with the move
Since
f4?
he has to play for a win.
Yeah, it sort of makes the decision a lot easier when you absolutely have to play for a win, and he is in that situation because he's 4 points behind, having lost the first.
So if he doesn't win this one, if he loses, it's very bad. The situation is really bad.
Yeah.
If they make a draw in this one, then he has to win the Blitz 3-1. 3-1. That's a huge ask.
To force a tiebreak.
Huge ask against a guy like MVL, who is well known as one of the top Blitz players in the world.
Absolutely. Bishop e6, big moment. We keep an eye on this one. I'm going to just jump to the game of Fabi for a moment, because you were saying, what if I do nothing? What if I play rook d1 and h2, h3? I react, and Levon has reacted well. Okay, finally we have...
Don't you think Levon's position is really passive? The queen on e8?
Yeah, I feel some stress of... But, you know, one of the things I look to console myself. When I'm not that happy with my position, I tend to look at it from the lens of what's my problem. And I look at it and I go, I don't really have any weaknesses. It's like my pieces are well defended.
Yeah, but
I'll go knight
space,
takes
right?
Yeah,
I didn't like Fabi's last move. D takes c gives black more space now. Position opens up, and now I agree Levon is completely fine.
Well, you think
if we
that
take a move back,
yes,
I make another useful move. Let's say rook e3 or bishop a3, and I keep improving my position. I think black will run out of useful moves faster than I will.
Well, be careful. One of the interesting things in these Joko pianos, as well as I want to say Rui Lopez's, we take it for granted that we played d4. And oftentimes we have this blockade, mental blockade, that our opponent can't play d5. Suddenly the opponent plays d5, and you'd be shocked. Everything gets traded and drawn.
Can I play c4?
Yeah, of course. Of course. Why not? You know, throw it out there.
Look at those pawns. Can you play c5? That would be beautiful. That's too much.
Yeah. But, okay, none of this happened because we did see one move. And
they traded pawn on e5. Pawn takes, and knight c4 on the board.
I'm a little surprised. When I'm cramped, I like to trade pieces, not pawns. I thought knight takes e5 was the way to go. Levon, who has a lot of much more experience than I have in these structures, recaptured with the pawn, knight c4, and we're up to date with the players.
So now, what is white playing for? Since
easy. I've got the d file. I mean the open d file. Always, I'm looking to improve the scope of my pieces.
Okay,
so
let's say I play knight c5.
Knight c5, bishop a3. Let's go.
I'll defend it with bishop f8.
Okay, a big moment here.
And knight c5 is on the board.
Do I need an imbalance. I can't just win the game because, you know, like, I need to have something in my favor. I'm not suggesting for a moment that the bishop on c5 is terrible.
They're following our moves. Everything's on the board.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
But I definitely feel that the d file is crucial. I want to control the d file by doubling up my rooks.
So would you say that it's easier to play for white at the moment?
Yes, for the moment. Clock time's not that big a difference between the two players, so that is not an issue.
Fabi played g3, no bishop c5 in this position.
Knight c4, knight c5, bishop a3, bishop f8. G3, very useful move. We've seen this countless times. I remember analyzing with Tony Miles, the late great Tony Miles, and he would refer to moves like G2, G3, king, tidying things up. You know, you just keep the king side nice and tidy, no knight h5, knight f4 business. Put your king on G2 and...
Yeah, those are very useful moves, of course.
Exactly. In the meantime, from Levon's point of view, Levon would like to challenge the d-file. Well, rook d8, you know, keep an eye out. There is that a5 pawn. I would take
that pawn.
And me too. b7, b6, again, maybe a preparation for the move.
So this is a very positional maneuvering game. Let's jump back to the other game because guess what? f4 is on the board.
Ooh.
Pragg is playing aggressive chess.
Well, he needs to. Just the match situation calls for it. f4, knight. I played knight f8 in our brief analysis.
Look at that,
knight b6.
1 to b3. Unprovoked too.
What is the knight? Well, knight to c5.
Okay, I would go f5, e4. I think...
If you don't do it now...
Exactly. We've improved our position. I don't see any useful moves, and f5 is on the board.
Okay, now here's the question, because if I go to d7, I'm kind of provoking knight c5.
If you go to c8, of course, you're disconnecting the rooks. Both of those moves have a downside.
Exactly, they do. But on the other hand...
Either way, I'm playing e4.
Either way, you're playing e4, munch, munch. And...
This is scary.
I don't have a very good way of
Maybe just take on e4. Let's trade everything. I might get mated, but rook e4 and queen, sure, f8.
Yeah. You said it. I didn't. You said
This is very scary. Bishop is on c8.
Bishop is on c8. Okay. So they have...
Yeah, we might see this position very quickly. Because e4 has to be played. Otherwise, what was all this for?
Right. I can't argue with that, indeed. If we don't play e4, it's very tempting as black to occupy the square as well, to play the move knight e4 so that this knight, in case of captures, can come to the d5 square. So it feels like e4 or bust, right? So once
e4, and then white has to push f6 very quickly. And
the one thing I can't allow, I can't allow you just to play e5, f6, roll me off the board. So captures, captures. Now I'm threatening to capture on f6 and win the rook.
Check and win the rook.
Some argument to be made for rook d8 in case you take. The idea is I'm not leaving my back rank vulnerable.
Yes, but I feel like I should have some useful discovery move after rook d8.
I agree.
e4 is on the board, and they're following the analysis. Knight takes e4. Yeah. This is the critical moment for Maxime, how to react to this move.
The players have reached this position. So again, our first try was knight e4, but I'm scared,
right?
Genuinely concerned that after move
it just
f6,
looks scary. What if you just take on e4 and... Because I don't have any threats.
They're building. Give it time.
With that pawn on f6, I don't know. You don't need much with a pawn on f6. You know?
I asked Gary, Gary, when does an attack begin? He says, when you have a pawn next to the king.
Knight c5 is coming. I don't know. It looks so dangerous.
Sorry,
Bishop e6 maybe?
Knight c5.
Yeah, it looks very scary. What happened here?
Whoa!
It seems like a repetition.
Whoa!
Yeah, they had a...
The players, they're anxious to blitz.
Yeah, I think they want to decide who wins this match in the blitz format.
Whoa. Cristian, I blinked and the game was over. Why was the repetition?
It started at this point.
Yeah.
After knight d7, bishop to c1, because I don't want to exchange the dark square bishops.
No.
It seems like that would help black, because then you can defend the king side still with the king on g7, and you still will have access to the c5 square for a very long time. So this is the whole crux of the position.
Right.
Whenever knight lands on c5, you want to attack that with the bishop. And that's exactly how it ended. Bishop to a3, knight d7.
That's how they made the
I don't want to exchange the bishops. I want to keep attacking knight on c5 when possible. And to be honest, it was a good decision, because at this point, if you play something else, you might be running the risk of falling behind in the position and maybe even being worse as white. So bishop to a3, knight d7. Again, the players don't want to take too much unnecessary risks. A loss in this one will put them way behind in the blitz, right? So they just want to go head-to-head in the blitz, and they want to be on equal terms as they start that mini-match of 4 blitz games.
Thank you, Cristian. We're going to go back to the game between Pragg and MVL. For those of you joining us late, Pragg has gotten himself in a situation where he absolutely must win this game to equalize the match.
And look at that, rook d8, your move is on the board.
These guys are so good.
Sometimes they are.
Once per Pragg. Yeah, rook d8. I played the Queen's Gambit a lot as black in my career, and it's strange. In these attacks, funnily enough, the back rank, because the bishop on c8 disconnects the rook, the back rank can become weak in a certain variations. So keeping the rook, I think, was a good decision. And now Pragg is frenzily looking, how do I go knight? He's gnashing his teeth. How do I get at the black king?
Knight c5.
Here we go. You know, like, take my pawn, you know, do me a solid favor, you know, like, grab this pawn.
Let's show what happens if rook d4.
You know, it's funny. I was just telling you about the back rank potentially being weak.
You to give it check.
And
it looks terrible.
It really does. I would not.
Oof, f6 next move. Yeah, this is over.
Yeah, I would not want to parlay this position.
This is a poisonous pawn you should never touch on d4.
Exactly, exactly. But going back to the moment, pardon me, knight here.
So maybe just knight d5, right?
Exactly. Maybe just knight d5.
How does white continue? Maybe queen f2. I wanted to put the queen on h4 and support something on the king side.
Fair. I'm not that.
I thought you wanted to play b6. That's also interesting.
It's kind of coming, right? I thought if I played b6 immediately, you would take on f6 and play knight e4.
Right.
So here I was kind of like hoping I could save the move b6. Not sure.
Maybe bishop c2 here, so my knight can jump to d3 and e5.
So subtle. My goodness. Oh boy. Okay, you got me. I eventually I have to play b6.
All right, let's try knight d3.
Okay, my dream was to. Let's find out what happened in Fabi's game. We're going to throw it to Maurice, who's with Fabi.
Thanks, Yasser. We're with Fabiano Caruana. A very quick draw. What happened in the game here?
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't take on I mean, obviously I shouldn't take on e5 since the engine shows I shouldn't. After which it's just equal. I didn't realize, like I didn't see my next move. Yeah, I guess bishop a3, and then I guess black waits in general, and then I played g3, king g2. But I don't quite understand also. Okay, of course I should have done this and then tried to slowly improve. But like, was the engine showing this? Because yeah, and I sacked the pawn. Yeah, maybe I should have realized that there's some substantial danger for black here, just very long-term strategic danger. But yeah, d5 was a bad decision, and this I don't really think I have anything. I mean, maybe, yeah, I just have absolutely nothing here. And we repeated moves. I mean, we both could have played on, but there was. I didn't feel like I have any reason to continue. You know, like after knight d7, the only thing I could potentially consider doing was like take a knight e3, and I was thinking that. Like, even if he plays c6 here, I didn't really see any reason why I'm better. I don't know, c4. But I have a feeling it's just equal, and felt like there's more strategic danger for me because a4 is kind of a weakness, while he doesn't have any clear weaknesses. So, not a very eventful game.
You have 4 Blitz games coming up. Your thoughts going in?
Yeah, it was likely that it could come down to this, to a completely tied score and 4 Blitz games. I mean, it's been a very, very balanced match, I think, overall. Like, I had some advantage in the classical game with White. He had a huge advantage in the first rapid game, but it was very difficult. And I understand his decision to repeat moves when he had like 20 seconds left. I still have 2 minutes, and there was substantial tactical danger for him as well. I mean, of course, it felt like he was winning or close to winning, but if you don't see what to do, you start making random moves and things can fall apart. So yeah, it comes down to Blitz. That's not a huge surprise, and hopefully I'll be in good shape.
All right, we'll let you rest. Thanks.
Thanks.
Guys?
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Maurice. During the interview, we've seen a bubble come up on our screen, and Cristian, 97 got a double question mark. I'm not even sure why.
It's not that clear why. And to be honest, I would not give it myself a double question mark move, because the way towards somewhat of a almost decisive advantage in this one is so convoluted and so difficult to understand why. So you go bishop to c4. Knight takes c5, knight takes c4. It feels like you're losing a pawn. Queen takes c4, but it seems like, first of all, this endgame is really bad. Why? Because you don't have time to play f6. So you have to defend against rook to e7 as well. You go king to f8, and now I go e6. This is bad, really bad.
This is what I was trying to avoid, yeah.
You're just simply completely dominated on that side. But what if you take on c5, right? You take on c5, king to h1. This seems to be just completely losing for black.
Really?
Completely losing right now. Again, if you go bishop to d7 trying to get your pieces out, f6, game over. You go rook to e8, queen to g6. Boom.
Oh, that's
okay.
Cold shower.
That's
Cold
it.
shower.
That's
Yeah.
it. Game over.
Right.
I'm wondering, is that the only move? Not the only move by any means. Bishop takes f7.
Oof.
Also completely winning.
Oof.
So you're just getting absolutely dominated on the king side, and you don't have your pieces out yet. That's
That was
another
the
one of the big
drawback of
problems.
bishop c8, yeah.
So knight bd7, big moment right now. If Pragg manages to find this move, bishop to c4, not an easy one to see.
Yeah.
Truly not an easy one to see. But if he finds it, he will have a great chance of potentially equalizing the score in this one. And Maurice, you are with Levon. What is he saying also about this position, not only about his game? Take it away.
Thanks, Cristian. Levon, a solid draw. You had a great opportunity the last game. Did that affect this game in any way?
No. I am always trying to play solid with black if the tournament situation is okay.
Any thoughts about the first game?
Yeah, it was a complicated game. I wasn't sure what's going on. And then I got this opportunity. I kind of spent too much time on deciding what to play, and then closer to the end. And then I was already down to 20 seconds when I actually found like what I want to do, but I was already not sure. Yeah.
Time pressure, definitely a big deal.
I chickened out. Let's say it straight.
All right, well, you got 4 Blitz games coming up. It's you and Fabiano. We saw you guys chatting in the VIP suite. You're great friends, but you're always battling these incredible matches. Your thoughts about these 4 games coming?
We always have those, games where everything is decided in the last second. It's always exciting to play against Fabi.
Quick thought on the game you're seeing right now. MVL won a dominant game in the first one, but now it looks like he might be in some trouble here.
It looks extremely dangerous. Normally, when your bishop is stuck on c8, it's a bad news.
All right, we'll see how it transpires in this match. We'll let you go prep for this game against your buddy.
For sure.
Guys?
Thanks.
Simple and accurately stated. Bishop on c8 is bad news, and this particular move, knight d7, has allowed Pragg, bishop c4. Why did we play e4? We wanted to open up the position, open up the diagonals, open up the files, activate our pieces to exploit the fact that this bishop on c8 is passive. So bishop c4, but you have to make a very important judgment call right here. Because it's very easy to calculate up to this position and maybe frighten yourself and say, stop. Oh, no,
I'm losing
a blundered pawn. I'm a pawn down. What? And then you have to say, yeah, I'm a pawn down, but look at my
F6
pieces.
is coming so fast. I mean, it's, you see,
pieces
if you could transfer that queen from C5 to F6 to play queen F6 right now,
yeah,
you would be perfectly fine as black.
Right.
But that's just simply not how chess works.
And if you start to think, well, wow, my king is actually all by its lonesome. Oh. You know, like you can start to realize, hey, wait a minute, this is a really promising.
Let's keep going with that variation because I think it's quite instructive. F6, G6.
Yep.
Now Queen E7 comes in the position, right?
Actually, I love this. The discovered check.
After King E8, Rook F8 first.
Yes.
We're not taking it.
And you might be thinking, okay, you know what? I go Bishop F5 and I have enough compensation, a pawn for the exchange.
Nope.
But I take on D8 and G4 is coming next. So you're losing the bishop as well. This is absolutely powerful.
Yeah. The concept is that, you know, we get into an endgame, but the attack continues.
Bishop C4. And if he doesn't find this move,
wow,
the position is more or less the same assessment as it was one move before, which was still better for Pragg, but nothing decisive.
What a great opportunity right now for Pragg to bounce back and get those 4 points.
And I'm just looking. I thought they were pretty even on the clock. In fact, I thought Pragg was trying to maintain.
Not anymore. 9 minutes, 40 seconds for Pragg, thinking for a long time. 13 minutes for MVL.
A critical moment. He can use more time. If he finds Bishop C4, he's not going to need too much time to convert that advantage because, as we saw, it's huge.
Yeah, key moment. And with the move Bishop C4, not only are you placing your bishop on a better diagonal, but you're introducing an incredibly potent threat of knight G5, a discovered attack against the queen as well as the F7 pawn. In fact, just a quick second, what are we doing? We went Bishop C4.
Ooh, he didn't find it. He missed it.
Queen
C3.
Let me go back for just a moment. Did I do something wrong here? How did we get that position that we were looking at?
It was knight C5 and then knight E4.
Knight C5 and knight E4.
We were taking it with the pawn. Oh, that's what you're thinking. Yeah.
I mean,
something to
it's
consider.
something I mean, there's really things to be scared about in this position, aren't there?
Yeah, for sure. But now let's see after Queen C3, how can MVL come back into the game? Because it
Queen
still
C3 on the board.
Looks very dangerous for black. Maybe we take on E4.
Okay.
You know, the general rule, when you're under attack, trade pieces.
No thoughts, yeah. Rook takes E4.
And can I put the queen on F6 just to shut down your F6 idea?
Just to be annoying, I get you.
And since you don't have knight E4, it works out perfectly. I can keep my queen on F6.
All right.
I'll take your knight very quickly.
Okay.
Slightly better version of the endgame, right? Because after King F8 here, you don't have that F6.
Right, but okay, King F8. I don't have the F6, but if you look at the bishop on C8, I want to ask you a question. Imagine I play G4.
Yeah.
How will that bishop ever
it's not getting out.
Get out of the fortress? I mean, this is not fun. It's a two-result game.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
it's still better than what could have been for MVL.
Queen C3.
Rook E4 on the board.
Knight E4, Rook E4 has been played.
Queen F6 was also not the best. What else could we play here? Queen D6?
Queen D6. I like Queen D6 better.
It's the only move.
Only move.
Only move.
Wow, I didn't even realize that. I just thought.
Oh, apparently Queen F6 is
Queen F6, Knight E6.
Yeah, that's not easy to see.
That's not, no.
Queen D6 played.
Queen D6 has to be played. By the way,
walking a very tight rope right now.
Now, he is on a tight rope, but...
Knight F6 next move.
Knight F6, and that could tidy up a lot of black's issues.
You have to take on D7 and go F6.
Right.
If you want anything of this position, I think you have to take on D7. Do not allow the knight to come to F6, and then just go F6. And hope that something happens.
Yeah, so...
Problem is there's no Rook G4 that's protected.
That's a good...
So maybe
the
Rook
bishop
E8,
lives.
and we start...
Hacking pieces.
Trades. Yeah.
I think you just said it very well. When you're when you're spatially cramped, trade the pieces. Yes, I agree. The pawn on G7 broke me up and all that other good stuff. But I'm not getting mated. And that's a big sense of, ooh, he's reaching for the knight. I think Queen C3 spoiled his advantage, actually. I mean, this is still good for Pragg. I much prefer his position, don't get me wrong. But it's not as crisp as the previous line.
F6, which is already on the board. If MVL plays rook E8, it's pretty close to equality, actually.
And again, those of you joining us late, MVL is leading the match by 4 points by virtue of his win in the first rapid game. Pragg needs victory to equalize this match.
I'm saying close to equality because I'm looking at the eval bar. Let's play rook E8 and rook F4. How does black continue? Because it's still very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook E8, rook F4. Okay. I'm reaching for the G pawn.
Ooh.
No. I don't want to play G6, bishop G6. Shame on me. I was reaching for the G pawn to win a tempo.
Ooh, you may have to do that, yes. Be brave and go G5.
One time
It's a good move.
I was playing against Lubo, and I played such a move as G5. And Predrag Nikolic, he joined us in the analysis room, and he said, he forced you to play courageously. And that's exactly right. Sometimes you have to be courageous because there was no choice. But maybe G5.
We do have rook E8 so far on the board.
Okay.
No rook F4 yet, but that's the most logical move. Yeah. But if you see G5, do you still play rook F4 and provoke your opponent to be so brave?
Exactly, and you just hope that you'll be able to exploit. You know, what is it? Alpha Zero has put a pawn on H6 and shown us, you know, like you're always better when you put a pawn on F6. It's got to be 5 times better than the pawn on
You'd
H6,
think so.
Right?
There's also rook H4. Now that you showed me that G5 is not a bad move, let's go to H4.
Also not bad.
Now you can touch the G pawn, and I probably still want to take and go after your H6 pawn right after.
Yeah, I mean, the desirable move is to play rook E3 and rook. There's a certain discover check.
Yes, and he's played rook H4. Yes.
I think he came to the conclusion that G5 was actually a very decent answer. Okay, not that I'm happy. Please don't for a moment think that.
So on bishop C4 here, what do you do? Oh, you have rook F6.
Rook F6. Again, I feel like I'm just
barely hanging on.
Yeah, you know, with just my fingernails. But what else?
Maxime is still in trouble here. He needs to find the only moves.
Rook E6 takes.
Maybe immediately rook F6 also.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was coming to the same thought that I don't want to allow the rook to back to F4. So let me at least trade a pair of rooks. It's not the end of the world if I have to play King G7, King F8 in some iteration down the road.
White queen is just so badly placed on C3. It's not participating in the attack.
Yeah, it feels wrong.
It's out of play.
Yeah. When Pragg played the move Queen C3 to defend his D4 pawn, it just felt wrong altogether.
Absolutely, and it's still misplaced right now.
We are...
Rook E6 played. MVL is finding the best moves.
Rook E6, yeah.
And MVL is playing fast. He's not scared of this position.
When you're an influencer, when we were talking about our picks, and you got to choose first, and you explained why you were choosing MVL, I mean, literally, you were taking the words out of my mouth, and he has played consistently throughout the entire Grand Chess Tour. He qualified himself as the highest point total, and he played well in the Classic, Rapid, and Blitz, and that was his consistency. And right now, we're seeing it as well. I mean,
perfect defense.
He's defending incredibly well, and it feels like today's players are universal in the sense they attack well, their technique is good.
You can see He's taking a sip of water, which is a sign that it's like a big relief. Okay, I'm not getting mated.
Right.
Yeah, how do we even try to continue the attack?
No, you've
here?
got to take on G7 because anything
that already
that'll...
happened.
Oh, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah.
And he even included Rook F6 as well. Okay. And now you just have to hope that somehow, I don't know, I'm going to throw in a terrible move, that some position where the king side...
Rook E1 has
Rook
been played.
E1. Okay.
Yeah, Pragg is trying to keep the pieces on the boards to still have some chances on the king side, but...
A5 is hanging.
Ooh.
Rook E8. A5
Why not just take the G7 pawn? Because you don't even have Rook G4 check. Might be a little brave. We don't need to rush taking on G7, but...
Right.
Oh, I see a better move. Queen B4. Let's trade queens.
I would love to trade queens. Queen to B4.
I was afraid of Rook E7, but then I noticed I can play just Rook D8 or Rook D6 even, and I should be okay.
Rook D8 or Rook D6. Yeah, I was wondering if there was going to be a, you know, one of the, if you play Rook D8, then maybe I'll play D5, get rid of my Isolani, and play for a majority. Wow.
Yeah, critical moment here for Maxime. Is he going to offer a queen trade? Is he going to take the pawn on G7? Maybe Rook
I liked
8?
your Queen B4. I like Queen B4 a lot. I think that, again, you know, I'm worried about my king. You know, trade the queens off, my king suddenly emerges.
However, white is not forced, right? I can play Queen C1. And it's on the board. Queen B4 has been played.
You were telling me to trade queens, and now you take it back.
Now
That's not fair.
It's not forced.
It's not fair. Okay, but at least I get, anytime you're going backwards, I'm happy. You go backwards, I'll go Rook E8. So that you can't take on H6, so because I'll have a back rank check.
Yeah, then D4 is also always hanging.
D4 is hanging, yeah. A4 is hanging. Look at me.
No, I like how Maxime is activating his pieces. It's kind of an active defense. And
yes.
He also is looking for some counterplay as well. Queen C1 play.
Look at this. Pragg knows that the match score requires him to take increasing risks. And different situation, he might have just played Queen B4 and B3.
So apparently Rook E8 is a huge blunder, so Maxime needs to not play that move.
Rook E8 is a huge blunder. Why is it a huge blunder?
We should show it. It looks like a logical move.
Very logical.
I take.
Yes.
And then after Rook G4, you can defend Bishop H7 check.
Oh, no.
And Pragg can win like this in 2 moves.
No.
So easy to miss. Maxime was about to play Rook E8, and then he hesitated. He noticed. Incredible.
What? That's a very unusual pattern because you don't oftentimes back up a pawn on G7 like that. So he said, okay, let me eliminate this guy. King takes G7, get that pawn off the board, and now play Rook E8.
I have a question for you guys.
Please.
How wild would it be if MVL starts thinking about winning this position right now?
That would clinch. That's his ticket to the finals.
White has a lot of weaknesses. The A4 pawn is a weakness. The D4 pawn is a weakness. I understand my king is very unsafe as well on G7, but
yes,
I don't see the dark square attack once my king goes into the corner on H8. You give a check on the G file, I hide on H8. Where's the next step for you?
Yeah,
I don't see it. At the same time, I see a lot of opportunities in the endgame once the position simplifies. You have so many weaknesses, structural weaknesses as white, and you're also 2 minutes and change behind on the clock. You're entering your final 5. So it's starting to look like MVL could be considering trying for more in this position, just trying to win it outright. Because, you know, if he wins this one, goes 8 points ahead, it's going to be so difficult. All he needs is a draw with white.
One draw in the Blitz game.
That's it, in the Blitz games.
Yeah.
And he wins it all. So, yeah, it's a big opportunity, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, this is equal, but if Pragg over pushes because he feels like he has to win, as you see, he has 6 points against 10, then yeah, it could absolutely turn around and MVL could win a second one.
So that's what the 6 and the 10 mean. I thought that was their jersey numbers.
Yeah, we're not used to this kind of scoring system.
No, exactly.
How did Maxime get 10 points?
10 points. King takes G7 on the board. Pragg's clock has been ticking.
Yes, he has 4 minutes now.
His attack has dissipated.
It has fizzled mostly, yes.
Yeah, and now he's got, as Cristian's mentioning, he's got to recognize that the position no longer favors him, and maybe on a good day,
if you remain objective, you realize that you don't actually have advantage anymore, and you just keep it solid and make a draw here.
I was listening to Fabi, and his even-handedness, his reasonableness about his position. It was like, oh, I have nothing in this position. My opponent is this, and maybe D takes E5 was a mistake that allowed my advantage to slip. It's remarkably objective.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
which
wow.
is so hard to do.
Terribly
your own
hard.
Games.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I was always insistent. I'm winning from the start.
Doesn't even matter if you're white or black.
That's right. I should have won. Yeah, but I crushed you throughout. Yeah, I crushed you throughout the whole game. I know, but I should have won. H3, already an indication that Pragg is tapping the brakes. I'm not saying queen takes A4. On the contrary,
you go rook E8.
I would play rook E8. I wanted to play that move for a long while.
If
he's done it.
Okay, I was going to say, if you're thinking about winning this, you could consider rook G8.
Yes.
Thinking
also,
F8 and some ideas like that. But you are taking a risk there as well.
Well, I just feel that if the rook remains on H4, it's sort of like, you're out of the game, and, some bad things can happen. A check at the end of some variation.
Both black's major pieces are very active. The queen and the rook are perfect pieces.
Precisely.
So what do we do here with white? Throw in a check, but I think black king just goes to F8. Looks very safe on F8.
I would throw in a check, and sadly, check and rook F4 is a way to make a draw. Yes. I'm not playing for a win.
How about rook G4, king F8, queen C5? Do I have anything in that endgame? Because my bishop is better than black's bishop.
Rook G4, king F8, queen C5.
I'm looking for a tiny, tiny edge here.
I understand. Any advantage is better than no advantage. But
guys,
yes.
Since we've been talking, going through all these lines, Pragg has been thinking. Pragg is down to his last 2 minutes and 30 seconds right now.
Yeah. And by
against still 7 minutes and 20 for MVL, so MVL is building up a very nice cushion.
Maybe that's why it also makes sense for Pragg to trade queen, since he's short on time. No risk, basically, in the endgame.
He did play rook to G4 check, as we discussed. King F8 came very quickly. Again, MVL is playing so practically, very well.
Very, very practical.
King F8 quickly and tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, 2 minutes against 7.5. Ooh.
Bishop H7.
I didn't even consider this move. But yeah, he's playing for the attack still. Rook G8 is coming.
It's coming, but it's not a full-blown threat right now. Rook G8, king E7.
I wanted to ask.
Rook E6.
So sometimes your opponent makes a threat, and then you say, well, how good a threat is it?
Because you're abandoning your own king.
Bingo.
Yeah.
You're abandoning the pawn on D4 with a check. So queen E3 check gets driven.
Got in one more check, but
gets answered. And
now I'm worried for white.
Precisely. So
I'm starting to feel like MVL is taking over right now. At least from a practical perspective. It just feels like
he
has easier moves. He has easier moves and more targets to attack in the position.
Easier moves, an extra 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. And look how scattered your pieces are as white. The queen on C1, the rook on G8, the bishop on H7. They're not attacking anything. They're not coordinating to hit any targets.
But we're discussing it as very sophisticated, knowledgeable players. For many in our audience, they may be thinking, like, I've got my opponent's king on the run. I'm winning. But what we're saying is the reality, the harmony of the pieces is like why is this bishop very good?
What about queen f4 here? I want to get my queen to b8 ideally, or some queen h4 checks. So let's say king h2 here.
King h2.
By the way, it's all on the board. Queen
All
f4
on the
just played.
You know what? That's funny. Your queen is actually not
it's great to play.
terribly. Not terrible on f4, is it?
Oh, you could force the trade, though, instead of queen e1, rook e1 check.
And then queen d6. Yes, I would much prefer that if you don't mind.
What about king f2? Let's take all the risks.
Why not?
Why not?
I mean, the situation calls for it.
Here
right?
it's I either win or lose. There's no more draw. I feel like going all in. Queen h4.
It's like you went check. Check, check.
Yeah.
Queen h4.
Do I have anything, or am I now worse?
I'm not sure. Check.
King g1.
I'm a pawn grubber.
Oh, wow. You don't worry about your king at all.
Well, for the moment, I just
don't see anything, right?
Don't see it, you know, like I do have, in my mind, I have a threat to trade queens, yeah?
In theory, white should have something. in practice, I've got nothing.
The difference between theory and practice. Okay, from the current position.
Thinking he's played rook e1.
Sorry, rook e6, queen f4, rook e1.
You know, I think if king h2 after queen d6, black is actually better in that endgame. Way better.
Wow. King f2. And instantly back.
I see.
It's like, again, Maxime's practical play, playing for the clock. He recognizes his advantage is the clock, maybe the position as well, by the way. But he's also playing for the result that if you play king g1,
he will take the repetition.
Yes.
And I think Pragg should go for it at this moment because he doesn't have a better position.
I think so too. I agree with you. I think he should take it. Take the draw. Try to get the 3-1 in Blitz to push it to the playoffs. I don't think you have a better chance right now.
Wow.
Yes.
He heard you. That's a remarkable decision to go, wow, to allow a draw when you so desperately need a win.
You just don't have a chance right now.
And look at Maxime. He says, you know what?
Played.
I'll go into that blitz with a 4-point advantage if you don't mind. So this is a second repetition in Pragg.
If you go king g1,
you know his mind is going like a Ferrari. You know,
he's
like,
fighting against himself.
Yeah,
right?
like, can I avoid?
He's a player who does not like making draws.
Not at all.
In a position where there's still fight going on, but given the tournament situation and his position, that's his best chance. He has to take the draw.
Again, look at that bishop on h7. Put it on f3, some f1, somewhere reasonable. The bishop looks misplaced.
Big moment right now. 1 minute and 15 seconds for a big decision for Pragg.
I think
does he allow the 3-4 repetition? If he goes king g1, that's
his clock ticks.
Bigger chance he will.
The more likely he will make it. Yeah, make the draw.
Exactly.
What if Maxime changes his mind after king g1 and goes queen d6? It's like, let's play.
Not a bad decision, by the way. I mean, nothing wrong with that decision.
Extra 5 minutes.
He might go for it.
Exactly.
I
There's
think that's
nothing
a very
wrong with
good
that
question.
decision.
That is
I think it's a darn
question.
good question, actually.
I think Pragg is claiming he's going to play king
It's
g1.
Pragg who's claiming.
Is that a correct
I
claim?
don't think it is, actually. Oh, it is. It's correct.
It is a correct claim.
Wouldn't that be so terrible if Chris Bird has to say, I'm sorry, I've got to reward your opponent an extra 2 minutes? And then maybe queen d6. I wonder if...
Let's listen to the players.
No, but then we're not something. G5.
They're considering G5 variation that you were mentioning.
I don't think that they realized bishop c4 was the opportune moment.
No, of course not. I mean, again, it's not something that kills you instantaneously, right?
No.
It's just that f6 threat lingering in the position that completely destroys you.
Yeah.
Not that easy to understand, of course, without the action in front of you.
Yeah.
I saw bishop c4, knight c5, knight g5.
Well, everything's still to play for in the Blitz.
Pragg
will need a great...
portion is already over. That was quick.
We went fast. This is what happened. Tell us what happened.
Right, MVL has the lead. He won the first game against Pragg. Second game was a draw, and now, as you can see, the match score, it's 12 versus 8. And in the other match, Fabi against Levon, very evenly matched, 10 against 10.
You know, each iteration, you went from the classic to the rapid. You know, the Caruana, Fabi and Levon, the tension keeps rising. If it comes down to the fourth and final, the fourth and final Blitz game, you know, I could easily imagine that happening.
Oh man,
you know?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, Pragg is in not an impossible situation because 3-1 is doable, but it's going to be such a difficult situation because again, you're not playing a pushover. MVL is one of the best Blitz players out there, and he's been showing that he's in great shape right now. He's not overthinking his decisions. That's a huge one, especially as the format gets tighter and tighter, quicker and quicker. You need to make your decisions fast. You need to rely on your intuition. That's exactly what MVL has been doing perfectly, I might add, up to this point.
There you see the stage. I remember I was playing, Maurice was my partner in Bug House. And Maurice's game was frozen. And I think it was Fabi and MVL were our opponents. And that game was frozen because of
that sounds like you guys got crushed.
Yeah, well, Maurice turns to me and says, move quickly, beat MVL on your own. Oh, thank you very much.
Great advice.
Thanks for the advice, Maurice.
It did work out very well. He's a
Best
great...
Bug House partner is Levon.
Yeah, he's
I'm
amazing.
terrible in Bug House. We win every time if I play with Levon.
Levon is very good.
Really?
Fantastic.
He's very good. He's very good.
Okay, well, our setup is very, very clear. Tie match between Levon and Fabi, and Pragg needs...
Let's have a look at what's coming up.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the Blitz portion, and this one I covered at the beginning of the show. Let's reiterate that Blitz games start 30 minutes after Rapid ends 4 games at game 5 plus 2 seconds increment. Every single time you make a move, you gain an additional 2 seconds, 15 minutes in between the 4 games, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. And of course, let's recap what's happening if the players are tied after these Blitz games. And again, in the second match, Fabiano versus Levon, they're still tied. They could be tied at the end as well.
A tiebreaker might be needed. Yeah.
If a match ends in a tie, then the players shall contest a 2-game rapid mini-match with a very original time control, game 8 plus 3 seconds increment. If they're still tied after that, the colors determined by coin toss for the Armageddon. We're going straight into the Armageddon. 5 minutes against 4 minutes with black getting draws. But until then, let's hear from Maurice with MVL.
Thanks, Cristian. Appreciate it. We're with MVL after a big draw against Praggnanandhaa. We had this one critical moment. You knew it was a tricky position, and this move, knight to d7 that you played, and he did have the response, bishop to c4. Did you suspect that it was on the board, or did it just pass?
I mean, I felt that something was off for me, but already knight bd5 I didn't like, knight f6, queen f2, and knight e4. And here I couldn't find the concrete way, but it goes with pawn sack. And of course, my pieces are so terrible. I mean, on the queen side, that it might be a winning attack. But, you know, I mean, after bishop d7, it's still hard to see, but probably rook8, queen g6, I guess. I guess maybe we both missed this.
Looking kind of like one of those old book puzzle rush kind of
This
positions.
is for your coach.
Yes, exactly. So you got to feel good. You got a break. Oh, but let me ask you, though. At some point, his time pressure was so bad. Did you start thinking at the end of this game, maybe I keep playing and maybe get that full 4 points?
I thought so, but I didn't want to take unnecessary risk. Here, like, of course, queen b2, but I couldn't find after rook g7. And apparently bishop f5 is good, but rook g7. So I thought, you know, I have the draw in hand. It's a good result.
What about something simple like, after king f2, let's just go back 1 second. After king g1, what about just playing like this position? Boring to be sure, but maybe you just keep playing and see if his time pressure costs him anything.
Yeah, but it might cost me, like, also because this becomes easy to play for white. Like queen f2. I mean, after rook e1, the good thing is like king h2, queen d6, no queen exchange, and it's boring, but also very good, very dangerous, practically. And king f2, I was hoping to find something. I couldn't, and I thought, okay, let's make a draw. That's a good result.
It is a really good result. You got 4 points and 4 blitz games, but he can only get 2 points at a time. What's your strategy going in?
Play normal, see what happens. I mean, I feel like I'm in good shape. Both games were of very decent quality. I mean, there was this scare, but it's also mostly due to Pragg putting me under severe pressure in this opening. So I'll just look for my chances and, you know, whatever happens, happens, but at least I got some safety net.
Absolutely. Well, we know you're a great blitz player. Good luck in the blitz games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. MVL felt the moment that bishop c4, and he knew his pieces were just wrong-footed. So he was very happy to make the draw.
And neither did Pragg.
He did not see it, no.
Yeah,
but he had the feeling. He knew something.
I can guarantee you Pragg felt something as well, because he spent a lot of time at that point after 97 on queen c3. Bishop to c4, you feel like you have something, but if you don't find it again. And that was the only move that gave him a decisive advantage. Anything else was basically like queens to c3. We're going to maintain a slight advantage, but with good play, Black will be able to equalize. And I have to say, MVL played perfectly after that.
Yeah.
He did.
All right.
Let's take a look at the pie charts. Pre-tournament.
Pre-tournament. Well, statistically speaking, we had Fabi as the favorite before the tournament.
34.7% chances for Fabi to win. MVL was second with 26.5%. Then Levon in third. And Pragg in the last place. We think it's because his rapid rating is far below
so far below the other players.
Now, after day one, all the games were drawn, so
just minor changes.
Pragg dropped a little bit. It keeps going.
I was like, boy, it was like the numbers kept going. After day two,
nothing changed here, but after day two, MVL became a favorite now in the rapid and blitz portion without the classical, so 31% for MVL. Fabi second, but very close with Levon.
I noticed that Fabi's advantage went down. Levon is not considered that rapid.
Dropped even more. I think it's because of the rapid portion.
Exactly. Okay.
And he did lose the only game in the rapid.
Do we have some pie charts after the rapids, or that's
just finished? So
come on, Ben's in Sao Paulo. I mean, he should update as they go along.
Well, let's go over to Sao Paulo and hear from Maurice and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Nazi. Well, this is going to be a Herculean task for Pragg to actually make 3-1 in terms of the result, get those critical 4 points that he needs. I think I saw you on stage when I saw a camera panning that did you try to ask Pragg to do an interview, and he seemed to brush you off pretty quickly?
Absolutely. Of course, I had to give it a try, right, Maurice? This is our job. So I was trying to catch him at least for like half-a-minute interview, what he's going to do about the situation. But he was like, no, not now. Like it was clear he just wanted to leave the playing stage and just, you know, maybe think about what he's going to play in Blitz, like switch his mode. And it's understandable, you know. I think we reached the point when the players are quite nervous. I can see already that Fabiano is not talking to Levon right now. Everybody left to different directions.
Not friends anymore.
I mean, I have a feeling that, yes, everybody understands that this is the moment and anything can happen in Blitz, and you need to be fresh, you need to be like sharp, and let's see what will happen.
Yeah, let's see what will happen. It's a big moment of tension, of course. You got the Blitz games. The fact that it's come down to this, especially in the Levon versus Fabi match, they just know one small mistake, that could cost you, and then you're gone. Okay, of course, there are a lot of potential mistakes in Blitz, but I really don't feel good for Pragg at all with his chances. That match, you can bet that one is pretty much over. It's going to take a miracle for him to come back. But we still have a ways to go, and we'll try as usual, thanks for taking one for the team, to get them with the interviews and all the action here in Sao Paulo.
Thank you, Anastasiya, Maurice. Do your best. Bring the players to task.
We're going to go on a short break, and as we go to break, Maurice talked to the players and asked what they think about the format. So take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Grand Chess Tour has a special format for its finals in terms of classical and rapid and blitz. How do you see that format being special and different from other events that you participate in, even very, very important ones?
Well, it's very logical. After all, Grand Chess Tour consists of rapid and blitz tournaments and classical. Therefore, the finals have to be sort of a mix of it. And I like the format. You know, I love playing all three variations. You know, time control, different games, and yeah, I think it's very appropriate for the finals.
Magnus suggested back in the day to even have the World Championship match as a mix of different formats to make it easier to make differences and, of course, to see who is the best player in all formats. And it's what chess is about. I think, you know, it's not on, I mean, the classical time control has its great moments, and we have great events, of course, candidates I can think of. But sometimes especially now with, you know, the opening knowledge we have, it's only natural that, you know, the true test of chess skills in some way is underlying in the rapid and blitz time control. I don't want to rely solely on them, but I think, you know, it's a great balance. And of course, it's a reminder that the Grand Chess Tour itself is played on different time controls. And as an added bonus, you know, it serves as good preparation for the World Cup, where it's going to be a knockout as well. And of course, in a lot of matches, it will rely on rapid. So, you know, there's all that, and I think it's great excitement.
Yeah, Grand Chess Tour is, as a whole, it's a combination of all three formats. It's not just classical, and I think that's why it's quite exciting that even if you don't do well in classical, you can always catch up in rapid and blitz, or also vice versa. This year I wasn't particularly doing well in rapid and blitz, but because of my performance in classical, I actually managed to get in the finals. So in that way, I think having such a format in the finals is apt, and it's going to create a lot of excitement. And even if classical doesn't go well, there is always a chance to catch up in the rapid and blitz because of the point system. And yeah, I'm excited for the whole event. It's a new format for all the players, and maybe for the players who played in the earlier finals, they must have been experienced with this. But for me, it's a new format, and it's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
I think it's pretty much the only way to do it with these matches, because you can't just have two classical games, and then you know, if it ends in a tie, you have more classical games. Like you have to at some point have the rapid and blitz. And in general, in the chess world these days, we see that all formats are important. Whether it's rapid, whether it's blitz, Armageddon often plays a role. Whether it's, if you want to call it Fischer Random or freestyle chess or whatever you want to call that, it also plays a role in our general tournament circuit. So you have to be good at everything. And here, when you have, let's say, the final deciding tournament for a tour which encompasses classical, rapid, and blitz, we've had the rapid and blitz events that are worth just as many points as the classical events, then it just makes a lot of sense to have it like this. So here we kind of get a feeling for who's in the best form in every single time format. And it's going to come down to either rapid or blitz in at least one of the matches.
The Grand Chess Tour finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos! Welcome to our show! Go, go, go! That's our show! Now go plan yours at visitmo.com!
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Did you ever want to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women for women. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops. Sorry, St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
There's my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
Everyone, welcome back to our show. Are we on?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for the players to arrive. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's
Results.
Let's take a look at the results before the Blitz games begin.
We had a very important result in the match.
Yes, we did. MVL won the first rapid game, then saved the second one and is leading the match. It's 12 against 8. However, in the other match, Fabi and Levon, it's 10
all
versus
tied
10.
up.
All tied up at 10 apiece.
I have to say, it felt like Levon played a little bit better up to this point.
He had
the more
chances, yes.
Right, especially in that first rapid game with the white piece. Sure, he had a difficult early middle game, but after that he outplayed his opponent and he had great chances. All the way until the end, the time was the problem. We're going to have to wait and see how these players manage their clock. I think this is going to be crucial in this one.
Well, exactly. We've transitioned from the classical parts of the match to 4 draws, I want to say, in the classical, to the rapid. Now we have to make this other transition to the Blitz.
Blitz games start just in about 10 minutes from now. 4 games at game 5 plus 2 seconds increment. We will have a 15 minutes break in between the games. 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. And guess what? If the players
still
of
tied,
any match are tied after the Blitz games, let's take a look at what's happening in that scenario.
And we do have playoffs.
We do have a graph for the playoffs as well. It's coming. It's coming.
No,
it's
they
coming
like to
for
keep
us as
on
well.
The edge. They will be playing 8 plus 3, I think, is the...
If a match ends in a tie, players shall contest a 2-game rapid mini-match with a very, well, I say original, some say controversial time control. Game 8 plus 3 seconds increment, something that the players probably have never seen in their lives before. If they're still tied, after that they go straight into the Armageddon. The colors are determined by a coin toss. I would assume Chris Bird is the one with the coin toss. 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. A 2-second increment only, starting from move 61. Black gets, of course, as in all the Armageddons, gets draws.
Right.
There's a good chance of this playoffs.
Yeah. More chess after today.
Absolutely. Tomorrow we'll be back, and it'll be finals and match for the 3rd place. And we're back to classical games. Game 1 tomorrow, Game 2 on Thursday, and on Friday back to Rapid and Blitz.
And do keep in mind that that battle for the 3rd place is quite significant because it's an automatic guarantee to the GCT Tour. Top 3 finishers of the GCT Tour are always invited back for the following. I mean, you don't have to qualify by rating.
And it's so difficult to qualify by rating.
Yes.
Because they change so fast. Let's take a look at the money.
Not bad.
Right, total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place, $150,000. Second place, $100,000. Third, $60,000, and fourth, $40,000. Great prizes for everybody.
Thanks to our sponsors, Superbet and the St. Louis Chess Club, for your generosity. Indeed, great money for the players. And right now, butterflies for the players, as they've got the rapid. The rapid is done. Now they have to focus on the Blitz, and you got to get yourself in that mindset. When you play Blitz, you know you're playing a very different kind of chess.
It's a game of chance more, but MVL should be comfortable. He needs to
lose MVL is feeling great
to lose the match,
right?
To go to tiebreaks, actually.
Yes, even.
So, of course, he's feeling very comfortable. With Levon and Fabi, I feel like they both expect to go all the way till Armageddon.
It almost has that...
You have to let your instincts take over at this point, right? With both Fabi and Levon, and they've played each other so many times, not only in official games, They play every single weekend. They're
Right.
both here in St. Louis. They meet with each other. Sometimes they come to your place.
And we play code names.
You've
They're
seen them.
competitive.
You've seen them play so many games against each other.
Maurice, jump in here, and your anticipation of the Blitz coming up.
It's going to be a wild and woolly one for sure, and I know there's just going to be a lot of mistakes made, and it's who keeps their nerves. It's really what it's about, and the clock is not your friend. You want to keep a lead on the clock 100%, not even so much on the board. A lot of people think you have to play the best moves. You've got to keep the lead on the clock, keep the pressure on your opponent, and make them play inferior moves, and when that chance comes, you pounce. Now, speaking of pouncing, I'd just like to very quickly show you something that had fascinated me. One of my favorite moves in chess, I talk to my students about, is moves where a piece goes to a square where a pawn can capture it. It's an invisible move, so to speak, on a protected square. And there are a few chances in the game that was played just now. Pragg is going to be kicking himself. And just take a look, first of all, in this situation. The first moment arose when Black could have played the move rook takes d4. Now, we knew this was bad after knight takes, queen takes, rook check, king here. And knight e4 looks like the most logical move to play. It's a very powerful move, in fact. But there's also the great move, knight to e6. This cannot be captured, obviously, because after pawn takes, it is check. Two discoveries, one on your king and the other one with the rook on the queen. So a very nice, saucy move there. Well, instead of doing that, we go back to this position. MVL played the mistaken knight d7. And now the move queen to c3 was played in the game. And after knight takes e4, rook takes e4. Well, queen f6, again, is playable. I mean, seems like it's playable. MVL actually dodged this bullet because, once again, knight to e6 is an incredible move. It's just a knight that can sit there. You don't dare capture because this position is actually super horrible. Well, the lines are opening up and it's only white who has any activity here whatsoever. And finally, another moment to look at, if I may back up, is after the move queen d6. This was after queen c3. The move played here after queen c3 was queen to trade. And now the move queen d6. Believe it or not, it is possible to play the knight onto e6 even in this position. Or no, I'm sorry, I have it wrong. It's one square before that. It's here. Knight to e6. Yes, here in this position. Knight to e6 is possible after a straight win of a piece and the move knight to b6. Don't try knight to f6 because here white will sacrifice and will be winning after this capture and bishop here, and suddenly the attack is ferocious. Despite being a whole rook down, it is white who is winning. An incredible sequence of lines. I was just playing around at this fascinating game, but even with knight b6, white can slow play that position and have enough compensation. Not be winning, but just have enough compensation. So many chances, but just shows you the incredible richness of chess, and the move knight e6 was indeed possible, not once, not twice, but thrice in this game. Guys?
Missed opportunity there. Thank you, Maurice, for that. We had seen a knight e6, but I don't think we really understood the strength of that. And as it turned out, that was his last opportunity. Pragg never got another chance, and the game was drawn.
He did use a lot of time in that position,
Yep.
but still wasn't able to find the right sequence of moves. And MVL is still
First at the board.
first at the board.
Probably
yes.
a good decision by Pragg, by the way, in a very difficult situation. At those last few moments, you can continue playing, but then you risk being worse.
Yeah.
And once again, you lose that, that's it, pretty much match over, because MVL only needs a draw. Right now, you still are in this one. You have to win 3-1, but if you win 3-1, you force the playoffs. If you win more than that, obviously you win. So he's still very much in this one.
What a comeback that would be if Pragg pulls that off.
Yes.
That would be remarkable. He's facing kind of a Mount Everest because, as we know, MVL so consistent. But again, one of the great blitz players of the world.
And he doesn't lose very often. We've seen that in the Rapid. He's the player that loses the least in the Grand Chess Tour, with I believe only like 16% of
I know, we saw that. That was crazy.
That was an incredible rep. So definitely MVL, a very difficult player to beat. Right now, you have to beat him.
And he's in great form.
I remember one GCT tour. I mean, this is the 10th anniversary after all of the GCT tour. There was a, it was a two-horse race between Magnus and MBL during the Paris, where it was like they were putting up incredible victory after victory, and they were just pushing one another to the limit. He's a great blitz player, so Pragg has his work cut out for him, overcoming a 4-point deficit. But in the other match, it seems to me that both Fabi and Levon, they got a great measure of one another. Neither player is able to...
Was it at the American Cup that they played like a 6-7 hour match?
I think multiple times. I think multiple times. Not only once, I think multiple times. Because they always meet at the American Cup.
Right.
They always find each other in the brackets. So, and I also think they played multiple times in 1 year because they qualified to the finals. One of them came from a different one and won one match to force a second
From losers bracket, yes.
I remember a World Cup between Levon and MBL. It went forever.
Forever.
It was really one of the great matches ever.
And it was Levon who won.
Yeah, he blundered a rook and fought his way back from a rook blunder. It was
I was going to say 3 out of these 4 players, MBL, Levon, and Fabi, know each other too well.
I know, Pragg is too young to be in that
He's
match.
the new generation, and he's coming. He's here. He's here right now. Fabiano also at the other end of the stage right now, almost facing MVL.
Oops, we have a little video.
Some difficulties with the internet in Brazil.
Exactly. When you were saying about upcoming, I didn't realize we were going to talk about the schedule of the GCT. Here in St. Louis, we are so excited. After literally a 4-year renovation project, the St. Louis Chess Club is opening its doors to spectators. And what a bevy of events is coming. The match of the legends between Gary and Vichy is right next.
The U.S. Championships where Fabi and Levon will be both competing again against each other.
And look who's coming for that, by the way, 2 outstanding juniors, Andy Woodward, Mishra, who did perform so well in the FIDE Swiss.
They shared like 5th and 7th or something.
They were 1 game away from qualifying for the
candidates.
And
we're talking about 15, 16-year-olds.
And then comes the clutch chess, where the world champion Gukesh will be joining no less than Magnus, Hikaru, and Fabi.
Incredible month coming up in the St. Louis Chess Club.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're going to stay with the match between Fabi and Levon, and we're going to see if one of these 2 gladiators can break the tie.
Okay, King's Indian once again.
King's Indian. I'm so surprised. Oh, here it comes. Are we going to have a
Bishop to E3? That's
an
a wrinkle.
upper buck?
That's a wrinkle. No, he played knight F3, the main line before that.
Right.
Now we're seeing completely different approach.
And we don't have to switch it, but I'll just tell the audience the other game is the Sicilian defense.
Sometimes you got to win. You need a Sicilian. Now
looks like Sveshnikov,
Yeah. Okay. Knight F3. He doesn't. He doesn't. With the bishop on G5, there is the move F4 in that position. With the bishop on E3, F4 is not that good. Bishop, knight
seen
G4.
This line before.
No, this is confusing.
Right now, Fabiano shows that he's probably the better prepared player in the opening. He hasn't spent any time, and he's putting already some pressure on the clock.
Let's say Bishop G5.
Levon.
I said there are 14 games in the database. Bishop G5 played 5 times. Bishop D2 played 7 times.
7 times Bishop D2. Okay.
It's already quite rare position on move 8.
Bishop G5.
So the idea is we want to induce the move H6.
95 maybe in between
95.
move, and then come back Bishop E3.
Oh, Bishop to E3.
And then there's no more knight to G4, so that's the idea.
Well, the funny part is I actually feel very comfortable. Ooh,
knight takes F3.
You know what Fabi can do?
Pause.
Oh, he can take on C3.
Which he does.
He
Play
did.
F6. F6 and 95. Oh,
that's exactly what he's going for.
I'm not a
Great
fan.
prep.
Let me be very clear. I'm not a fan. Bishop takes G4. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Bishop takes G4.
I don't think so.
F
no.
takes
I think
G5. Castle.
To keep your dark sword bishop, right?
Rook F4.
Yeah, you're going to drop back with the bishop.
Yeah.
Knight e5, bishop e2, drop back with the other bishop and try to go for f4.
Of course.
Maybe knight f7.
Okay, I understand. I have weaknesses, but how are you going to attack them?
b6, bishop a6.
You're not in time.
F4.
b6, f4.
Yeah, I'm not in time.
And kicking you away right away. I mean, normally speaking, your pawn would be on c5.
I think you have to go for an attack in the center, perhaps, with either c6 and f5 or f5 directly. I don't know. I need to find somewhat of a counterpunch in this position.
Exactly.
Because if I let you make your moves, you're going to go f4. You're going to go h4.
And
you will go
long,
castle.
right?
I'm not sure about castle short. I just want to checkmate you on the king side.
Yeah. I feel that, black has to
C6,
force
he's
the
going for it.
action.
Yeah.
But really?
c6, yeah.
Giving up the bishop on c3? When you mentioned it, I said, be serious.
I waited and didn't say it until I knew Fabio was
well, you watched his, touch move.
Yeah.
Okay.
He likes this type of bishop takes c3s in the King's Indian.
Really?
There was a US Championship game against Lenderman where he played this bishop takes c3 idea in the King's Indian. He won that game, and that was a crucial game. So he has a tendency, let's say, for giving up his dark sword bishop.
Okay. I didn't recall that. F2, F4, followed by castles. Levon said, you know what? I'll castle right away. Maybe if I kick your knight too soon, prematurely, you will play e5 in response. Now I'm a little bit worried that with your rook coming to c8, if I'm playing for f4, now's the time. Now's the time.
I do think immediately castle was more solid approach from Levon. He's not risking anything. No f4, h4 right away, but of course he's still playing f4, and we'll see what the plan is next. Now h4, of course, doesn't make sense. Bishop e3 played.
He wants to meet e6, for example, with a c5 idea. He wants to get rid of those double pawns on the c file.
Right.
It's a great idea.
For me, I didn't like the move bishop e3 that much. I would much prefer, pardon me, if you don't mind me saying, I would have much preferred to see the move a4 followed by a5. Yeah, before I play.
But I think after a4, I go queen a5.
And then queen b1 and queen b4.
That's the plan. Okay, that's your plan.
Yeah. Okay, let me...
Fixing your double pawns.
Let me refresh my board for there. Bishop e3 was his choice.
b6.
And by the way,
no c5.
Played very quickly.
Well, we're in Blitz yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. They have to play quickly.
We're already down to 3 minutes.
By the way, a4 now. Okay, it's a move later. I was just saying I would rather have kept my bishop on d2, played a5 so that when you played cd, I would play cd with my bishop on d2. Now, I don't want to leave my pawn on c3 hanging.
Just to give you an update on the other game for our audience, it's still a very complex Sicilian battle. None of the players have created any extra chances. It's going down to the last 3 minutes for both players in that one as well. So very balanced, both of these games so far.
Yeah. Thank you, Cristian. I have to keep an eye on that other game to remind myself. Rook a3, also a little bit of an indication that with the bishop on d2, if you had your pawn on a5 already, you'd feel like you've got more impact. Rook e8, preparing e7, e6, possibly even preparing e5.
What about... So Black's preparing e-pawn push. Maybe I don't like the bishop on e3 yet, so I'm with you now. You've convinced me.
Right.
Maybe bishop f2. Let's put it on that, keep it on that diagonal because a5 is still my idea.
He's played a5, and I was going to say that would have been my choice as well.
Immediately, okay.
Yeah, just to... Yeah, if you want, you can play e5 or e6.
Do I even consider taking on a5, or do I play c5 immediately?
I wouldn't take... Because it's sort of like...
Yeah, he played c5. It's
c5 immediately. Okay, but now Fabi's got a real problem. The real problem is I play f5.
Does he really?
Yeah.
For me, these are the most difficult positions to assess, by the way.
So I play f5, and you go, what a fool you are.
Yeah, knight e5, of course.
You give me a great square for my knight. And I said, that's all you got. From there on, you're not playing with any of the pieces, right? Like the bishop on d7 is passive. Levon said, no, you know what? I'm going to defend the pawn on e4, anticipating your e6. Maybe I'll put my bishop back on f2 in those cases. But I've got another...
I think he's more focused on playing on the queen side, since the A and B files are open. Rook b3. Is he going to triple on b5?
He's trying to go for b5. Fabiano, I think.
Yes.
Some sort of a sacrifice.
Like a Praggnanandhaa style, and then c4 or something.
I think wait, b5?
Oh, now it's a great moment.
With the bishop on d3, wait a minute.
I'm not sure you want to play b5. Let's say after b5 I play rook b2.
And Fabi says no. King to g7. Okay, he's waiting. He's playing a waiting game right now.
But okay, rook to b2, rook to f2, sorry.
Let's notice that time. Fabiano has advantage of 40 seconds or so.
This is what Maurice said before the game started. He said the players, whoever wants to get ahead, they need to keep an advantage on the clock.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Fabiano is trying to get.
Into
Rook to
G7.
f2 is on the board, by the way.
Yeah.
So we could...
I think
can we catch up on your board? Yes.
Yes, sorry. I think the move rook f2, rook b2, I think the move king g7 was very useful. There was an idea of e5 and bishop takes g6. You know, those kinds of siding. You know.
So maybe that's why king g7 was played.
King g7 was like an alert move by Fabi. And he's meeting wherever Levon is taking him, whether it be on the queen side or the king side, bishop d3. This move, bishop back to e2, an indication that maybe we play
Do you
for
think we're going to see
h3, bishop
no
g4?
repetition. Levon says no.
No, I like the position, says Levon. I want to play bishop to g4, perhaps? King h2.
I think that's why he played bishop to e2. Right?
Yes. Fabi's position is simply cramped. I mean, I think it's solid.
It's cramped, yes.
But I don't have an active plan.
Rook a6?
Rook a6.
Can you play rook a8 and trade at least one pair of rooks?
b6 is hanging.
Is it, though?
Yes.
I thought I was okay giving that up and play rook a1 at the end.
Yes.
It's like a Benko style, you know, I'll get the b file.
I've only got double pawns, so I agree with you. It's not like
I sort of like the idea.
I'm enjoying my extra pawn or something like that.
I like your idea. Exchange the rooks so that at least you don't have to worry about any sort of like mating nets, mating attacks.
The clock times are remarkably close.
Yes.
But neither player has an active plan.
A minute and 5 against a minute and 15.
The move bishop g3 is a kind of an indication I'm searching for a break.
Maybe it was time for Fabi to play e5. That was interesting. But last 5 moves Fabi played was queen d8, queen c7.
If, as white, I play bishop to d3, queen e1.
And e5, right?
Correct.
Looks good.
It's an
attempt. I think you'll force black to do something. You can't keep going back and forth.
Exactly. It's an attempt to break things open.
Just letting you know, MVL is starting to create some separation in the other one, so he's building up an advantage. 20 seconds right now for Pragg against a minute, so that one is going down the wire. If MVL wins that one, all he needs is a draw in the next 3 games. So, big moments in that one as well.
Queen f1, I think Levon is still fishing for a breakthrough plan. I don't think he's really settled.
Maybe he wants to play rook e1 and then e5. Bringing the rook back.
I'd so much like to recapture with a queen on e5 than with a rook.
Players are down to just seconds. It's 33 against 50.
And this feels like one of those games like who's going to keep their nerves as the one, okay, I'm kind of reluctant to allow rook a7.
It must be frustrating for Levon that your opponent just played queen d8, queen c7 for 10 moves and there's nothing you can do to punish him.
I think Levon has rook f2. He's playing for rook f2 followed by e5.
I think Fab is prepping e5 himself.
Well, here it comes.
Well, you cannot play e5 right now because I just simply take.
This is a moment.
You lose the pawn on f6 is the problem.
Right.
e5 is coming. e5 is the big threat.
So maybe go e6.
E6,
but then e6 I take an
E5?
f5. Yeah, no, it's not looking great.
20 seconds for Fabi. For the first time, he has less time on the clock.
e5 is coming, and it's a very difficult move to parry. Queen to D8. Levon has to play E5. Just go E5.
E5, let's go.
17 seconds for
Don't
both.
even think about it. Don't try to calculate.
Don't hesitate.
Just go E5.
E5.
No! Now he goes E5.
Now he goes E5.
Now he's happy. He can
Oh
get
no,
E5.
oh no. Okay. Is it time for F5? Somebody.
I don't know, but it was
Somebody
missed,
make a break.
This was really a missed opportunity for Levon, I think.
Somebody break open the position, would you please?
F5.
Finally.
Bishop goes
Is it a good
back.
break?
I
Not
think
as good
so.
as E5 was, but
Bishop C6.
He
yes.
wants to play bishop takes D6.
You take on D6, I take on E4.
Okay, but
his
F6
pieces
is
have
hanging. F6 is hanging. Alert.
it's not that I have Queen E5 in between move.
Yeah. I
On
don't
F
know.
takes G, Queen E5 check.
I'm starting to like this one for Fabiano. I understand he's still cramped, but
I'm not sure
4
yet.
seconds. 3
By the way, a draw
in the other
occurred.
game.
And
4 seconds.
the players are
They're
playing so fast, we're losing the image. And
Rook takes
this one, they're
B6.
so fast.
I saw Rook E7 and I saw Rook B6 and I was going, what? I still like Levon's position.
I do
His
too.
rooks look dominant, if you ask me.
Yes,
but
the clock is going
It's
to make the
everything.
difference.
Comes down to those 2 seconds that he has now.
2
Yes,
Queen
he's
to
playing
E5.
with 2.
Oh, Levon
This
thinks
should
he's
be
This
better.
endgame should be a draw now.
Yeah.
King
If
F7.
anyone's better, it might even be black. White has double pawns.
Except
Rook
the
to
rook
C6.
is.
Oh, rook stays on the 6th rank, yes.
Oh.
You take on B6, I take on C3 as well.
Yes, you do.
It's going to be Fabiano who has the extra pawn right now.
But it's check.
Yeah,
I think
you
it-
cannot get away from
Million
it.
checks.
You cannot get away from it.
Check. What a
It
game.
happened so fast.
You can try to go towards H6. Wait a minute, it's not over yet. Rook B6, King G7.
King E4 perhaps and
That's
King
what
to
he's
D5.
doing. That's what he's doing.
Play for
67?
activity. King E6? No, sorry.
G4 first, C4.
King E6, maybe?
King E6, Rook F2 he wants to play.
Rook C7. Get your rook behind the
F4.
passer.
F4. I
Oh,
don't
King
know. I
D5,
don't
we
know.
can take the pawn.
H4. Wait a minute. I can take on G4, you take on F6. Okay.
Correct.
Or I'll play H5 first.
Yeah, I think the player is just...
Threatening mate, by the way.
Yeah, they're going to trade everything.
That was a checkmate in one threat.
Oh.
Okay.
Rook C4, Rook H4.
That was a tough game for
Oh,
both
that was.
players.
I thought
Tough game for both
Levon
players.
beautifully prepared the E5 break, and then for some reason he hesitated in the moment of truth. And I apologize to our audience that we didn't pay enough attention to MBL Prague. Christian, no?
We're going to
Oh, sorry.
check that game, maybe?
Oh, we were going to listen to the
I
commentary.
know, perhaps we could listen, perhaps also Maurice might have some ideas to give us in that one as well. So he's going to take us through the other game. I just want to preface that. Pragg had a moment where he was winning in that one. Perhaps Maurice can show it to us. I'm not sure if he's ready. Let's see.
What a game this was. He's not quite
He's
ready.
not quite
but
ready. Okay.
Do you think both Levon and Fabi are happy with this result?
Yeah, I think that was such a tension-filled game. I think that
I mean, of course, Levon had chances.
Yes.
Fabi didn't have a chance at all.
he was on the back foot
Yes,
the whole
the
game.
whole game, yes.
Yeah. But that was a remarkable decision, Bishop C3. Bishop C3.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, if you played E5, Yasser, I think Levon was very close to winning.
I agree.
Also, Fabi had less time at that moment.
Yeah,
to
because he
figure
played
out
Queen
what to
D8 with
do
like 15 seconds. Yeah.
With 15 seconds after E5, oof, I would panic and collapse so fast.
But guys, we said it. We said it in the heat of the battle. Look, you played-
Play E5.
You got ready to play E5 for the last
you did
20
everything.
moves.
You did
Just
everything
play
right.
E5. E5 was, in fact, I would say, not crushing completely objectively, but practically it's so difficult. He had 17 seconds. 17 seconds to defend this position against 23. He
On the back
hesitated
foot, yeah.
with the move bishop to C2. As you can see, the cross, missed opportunity, and immediately Fabiano pounced on that opportunity with E5. Things are becoming much more difficult at this point for White. White still has the advantage, no doubt about that, but it's not that easy. If you do, however, play E5, I mean, look at the position, how dominant it is. And the idea is you set up all this attack down the F file. For example, you take, I take, Rook F7, you don't even have to calculate is the thing, right?
It's just so nice.
Look, you're not mating me yet.
Queen
All I have to do is queen f2, rook to f1.
And rook h7 might mate you.
At some point, something is going to
How is this not
right?
+5?
You have e4, apparently.
Crazy.
And then queen to b8, and then you somehow survive. Good luck finding all of these things. Right?
Queen e5.
Yeah.
So, wow. Let's go to Maurice in Sao Paulo to have a look at the game that Pragg just played. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, the other game was a barn burner, up and down craziness. I can't go into all the details of the game because we just don't have the time for it. Make maybe a YouTube video for this one, but it was such a sharp game. It started with a Sveshnikov, in the move knight to d5 in this position, and this is something that was battled in the World Championship match between Magnus and Fabi. And this structure, as you see the change in the structure, White's going to attack on the queen side while Black tries to get his action going on the king side. And so we see that's just happening right here. Black getting a trade of bishops there and now putting his queen on this side of the board. White, of course, is looking to play c5 at some point and expanding. And now the offer for a trade of queens potentially going to the superior ending. But e4 came a pawn sacrifice in this position that he did not want to accept, because after takes, knight to e5 and then bishop move f4, and it's supposed to be good for White, but it's clear that Black has some sort of attacking chances with this formation. So going back here, instead, MVL played the move f4, and then we got this really fascinating position on two sides of the board with the move c5. Now White has his break. Black now trying to deal with both, and it was in this position right here that time was spent as he was trying to figure out exactly what he needed to do was Pragg, and he spent about 50 seconds in a position that he was only at 1 minute and 46 seconds left on the board. In fact, he traded, and it was this next move, e3. When I saw it, I'm thinking, what? What are you doing? You're just leaving a target there when the guy didn't have a plan. And of course, MVL just started thinking, let me go see if I can win that boy. And tried to go after this pawn, but Pragg kept having tricks. Rook c4 is a problem here if you grab the pawn. And so MVL had to wait and make sure that he got this pawn just at the right moment, offering an exchange of queens. And he got to this position with an endgame finally, and now headed after the pawn. Knight g3 was not necessarily the best move here, and they played on. Now I'm just going to jump because we get to the real critical moment here. Black has the pawn, pass pawn on b5, but take a look what happens next. White is actually winning here after takes, and the danger is to the Black king, potentially might be mated, you think. But here, he should play the move rook to g6 and go after the h-pawn as well. Knight f6 with rook g8 mate being another major problem, or the major problem, in fact, for Black. Instead, he tried to stay with this position, again, on the rank, and played rook a7, thinking, I want to mate on h7, not g8. And right here, a missed opportunity for Pragg. We sees this right now, looking, doing his analysis. He's going to want to kick himself, because right here, he could have just advanced his pawn to b3, and after the attempt at the Arabian mate, just shut it down with bishop to b7, and White's mate is gone. Forget about it. It's all about this rambunctious pass b-pawn, and you're not stopping it. It's just going b2, rook c1 check. If you bring your rook all the way back, how do you stop the pawn? You're not. This game is actually busted. This was the opportunity that he missed. He did not play this way. Instead, he played in this position. He ran with his king. I got to get out the corner, and that allowed MVL to get this nasty little repetition that we all know. And unfortunately for Pragg, another draw, and now MVL is closer and closer, needing now just a couple more draws to seal the deal in this match. Very exciting game, wild and woolly, but not looking good for Pragg at the moment. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. That was so close. You see bishop b7, and in hindsight, you go, how did I miss that? Oh, that was very, very close.
So if Maxime wins the next Blitz game, it's over, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, he will be in the finals.
He's getting closer and closer.
Television, we get to rewatch just the end between Levon and Fabi, because the action was actually pretty hot and furious. They had this rook ending, and they're playing on increments, and only a few second increments at that.
Yeah, Levon was playing with 2-3 seconds for most of this game.
Pause right here. I'm threatening checkmate.
No. Yeah, checkmate. You need to miss if you take the pawn.
Exactly. Oh, that would have been brutal. I'd expected him to play king f6.
But it's fascinating, the accuracy of players with 5 seconds on the clock.
It's terrible.
They're so good.
It's frightening. It truly is. As they finally got to naked kings, and again, a very hard-fought game. And Levon after the game.
Let's have a look.
Got the frozen handshake.
Aww. With his wife and daughter.
That's sweet. Levon was sharing with me, was it the American Cup where the daughter was saying, "Kill them, Daddy." As he's going, you know, the daddy goes to work. And the daddy goes to work, and what does little one say? "Kill him, Daddy."
Oh. We see Levon in the stands as well.
Yeah. You need
the kind of support.
Exactly. Yes. Back to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yas. It's just such a tremendous support system that you see Levon has here. Also, his wife's mom and dad are here helping her to take care of their granddaughter. But you have a funny moment to describe for us, Anastasiya.
Yes, exactly. You know, I was at the playing venue when the game between Pragg and MVL was still on the way, so they repeated the position 3 times and they claimed the draw, but the arbiters were checking if it's the right claim. At this moment, the game between Fabiano and Levon was finishing, so both players kept watching the game and waiting for the actual confirmation of their draw. So only after the game of 5 was over, only after this, Chris Burton ran to their board to confirm, yes, it's a draw now. So actually, I mean, technically, they finished their game later, after the game between Fabiano and Levon was finished. So it was kind of funny, but so that they stayed 1 minute at least following the other game. So I think it's a nice moment. And yes, I mean, indeed, Maurice, such a nice moment with Levon and his daughter. It's really nice to actually follow the players and see with whom they're spending this time between the rounds. You know, Maxime has with him Jules Moussard, the player from France, also one of the top players. So normally he's chatting with him between the rounds. Levon, we could see him. He also, you know, even finds time to sign some autographs here there for the fans, which is like amazing. Fabiano is with his girlfriend and his second, Grigorio Parin, and who is left? Pragg. Yes, Pragg is actually on his own. First time I see him without his mom, without his trainer. So it's interesting to actually check what the players are doing between the rounds.
Indeed. So my count has it that Levon has 4 people.
Yes.
Fabi has 2. Maxime has 1, and Pragg has 0.
Yes,
so sad.
I was surprised. I asked him if his mom is here, but he said, no, I came on my own this time. Impressive, yes.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends on the result of this match. He might decide, I'm not going to do that again. I need somebody with me. It's very important to have your system in place as well. Guys, back to you.
Support is always important. The results so far, Nazi?
Let's have a look. The only player leading is MVL. He has 13 points in his match against Praggnanandhaa, who has 9 points. It's going to be very difficult for Pragg to catch up. He needs to start winning the Blitz
He's
games.
got to win all of them because he gets 2 points for each victory in the Blitz.
And Levon and Fabi still tied with 11 points for each.
Let's see the brackets just to see how it looks as we're trying to determine the finalists.
Right, the next game, Pragg will be with the white pieces against MVL. And again, if MVL wins this game, he's directly going to the finals. Fabi and Levon still everything to play for. Next game, Fabi with the white pieces.
But it feels like every game that they draw, the tension in the match just builds and builds. I'm referring, of course, to the Fabiano versus Levon.
And we're going to follow Pragg against MVL this time.
Because the match could be decided right here, right now, if MVL was to win the game.
I have to say, MVL has proven to be the most consistent here in Brazil, but also throughout the Grand Chess Tour, throughout the whole season. He's been playing brilliant chess, especially when it comes down to the faster time controls. And right now, again, he's just letting it flow, and he's in the zone.
Pragg is in absolutely must-win situation. This is his white pieces. If he draws this, he has to win the next 2.
He needs to win 2.5 to 1/2. or in the next 3 games in order to equalize the score.
Right, and to force a
To force the tiebreaker.
That might go to an Armageddon.
Yes. 2-1 will not be enough.
Yeah.
So right now he's on the brink. He needs to win this one.
Yeah.
And if he draws, then he wins to win the next 2 on demand to go to playoffs.
With his whites, he's been playing d4. He got close, let's be fair. He did get close, but only because Maxime made that knight d7 move, and Maxime knew that he
was in trouble.
He had some issues.
I would switch to e4 now.
I would too, though. That's the thing.
But yeah, it depends on his prep. If he doesn't feel comfortable enough to play e4, but you know what? It's Blitz.
Blitz.
Let's take the risk. Let's go e4. I'm hoping to see Najdorf.
We're still 3 minutes away from starting, so the players will
players
be
are ready,
staring
though.
at each other for a while.
I mean, yeah, butterflies.
I like that they're not talking, because usually some players just chat right before, but now they're focusing on their game, on their.
Usually happens after, right? Before it's a bit awkward.
It is, for sure.
It's one of those awkward moments, even if you are like the best friends ever. Like Fabiano and Levon are very good friends, but still, it's so much tension, so much riding on these next few games.
Yeah.
So you have to collect their thoughts individually.
Well, getting to the finals and putting yourself in a situation you can win $150,000.
Plus guarantee next Grand Chess Tour next year.
Yeah,
You know, MVL keeps saying that his motivation is to qualify for next Grand Chess Tour because he wants to play in the new St. Louis Chess Club.
Well, only one player right now, maybe 2, but only one player seems to have the next Grand Chess Tour's invitation somewhat booked, Fabiano. Because of the rating. His rating is so high.
It is fantastic.
It's going to be very difficult for him. He needs to lose a lot of rating points in order to not be invited by rating. Levon, on the other hand, he just lost 20 rating points at the Grand Swiss.
Yeah, that was.
He's falling around 27-20, 27-30 at best.
No.
So he's not going to get the invitation by rating.
No.
If
Unless
he makes it to the finals,
great year
that's
next
it.
year.
If he has a great year, but it's going to have to be in the first part of the year before the invitations are sent. So a lot is riding on this one from that angle as well.
Yeah. I agree.
And also, MVL is trying to win the Grand Chess Tour 5 times. He finished second.
No.
He's been so close so many times.
Oh,
he
my
really
goodness.
wants to take it all and win this year. So, yeah, we're
5
definitely.
times silver. Wow, that's a lot of silver.
I think there's 10 seconds left before
We're
they
just
start.
about
and
to hit
we're
that.
going to start with Pragg and MVL.
Yes, that
and
will
I
be
think
our
we should
highlighted game.
Be going right about now. Where is Chris Bird? Come on, Chris. Start the round.
And there we go. Still D4.
Okay,
No,
he is
Najdorf.
being consistent.
He's trying something new.
Maybe to London?
Knight to F3.
Yes.
E3.
Wow.
No bishop on F4.
Yeah.
Wow, this
How
is...
do you even call this? Does this
Kind
have
of a name.
a name?
Wow.
Queen's pawn opening.
Is it the Zucker tort? Or?
No, I think that's with the bishop on G5, right? Or that's the
No,
call list system.
That's the, yeah, or...
I see it's called Krauss variation, something I've never
come
heard
on, stop.
before.
No.
Yeah.
I would call it the lazy variation.
It's not the notaboom. After B6, you could play A4. What? Okay, what is going on?
There's still hundreds.
It does
of
look like a
games.
very funny notebook with reverse colors.
Right? What?
Most of them seem to be aware of this position.
Yeah, it's still theory.
Oh, yes.
It
I've
is
seen
still
this before.
theory,
Even in the U.S. Women's Championship, it happened. Yes.
It's basically a notebook with reverse colors.
Something very strange.
White has an extra tempo. That's it.
Right.
It's a good option to play for a win. If you need a win, why not?
Yeah, I've got 2 connected pass pawns versus a massive center for black. Normally speaking, it's equilibrium, right? But tell me which opening
But the
isn't.
imbalance.
But the imbalance is great. Very easy to
Black
misfire.
Dominates the center. White has 2 passers on the queen side. Yeah, anything can happen here.
One of the reasons for this move, Queen B8, is A5, B6 is something that you always want to keep an eye on. And this way,
You want to slow down those pawns.
You slow it down And that's very, very useful. Sometimes, not always, you want to play e5, e4, and with the queen actually already radiating. Yes, yes, yes.
I like e5. I guess white can meet it with e4, though.
Exactly. E4 is a good counter in that case.
Ooh, Maxime chooses c4.
Okay, and in this case, black is looking for an opportunity to play knight.
Are you not worried about bishop f6 at all? If you go knight c5?
Always.
You are, right? Because knight h4, queen h5.
It's still hard for you to get a checkmate because my weaknesses are dark squares and I do have the bishop. But okay, he did play c4. Maybe he wants to play with rook c8 just to make sure that that whole knight h4 business is not terrifying.
With white, maybe queen c2, just developing move. Let's wait and see what black does next.
What I would be anxious to do is play knight to d4. So I might start with h3 with the idea, yeah, knight d4 to, but you're right, queen c2, rook c8.
Quickly played.
I'm not sure if c3 is a threat or not.
It is, actually.
Is it?
Yes,
okay.
I think we should play bishop c3 and shut that whole idea down.
Okay, fair.
And he's done it.
He's done it. Okay.
Wow, look at us guessing all the buttons.
Nice.
e5?
Is it time?
Yeah, because I don't see any other useful moves for black that you know for sure is a good move.
I'm kind of thinking knight c5 is always... I mean, if you're not afraid of bishop f6, and yes, there are reasons for you to be afraid. But if you're not afraid of bishop f6, you can play knight to e5, knight to c5, and knight e4. Pardon me.
Maybe rook b1 and let's go a5 next.
Exactly.
White's plan seems pretty straightforward.
I'm starting to like this position for Pragg.
Yeah, those 2 pawns look scary.
Okay, let's have a look-see. If we go rook b1, and we want to go rook b1, right? Knight to e4, knight to e4, knight to e4, a5, rook to c5, right?
Let's go b6.
b6, knight takes c3, queen takes c3, queen b7?
Mm,
I already want to play a6 and b7. But
it probably doesn't work,
I'm
but
home.
it's very tempting.
Yeah.
It is very tempting.
It's so close.
Yeah.
So let's go knight d4, right?
Yeah.
Let's try to go towards that.
But then you stopped me, right? Rook a6 or something?
Apologies, I'm just going to refresh my
Long
board.
thing for Pragg.
But this is the type of
play that we...
Yeah, the strategic battles that white is aspiring to play rook b1 and a5.
He's done it.
And black is aspiring to blockade and simultaneously keep his majority going as well.
Should have played this move a minute ago. He spent a lot of time on this rook fb1.
Right.
This was the most natural move. He should have played it much faster than this. Right now, he's down a minute on the clock against MVO.
We had a legend in the Northwest, Professor Elad Mishkashki, and he would often say, same move faster was better.
Yes.
Yeah, in Blitz especially.
Wise words.
Wise words.
Wise words.
I wonder what he was worried about. He spent over a minute on rook b1.
Yes.
Truly. Yeah, I'm not sure either. Could he have been afraid of knight g4? Knight g4?
We always have h3.
Knight g4, knight d3.
By the way, they're slowly moving towards the same variation that we looked at. Knight to e4. Right now, if he takes on e4, followed by a5. Oh, he took with the pawn. D takes e4.
h2.
Wow.
Huge change in this one. He's taking the pawn on h2.
Okay, but king f1 and I'm going all in on the queen side.
I mean, look, you got that pawn, but now your pawn structure is completely damaged. The knight is coming to c6. The pawns are starting to march down the board. a5, a6, b6.
What about bishop e5 and knight?
Bishop e5, knight c6.
Yeah.
Knight c6.
You lose on the spot. That's the problem in the position.
That's a great point. Knight c6. Oh, dear.
I think Maxime looks worried. He realizes how dangerous those pawns are.
I think he was exactly looking at this move, bishop to e5, and now he realized that knight c6
to his horror.
You know, he might as well commit to some counterplay on the king side. Let's go knight d3. After knight c6, queen d6, and try to get it over to the king side as fast as possible.
Yeah, let's go for it.
The scary part to me is knight c6. What am I doing about a5?
Yeah, the pawns are coming.
Yeah, they're coming fast. I kind of like the knight on d4. Knight c6 is also strong. Clock times 2 minutes to 2 minutes.
Now
Not
Pragg has
really.
more time.
2 minutes 30 seconds for Pragg, 1:45 for MVL. So falling behind on the clock, MVL.
This is the first time
Yes.
that MVL is literally behind on the clock.
Yes. And he does not like his position. He's not very happy. Bishop e5.
Inviting knight c6.
He's going to take on c6.
Knight c6 is winning, guys.
Knight c6.
The
I'm sure
thing,
he
knight
saw it,
c6, you take on c6, maybe we can put that on the board really quick. I don't take on e5. I take on c6 with
Then I
a
go
tempo on the
knight
queen.
b3.
But that's fine.
At least I split the pawns.
You split the pawns.
Yeah.
But I'm losing the c4. Oh, I'm not losing it right away because of knight
I have a
b2.
big
They're
question.
following this.
They are following our line. Just a second. Let me.
Knight b3 on the board. Yeah, you don't need bishop b5. Because you're improving
Okay, I
my
have a
queen.
question for you guys. So I take on
Rook.
e5.
Okay, queen takes.
And then I go c7.
Whoa, 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 whoa. c7.
Yes.
I take your rook.
Rook b8 doesn't work. So I have to go queen c4.
It's a mess. Yeah.
Queen
You
c4.
could be winning.
I think I'm winning.
You think you're winning? I'm not 100% sure.
Let's see what he's going for.
He's going to go rook a2, and he's done it.
Queen
Rook
h2? Are we not worried about queen h2?
Yes, 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 we are. Queen h2.
Got some counterplay. Queen h5. Queen takes g2 and
I can go
checks are
queen
coming.
takes e4.
I do need to commend MVL's decision to go for this bishop to e5, perhaps understanding that he's going to be losing, but this is the practical choice.
Queen
But I
h2,
have
queen
knight c1
e4.
there. Queen h1 and knight c1. Do you go back king d2?
Let's show what we're looking at. Because
We can wait because they have 1 minute and 37
Oh, this
against
is a
1 minute.
very, very, very tense moment. We're anticipating queen h2.
He has to try.
Can we play? No, rook c8 has no threat. I can't.
He didn't play it.
he played knight a5,
Okay.
which looks very artificial to me.
But wait a minute, wait a minute. In his defense.
But
he
rook
is
b5,
trying-
what do you do after rook b5?
Well, you chasing me to the good square?
I think I am because I'm not seeing the checkmate after queen takes e4, rook to b5. So let's go into that variation. Can we
Rook to
see
b5.
So let's put it on the
To
board.
b5, queen h2, queen e4, and just.
It's on the board.
He's challenging him. How big is your threat to checkmate?
Yeah, I
Checkmate.
guess queen
I
h2
don't see it anymore.
Move
I don't see it
ago was
anymore.
way stronger than it is now.
Right. I think Maxime blinked.
Let's see the live position. This is.
How about queen d6? Defending against queen takes e4 because of queen
Just
d1 mate.
queen d2 because every endgame is winning for white.
c6 is. Oh,
Your
Oh,
a5.
knight on
is
a5. Oh.
Queen d2 should finish the game.
Queen d2 finishes the game after queen
20
d6.
seconds for Maxime. And
He's played it?
yeah, if Pragg goes queen d2, I think it's game over.
Don't touch the pawn on e4. You get mated in one move.
Yes.
That would be a disaster.
The queen
King
d2.
g1, but queen d2 seems
Queen d2.
so forcing.
Let's go for the endgame. This is it.
Threatening.
This is it right now. You have a golden
A5
opportunity.
pawn.
Go for it.
He's
Queen
He's
d2.
done it.
If
He
not-
saw it. Sometimes you're just blind. Sometimes you just don't see that move. Don't ask me why, but there's just this blind spot. He should
Well, 10 seconds for MVL. Oof.
takes.
Yeah, I think
What
he
else?
knows it's over. Just gonna play this endgame, but he's lost on the board, and
Yep.
he has 30 seconds less on the clock as well.
But
Pragg
you-
stays in the match if he wins this one. He's still in this match.
Rook
Only 2 points
c5.
behind.
Rook c5. Collect the pawn on c4. Keep the pawn on a5 alive.
Rook d6 looks good as well.
Rook d6 is another goodie.
Yeah, because the last round.
Oh!
No,
Rook
no, this
d6.
is-
Rook d6. Okay.
What? You scared me. What happened? What happened?
That bar scared me.
Oh, did he reach for the? Oh, there it goes. It's
Check.
a pass.
Check on.
Check
A6
and
was
a6.
still- We don't need check. A6.
Oh, a6 is nice. Yes.
Oh, and
Pragg
handshake.
wins.
Pragg.
Congratulations.
He keeps the tension. Let's jump over to the other game between.
Levon has 10 seconds against Fabi's 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness!
Just
this is very
equal
balanced
right now.
But
very
who's
symmetrical as well?
Levon 10 seconds to 20?
Yeah.
Okay. Rook A2 and B4, that's the only thing I see. He's played Rook A2 as a prelude to playing B4.
I don't know. Do you want to?
I do.
These players know each other so well. They're unable to create any chances against each other up to this point.
Wow, they're so evenly matched.
By the way, I think that's 6 seconds for Levon. So Levon is
that
to speed things up at some point.
You know, yeah, let's get moving here. Rook H8. Okay. Rook H2. Rook. Look at this. Oh my gosh, what a way of repeating. The longest moves on the chessboard.
And now it's Fabi who has less time.
Someone's going to claim,
you know
right?
what? Let's go for it. Yeah.
And he's claiming with Rook H8. And another draw.
Wow.
Nothing separates these players.
They're so evenly matched. And yet they're so different.
Yeah, different
the styles, their approach is remarkable. Wow, and remarkable victory there by Pragg. You know, winning on demand, when you absolutely have to win, is the hardest thing in chess. Winning in chess is already hard, but winning on demand, doubly so. Where did it go wrong for MVL? I wasn't even sure.
Well, to be honest, this position from the get-go, it feels like it matches the demands of what Pragg needs to get in this match.
Agreed.
And he needs to get an imbalanced position. And I'm sure Pragg was very happy with the outcome of the opening. It's very important in this type of very instinctive match to get the type of position that you want, right?
Agreed.
And that's exactly what he did. Knight to c5, already a bad move. But I want to point out this moment, after bishop to e5, bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, and rook to a2. We were all screaming, hey, go for it. Go for the queen to h2. Try to get something in the position. Knight to f5. And it's just not in the spirit of the position.
Going backwards, yeah.
Go backwards, leave the knight on b3. I mean, that's a beautiful piece right there. I understand why he didn't, because rook to a2, not only that you get the rook off the attack of the knight on b3, but also you're controlling the square d2. So, for example, right now, you make a luft. I can take on c4. There's no more knight to d2. This is key in the position. So what MVL, with very few seconds on the clock right now, he thought, you know what, this knight on b3 is not doing anything active anymore because I don't have access to this d2 square, so let's try to redirect it with knight to a5. He had to go for queen to h2. Still worse, but he has plenty of practical chances at that point. After rook to b5, he's just gone. That's it. And I think he missed this move, queen to d2. Beautiful move, very nice. By the way, because if you don't see that one, then you have to go king to g1. It's not the same, right? But queen d2 just finishes the game because it forces the queens off, and also this pawn, the pass pawn on the a file, is going to survive, and that's enough. That's it, and he got it. He played very well. Pragg, I have to say, very impressive in this one. With the back against the wall, because, look, you lose one more game, that's it, the match is over. Right now, he's still in this one.
Update our results, Nasi, please.
Again, we had one decisive result between Pragg and MVL after Pragg's win. Now the match score is 11 against 13. And between Fabi and Levon, it's all even, 12-12.
The specter of Armageddon looms larger and larger as we throw over to Sao Paulo. Maurice, over to you.
Thanks, Yas. Well, as you guys mentioned, these two good friends know each other so well. They live in the same city now, study and analyze together. They must play a lot of chess together, just friendly chess. And then also in competition, they've been playing each other for years. So they know each other so well that it just seems like there's no separation between Fabi and Aronian. And you see it in the games. This game they played just now was really no exception. I'm looking for something interesting to talk to you guys about, and I can't find anything. You know, I'm always able to make something up. So I do have one critical moment to talk about, and it's here on the board where Aronian played the move d5. And as you know, in these kind of openings, e4, e5, if black is able to play d5 and not get punished, usually Black has a perfectly fine game. And Fabi had just one little option here, which was after this move to actually take, after this particular situation, to take on d5 takes and then play the move bishop to g5. You see here that the pawn on d5 is under some pressure as it's defended by a knight and queen, but the knight is pinned and the queen is about to leave the d8 square. I say that, turns out that it's actually possible to force white to make this trade and accept this structure, and Black says, it ain't so bad for me. You're not going to get any real attack on my king, even though my structure on that side is compromised. And let's go. It's a sharp game. Both of us have our chances. So that was an opportunity indeed. And now one more missed opportunity. Bishop to g5 by white. It turns out that even here, Black can play the move h6. And check this out. After h6, bishop takes, queen can take. Forget about the structural issue that I discussed before, because now if you go after the pawn saying, don't I just win a pawn, Black can play the enormous knight to f4, ignoring the pawn and going on his own attack. This was an opportunity that Levon actually missed, because now if Fabi gets greedy and takes on c6, suddenly queen g6 lands on the board, and we all understand what time it is here. Black is the one with tremendous initiative, the two bishops, and who cares about the pawn you lost when you're looking like a mating attack, and it is white who has to defend right here. So this was actually an opportunity missed by Levon. We've seen that for both of them so far in this matchup. And then the whole game just petered down into nothingness. Very quiet exchanges and easy equality, basically. I mean, he still had to play good moves, did Levon, with the black pieces, but there was never any real separation to speak about. So this match, draw after draw after draw after draw. Are they going to separate each other from each other? It's going to have to happen. It's going to come to that, for the tension is rising at each moment as we go along. So we will be back on the other side of the commercial break to follow these super intriguing matches. See you in a few minutes.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Two legendary world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand, will do battle once again in Clutch Chess, The Legends, a special exhibition match celebrating their incredible legacies. Kasparov, a chess icon who held the title for 15 consecutive years, and Anand, a 5-time world champion, will compete in an epic Chess 960 match with $144,000 in prizes on the line. Catch this unique moment in chess history live from the new state-of-the-art facility at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's an unforgettable event you won't want to miss. Clutch Chess Champion Showdown is here, and 4 superstars take the stage. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and reigning world champion Gukesh Damaraju. With more than $400,000 on the line, daily win bonuses, escalating point values, and the one-of-a-kind Champions Jackpot, every game could change everything. It all unfolds October 27th through 29th, live from the brand new playing halls of the St. Louis Chess Club. Don't miss a moment of chess history in the making.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Tour, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show.
Go, go, go.
That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, music director and creative resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops. Sorry, St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys! Yeah! There's my boy, look at that kid!
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of day 3.
Day 3. We just got through the rapids.
Yes, let's take a look at the results so far.
Let's do it.
We had 2 decisive games. 1 win was by MVL in the rapid portion, and now 1 win by Pragg in the blitz portion. So you can see the score. 11 against 13, pretty close.
That rapid counted a lot more than the Blitz results.
And
all draws.
Fabi and Levon, it's all draws.
And
here's our bracket. We'll
MVL's
know
got
soon.
1 foot in the
Yes.
finalist bracket.
However, if Pragg wins another Blitz game, then they will be tied.
Everything to play for there.
Absolutely. In the next game, MVL and Levon have the white pieces. There's a
Pragg.
picture of Pragg.
Oh.
He's all alone in Brazil, preparing by himself. I mean, he can have someone helping him, just
remotely.
Not, exactly.
I
not
see
Yeah.
MVL right there with his second, Jules
Right.
Moussard in the back.
I don't know that it's always nice to have a buddy along,
Somebody
a
to
friend,
talk to.
yeah, somebody
Yes.
you can just.
It's not even so much
reassure you
about the
that-
opening
yeah.
preparation, but rather just psychological
Yeah, having that
advantage you get when you get to chat with somebody that you know so well. You know they're on your team.
Yep. Speaking of man who's incredibly consistent, not only in his play, but also as a rival at the board, MVL has been first. Just getting, I always like to be at the board before the clock gets started, just, again, to get that zone feeling.
Get mentally ready.
Yeah, but you adjust to the noises. Every stage has its own.
Especially with live audience.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you just get more seated, rooted in yourself. If you and talk about that was the first loss that I'm trying to think in the GCT tour, in the Sinkfield Cup.
MVL
Undefeated.
drew all the games.
All,
yes.
In the Blitz, really?
No,
in the
Sinkfield
Sinkfield
Cup. I'm sorry.
No, I
think
mean
he
in
only
Blitz, I
had-
think you get some loss.
He had he was again very consistent. I think he did
One
have a
loss.
loss, maybe.
In Blitz.
Yeah, but this was his first loss in Sao Paulo.
Yes.
Maybe that's a wake up. Maybe that's a wake up.
And what do you think his strategy should be right now? Should he go and play for a win with the white
Yes.
pieces?
They put the pressure on the opponent because the opponent, after all, is going to need 1.5 points out of the next 2 games. And on the contrary, if I can win with white, clinch the match.
You know, if you draw this game, then Pragg in the last round needs a win with the white pieces. Kind of a perfect situation. You just go all out.
Yes.
Nothing to lose.
Exactly. It's like an Armageddon game, in fact. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the end of the last game, how Pragg defeated MVL.
And he did it very nicely. He forced the trade of queens, and then his rooks came into the position, forced the trade of the rooks, and it's this pass A-pawn.
Unstoppable.
Very nice. You pointed out A6
Was winning.
was a pretty move here. Rook B7 check followed by A6 was also.
And the thing is, the C-pawn is always going to be caught by the king.
Where
You go
the
C3, I
square.
go king E2, I catch it with the king. I
Yeah.
use my rook to promote
And
the pawn.
they're
E4,
off.
C5,
There we go.
go.
We're going to have
And-
another, no?
No.
Salimo.
A Rasalimo.
Bishop B5, E6.
Which game should I focus on?
Oh,
Which
definitely this one.
MVL
MVL versus Pragg right now.
Okay.
Just because once again, with a win, MVL finishes the match.
Match. Yeah. Knight D4. That's a very standard. This is
there's
very
still
standard in the.
A lot of games in the database in this position. B4 is the most common move here.
And I have to say, MVL should not relax right now because a draw. Pragg has been showing with the white pieces. He's coming with new ideas every single game. He's playing D4, Knight F3, D4, G3, Catalan. A lot of ideas. You cannot relax. You cannot say, you know what, I'm going to be prepared for whatever you choose to bring to the table in the next one. Win this one outright and finish the match.
We just saw a move that's not on my radar. A2, A4. Is that still?
There's only
there?
9 games.
With the move A4.
Yes, very rare move.
As you said, the most common is B4. Yeah. Okay.
A4 is aimed at against B5 and against black taking any space on the queen side.
Preparing Knight A3 as well.
Also preparing Knight A3.
You know, as strange as it looks, I would consider A5 and Bishop C5. What do you
Because
think
if you
about
play,
that setup? Because you didn't play B4, I'm going to try to punish you.
I would play Bishop C5 and just say, I don't know what you're doing. I'm playing Bishop C5. Maybe on a good day, I'll even remind you that I've got a tickle.
That's on the board, and B4 followed.
Bishop A7. You can continue with b5, but you're overextending a little bit as well. You have to be careful.
I would
with
play
white.
bishop b2. Yeah.
You would not go for b5.
Whoa.
I feel you should go for b5.
Let me pick up the gauntlet.
You've said A, you should probably say B as well.
Knight e5?
Something
Oh,
like
knight e5.
Yeah, I'm not touching the b5.
Okay.
Bishop a3.
Okay, I've got d6.
So far, so good. Nothing untoward has happened, huh?
How does white finish development with the knight on b1?
Other than capturing on d4 and playing knight to d.
Let's get
knight to
creative,
c3.
guys. Come on, let's go f4.
Nice.
Too much creativity. I mean, knight g6 is probably fine.
Almost c2.
c2 is too much creativity.
Nice. I always like that comment by Robert Hübner. What did he feel of Velimirovich? Pardon me. Too much talent.
Let's go back to the live position because this is not it.
b5 on the board.
b5 on the board. We may be seeing
I don't think we will see
crazy. No.
Bishop a3 and f4.
Definitely not f4. No.
Well,
F4
knight e5 is on the board.
Halfway there.
Halfway there.
I would. Do we have a5? Or you just take on b5 after that?
Right.
Then maybe it's time to play d3 and develop our pieces, right?
d3. Don't be so reasonable.
Maxime is spending a lot of time, though.
For a
He's down to his
game,
last 3 minutes against 4 minutes and 12 seconds for Pragg. So definitely Pragg with somewhat of an edge right now on the clock.
It's almost as if he's trying to be a little bit too creative.
Too creative, yes.
Is Maxime? I mean, at some point, you just make practically good moves.
If Pragg wins this game, then he's actually in a better position.
Well,
going into the final one.
Takes, rook a3, any takers?
Why not?
I'm worried about f2.
Queen f6, can we do that?
Queen f6, perfectly legal. I mean, you're just, I have to play some not...
Maybe knight g... No, you have rook f3.
Knight g4, rook f3, you're right.
That looks a bit awkward, though,
it
right?
It does.
So I go castle, let's say.
Castles, rook g3.
I can't get out of
AB.
it.
Actually, instead of castle, can we go back? Can I take on b5?
MVL, 2 minutes down. That's huge.
That is bad news for MVL right now.
Only 11 moves played.
And he doesn't look like he's ready to move.
He looks stuck.
Yeah.
He's taken on d4.
Well, takes.
Look at the bar. Look at the bar, how it dropped.
Black is much better already. And a 2-minute time advantage.
Well, look at the pieces. Bishop on d4, knight on e5 versus the bishop on c1, knight on b1.
Like collapsing. Wow.
That loss, sometimes, you know, you just don't react very well to a loss. Now, why is this so bad?
I like how Yasser said, oh, look, it's so obvious. But this is your attempt, Yasser. You tried this.
No.
You tried it.
Queen h4?
Now you're back on the winning team. I see.
No. I'm saying MVL is really putting himself under the gun.
Queen f6, queen e2, right? What else? Do you want to give the exchange?
No, I don't want to play rook e3. No, of course not. I'm playing queen e2.
Well, MVL is thinking. He's still thinking.
Queen e2, a takes b also looks very good.
Of course.
Rook e3, he's giving the exchange.
Wow.
I'm not even in a hurry to take it.
You can just castle.
I can castle, yeah.
Castles, knight c3.
White's position is so awkward.
It's awkward, but it's not... I would not say it's losing, right?
No.
Because you still have dark squares.
Like,
if,
for example,
bishop takes c3 comes.
Yeah, bishop takes c. You know, you're looking at a potential of bishop b2, although there's
definite compensation.
Yeah,
I feel there's definite compensation in this one. You go d4, you go bishop b2. You have a lot of ways to attack on dark squares.
Fair.
Do we think MVL can turn this around? Because he's also so low on the clock as well.
Absolutely. No. It's such a complicated position, and it's such an unorthodox position also.
Bishop takes b5. Okay, so far so good.
I haven't seen this type of structure in a very long time. I mean, it's so strange.
Not in normal chess.
No, it's so strange. Yeah, it looks like a chess 960 type of situation.
The contrast, once again, between the classical games, the rapid games, the blitz games, how nerve-wracking the blitz games have been. Even the games that Levon and Fabi, even though on paper they look like they've been drawn, every single game has been hard fought. Knight c3, develop the pieces.
Did you put the bishop on d6?
Possibly.
How do you kick me out?
It's a good question. I mean, the bishop is...
Because if I don't do that, you're going to play d5 next move, and look at that d file. What? I'm not happy with white.
Exactly.
So
okay,
I would
bishop
go for
d6.
bishop d6.
Makes sense.
1 minute, 15 seconds for MVL.
Now again, I think MVL is really a great blitz player, but when you're falling a minute, 2 minutes behind on time against these top players, they punish you.
And you have a
Knight
worse
c3.
position as well. I mean, let's go d5.
You still haven't taken the exchange. You know, at a certain
forgot
moment,
about
I might just move the exchange away.
I guess you are planning rook e2 at some point.
I don't know if I'm planning
And my
it.
bishop on d4 is so good.
It really is. Well, I mean, I'm just saying d5, well, rook e2, I'm not happy. You still have knight g4. This is maybe not what I want either.
But you're right. I can also just take on e3 and play start playing normal chess.
Queen e2 instantly, not even bishop d6, but queen e2 instantly.
Stopping bishop a6.
Good point. Restraining the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the bishop was just going to develop to b7.
Okay, now he wants to move the rook, so time to take the rook.
Yeah, it's now or never kind of deal, right?
Yes,
Well,
and he's done it. Bishop e3.
no. F takes e3. Any takers?
Yes.
F takes e3, d4, e5.
I think I would go for f takes e, then rook f1, d4.
I feel like I can get some compensation there.
Yep.
And he's done it.
He's below 1 minute already.
Okay, bishop b7.
I still like bishop d6 because how do you kick me out?
Bishop d6, rook f1
Such a pretty piece.
Could rock your world. Bishop d6, rook f1.
Yeah, you can do it in any order. Rook f1 first or bishop d6.
You're right.
Queen g6 or g5?
Well, there is an annoying idea of bishop to d6 and bishop to c7. Bishop d6 threatens h4.
Ooh, nice.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
And just to let our audience know, Fabi is better in the other game against Levon.
With two.
We're going to stay with this. There's only 30 seconds for MVL.
MVL leads by
2 points.
2 points.
By a blitz game.
Victory by
That's it.
Prague would equalize
Would
that.
put them even. Going into the final one with Prague having the white pieces, this would be a turn of events.
Remarkable. Remarkable turn of event. Okay.
It's too early to call that.
But of course, in the moment, bishop c7, h4. We've got a twin threat. What are you going to do?
Is h4 winning though? I do have queen g3.
Should we go for f6 just to defend that knight on e5?
Okay, f6, bishop to c7.
d4?
Pardon me?
Oh, you want to take the pawn? Yeah.
I want to take the pawn. Yeah.
Okay, now they are even on the clock.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
A good move.
Inviting h4.
h4, queen g3, I think is the idea.
d4.
Knight f3 check.
Didn't see it.
However, you have queen f3.
Queen f7.
Yeah. d4.
And
knight
he's
f3.
inviting knight f3 check, and look in the player's blitz. This is what blitz
This
chess
is what Prague calculated for that close to a minute thing.
But this...
And bishop takes c6 is on white's agenda.
But queen f8?
If you go queen b4, I got bishop takes c6.
Okay, I take back.
Knight e4, knight d6.
Knight e4, rook f8.
Rook f8 is coming.
You know, it's weird. I was going knight d6, and I was defending my queen.
Let's see, queen a3. I like that move much more because now you're hitting e3 as well. So you have to go passive with knight d1.
He did.
Rook f8.
But rook f8.
Rook f8, queen takes e6.
Clock times are like 17 seconds.
Rook
he
e8.
plays rook e8. Yes, it's 16 seconds for both.
h5.
Exchange up, but still missing a few pieces close to your king. Nevertheless, that queen is coming back to e7 swiftly. Queen c7.
Queen takes
Queen takes
a4.
a4, queen b6. Queen to C2.
Oh,
Pragg is staying active with rook to A2. Look at that.
I'm so desperate to
It's
develop
actually a nice
my
move
knight.
by MVL. If you take, it's not an easy endgame. My knight will
Because
get
the
to D6.
knight will get to D6. Exactly. Rook to A2, change.
Knight F2. I'm still
Knight
going to
F2.
E4. Okay,
It's not so
maybe.
easy.
And
Rook
wow,
to E2.
big result. Fabi has won his game against Levon.
Huge result, in fact.
Guys, rook to
Yeah,
C3.
it's
Look at
fine.
that.
Look
Bar
at him
swinging.
He's
The
fighting.
knight is coming to F4.
He's fighting his way to equal. It's
To
remarkable.
a better position. A better position.
Remarkable play by MVL.
3 seconds for
With
Pragg.
no time on his clock. He's played brilliantly. D5? No,
This
he didn't
might
play
be the
D5.
end of the match right now if he manages to win this one. H5.
Great position.
Oh my word.
King
What
F2.
a
The king is going
turnaround.
towards the center.
This
Rook
is just-
C7, King
Rook
F3.
C5. Rook C5. Stop C5.
This knight D5. So
Oh,
he's
excuse
good,
me.
Yes.
C5, D5.
D5.
Connect the pawns. Keep the pawns connected. D5.
No,
He's done it.
He's going for it.
Yes.
Knight E6, King G6.
That king is going places. King F5.
Let's go E6. Let's go. He's played it. Oh, E4. Look at those 3 pawns.
E4, Rook F8.
What's Rook F8?
G4. I'm okay. I'm not mated.
E5 check.
Look at those pawns go.
This might be the end of the match, guys. Rook to C1. How do you stop those pawns?
I don't see how. E7 is coming. Oh, there is a check. Alert.
Oh, that was
King
a
C4 and
important
E7
check.
followed by
E7.
D6.
D6. That's
Connect
a
those
winner.
pawns.
That's a winner.
Rook to B7, E6. Keep going.
How did you get 3 pawns?
Look at that block of pawns right there.
1 second for Pragg.
Rook B6, Knight E5. Check. Followed by D7. Get away from the check on E6. Game over.
Correct.
Wow.
And MVL wins the match.
Wow.
Goes to the finals of the Grand Chess Tour finals.
From a lost position, he wins.
What a turnaround. And Pragg, oh.
Speechless.
Yeah, he gave MVL a run for his money. That was so close. He could have won that. I thought he was going to play Rook F8, trade rooks and kind of claim.
Everything happened so fast, but amazing. I mean, MVL kept his composure.
Yeah.
He outplayed Pragg from a lost position.
Beautifully, well done. We're kind of speechless over here. We're going to throw it
We didn't get
to Sao Paulo when Maurice is ready.
We didn't get to catch the other game at all.
No.
But I heard Fabi won, so it must
Yes.
have been an exciting game as well.
Wow.
Here's MVL.
Finalist. Our congratulations to MVL. Look at he's talking to his second. Hey, dude, that opening sucked. Don't do that again. Yeah, you're right. Wow.
And there's
Fabi's also
Fabiano,
looking quite
happy
happy.
as well, winning his first game of the match. And right now, with 1 foot into the finals, all
Yes.
he needs to do is make a draw in the last Blitz game. And
Look-
that would secure the
Yeah.
place in the finals. But Maurice, I'm hearing you're going to take us through the other game, Fabi's win. Take it away.
Yes, thanks, Cristian. What an exciting round we just had. As a matter of fact, incredible MVL clinching, and Fabi now setting himself up in a golden position, winning with the black pieces with 1 game to go with white, and just needed to make a draw to seal the deal. This game he had, it just really was a story of Levon collapsing under the pressure. If I can just take you through this King's Indian, they got to this position, no problem here. It's just a position. White has space. Black is looking for his own counterplay, but not really much to write home about. A typical F5 plan by Black. And now is where the game got really interesting, because this big consequential trade on C5, it seemed like a good idea at the time. It's going to end up being the bane of his existence in a few moves, because after takes A4, now the B file, as you can see, is wide open for Black. He brought his knight back into the game and then played the move Rook to B8, and he's going to have eternal pressure. It's like, why did you trade on C5 and give me this B file? Now I've got clear play to work with. And so now B3, that doesn't stop anything, it's just a weakness on the square. Fabi did play the move Rook to B4 here. The engine is not really happy with the move, but now is when it starts. Knight to B5, not a great move, looking like you're trying to plug up that B file. But check this out, a trade, and now the F file is open, both rooks being excellently placed, and the king with trouble along this file. How does white get his king to the king side? Well, he thought, I can't do that. Let me try to get the other way. And so in this position, black played c6. He thought, let me just rip this position open and cause some trouble. After takes, now queen to c2. And now black played this move, rook to f4. And this was a rambunctious move, to be sure, saying, go ahead, take my rook. I dare you. Turns out it's not 100% accurate after all, because white could have played this amazing defense, something you would not suspect is a good idea, because after queen to b8, knight's under attack, the b-pawn's under attack. But it turns out you could take, and then play e5, hitting the g6 pawn if you take. Queen takes, and it's white who's checkmating. That was an opportunity that he missed. Instead, after rook to f4, he panicked. Pawn under attack. He played knight c3, rook to g4, and now he castled queenside, which is what he was trying to do, trying to aim for. Well, guess what? Not a good idea. Now the attack is coming multiple directions. King b2 defending the pawn. There goes one button down. He plays rook up. There goes a second pawn. And that's all she wrote, because now an exchange sack followed by d5. And look at the march of the central pawns. Levon, with no time on his clock, got desperate, took on d5, but this did not help. His king is terrible. Queen b4 check is coming. He tried to defend with queen takes pawn, but rook takes on g2. Look at white's king. It's just caught in a crossfire. You're not surviving this. Rook d1, e4 with check. He had to block because king to c4 has this check coming at you. And bishop to d4, you're caught by this check. This king just has nowhere to go. Again, king up is rook check. So just with total desperation, he played here the move rook to d4. Now queen g3, and there are pins everywhere. And he had to resign. No defense in this position. Just a tremendous attacking game by Fabiano. Levon, again, remember, there's that knight takes on c5, ended up costing him opening the b file. And we see that Fabi has a fantastic situation. A draw wins him the match and takes him to the finals against MVL. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And let's refresh our results. Nazi.
Yes, let's have a look after the dramatic.
I know, we're still catching our breath.
So MVL wins the match 15 against 11, and he's in the finals. Still everything to play for in the match between Fabi and Levon, but it's 14 against 12. If Fabi draws, he's directly into the finals against MVL.
Let's take a look at those brackets and to see who is our finalist. Our first we know is MVL.
Right, big congratulations to MVL for making it to the finals. And Pragg will be fighting for the third place to get an automatic seat in the Grand Chess Tour for next year.
Who's going to join whom? But Levon needs to win, and terribly needs to win it with black. Ouch. Let's toss it to Maurice and our first finalist, Maxime.
Thanks, Yaz. We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has now cemented his place in the finals. Maxime, you had great +4 points after the rapid, and then he came back and won a game. Tell us your thoughts after that victory by Pragg. You had to feel a little uncomfortable.
A little bit, but I decided to not try and force a draw, but to play normal chess, and well, it backfired very quickly.
What happened?
Yes, here in this position, I know the plan is a4, b4, and I started with a4, but it allows bishop c5. And suddenly, I just couldn't find a way here in this position. So apparently, a5, ab, knight a3. But that may be the only way, like I was considering, because bishop b2, like, yeah, d3. And
that looks ugly.
Yeah. And I was considering moves like, I don't know, f4, but then d6, king h1, c2 was, and here you have to find queen h5, but it's a piece. But anyway, like, I don't know, maybe there's some better way, but after queen f6, I was very happy to at least have rook e3. Like, it looks terrible, but it's much better than, you know, good practical chances.
Potential dark square control with that bishop, which turned out to be a very good
here,
victory.
knight c3 apparently is already good for me. I mean, okay, I took without thinking twice. Okay, apparently knight c3 is, okay, whatever happened. And here, yeah, like, I know I'm probably lost, but at least, yeah, rook f8 looks like it has to be the way. But I think, yeah, Pragg was going to go for this, I think, and we both missed, I guess, this.
Ouch.
Yes. And this would have been a tied match. And instead, suddenly, we got to this endgame. And, like, yeah, I mean, as to take on e3, of course. Like, and suddenly, after knight h3, already I felt like maybe I'm going to win this game. And I thought g5 had to be played to avoid knight f4. Because once I get the pawn on e6, here, I mean, it's obviously not winning, but very, very difficult. And suddenly, after I got h5, already I knew practically it's winning. It got complicated at some point, but in the end, I got it. And, like, I'm happy about it, but it was really a lot of nervous moments.
With this kind of victory, it wasn't the one where you just play nice, smooth, simple game, start to finish. Do you say to yourself, it doesn't matter, it's Blitz, I got in?
Definitely doesn't matter. And also the fact that my position was so bad helped me once we got to this endgame. Because if Pragg is in a position of defense from the start, he will probably defend much better. And suddenly, like, he was, like, frustrated, understandably, and I've been on the winning side of this, been on the losing side of this once you feel like you miss your chances, and also, like, in such an important setting, obviously.
Absolutely. Will you watch this final game between Levon and Fabi?
Well, first I have to play my own, but...
a game is required, despite having won the match?
We play all games.
Oh, you play all games?
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
I don't mind it. Those were the rules, and I think it's completely fine here. And, but, the problem is I'm black, so I cannot really see what's happening in the other game. And also, I mean, I still want to play well anyway. Okay, well, then I'll let you go. I thought I was just spending quite a relaxed time. I didn't catch that about the rules, so my fault. Yeah. Good luck in your last game to finish off in a good way. Thank you, Maurice. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Good luck, Maxime. As we see, Maxime was deluged with chess fans immediately following his victory. And big shout out to the Brazilian chess fans for coming out and playing in the tournaments and making our GCT Tour players feel welcome.
I'm very surprised that he has to play another game.
Me three. I really am. I thought he had clinched the match and that was it, but the rules require him to finish the game.
Let's take a look at the end of this game between MVL and Pragg, because once he got this knight against the rook.
Now, that was the bad move right there, that move rook c8. He should have played rook takes e3, and as MVL just explained, that would be draw. Another bad move, he had to play g5 to Pragg, and as MVL explained himself, once he had played knight e6 followed by h5, he said practically, I'm winning. H5, crucial move and in MVL's mind, that's it. That was the nail that clinched the game for him.
And he's absolutely right, because as soon as he got this position, it's completely winning.
Exactly.
It's difficult to mess it up for Vachier.
Right, and
look at those pawns.
They really did march down the board.
I forgot about the third e3 pawn. I was not expecting that one to come into the play.
Exactly, and remember, they are playing with only increments.
Yes. There was a point where Maxime reached like 2 seconds many times.
Really? I didn't realize it was that
those
moments. Yeah, it's the march of the ants, right?
I have to say the knights are extremely tricky in the endgame, especially when they have outposts. And this knight has such a beautiful outpost.
This move, e7 and d6, I mean, oh.
Yeah, once the block of pawns is coming, storming down the board, that's it, game over.
You just feel so good at the... I don't think I've ever had the 3 connected pass pawns quite like that final.
Lucky enough to have a position like that.
I know, it makes a visually very, very pleasing. No, MVL has won the match, but he's got one more game to be played. But a crucial game that we're going to be keeping our eye on is the Levon needing to win in the final game of Blitz against Fabi. And Levon will have...
I do feel like the game between MVL and Pragg is probably going to be over very quickly.
Some quick draw, repetition, some variation.
Yes. But even though Pragg's Blitz rating is not great, so MVL might be, you know what, I don't want to lose any rating points.
Feeling good about your...
Not me.
Feeling good about
us. Not me. Okay.
It's all about the team.
That was a good
it's
fight.
about us.
That was a good fight.
That was, look, your guy came back.
He almost came back. He almost completed.
He was so close to some move or two. That rook f8 move and rook f1, just as MVL would said, we're tied.
Yeah.
After rook f8, rook f1.
But we knew he's not. We knew he's going to come down to the wire. To the last few moves, because it was such a complex opening, right? And MVL even he was stunted for about 2 minutes after the opening phase.
He messed it up. He
spent 2 minutes for no reason, and then he was like, "What am I supposed to do? I'm going to sacrifice my exchange." But I mean, you know, from a practical perspective, you keep some chances. Objectively, he was much worse.
Yes.
Maybe even losing at one point. Pragg was so close.
Yep.
So close.
And for Fabi, he's white. You don't play for the draw. The idea is you play for the advantage. You just try to keep an edge and keep grinding, and look for a perpetual.
I like the hard turn.
Yeah, the hard turn. Play for the perpetual once you get it.
Yes. But we've seen between these two, both of them win on demand when they had to.
Yes.
In the American Cup matches.
It happened before.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
And I'm pretty sure it happened before when Levon had black. I think Levon had won on demand with black. Yes. And Fabi also. Fabi also won on demand with black.
Wow.
So these players, I mean, they've had this situation before.
Of course. They're
played
gladiators.
So many matches.
Yeah. Still, on the other hand, winning on demand with black, it's important that you get the kind of position that allows you.
So another King's Indian? Yeah.
Well,
for won with the King's Indian, right?
For Levon, a King's Indian where you don't allow D takes E5.
Sure.
Is the problem.
Also, I expect E4. Fabi's been playing E4 in this event. So.
Exactly, and a French defense you can't play. You can't play the French if
you might get the exchange.
You're going to get an exchange.
You think,
C4.
You think he's going to take on? D5?
Take on D5, play C4. Don't play
E4. He's going to play the mother. Like
modern
he's going to go D6.
or a Sicilian.
No, Sicilian. You cannot play the Sicilian.
You got to play Sicilian.
You cannot play the Sicilian.
Then you got to play the
If you wanna, if you're trying to win,
card.
there's no way to play the Sicilian. There's too many ways in which white can force equality. No, he has to go the mother. He's going to do the mother, almost for sure.
Would you start with D6, G6?
D6, maybe.
Yeah.
Or G6. Actually, that's a good question.
You guys just pointed out the dilemma that Levon is facing: how to choose the opening that's going to give him chances for an imbalance that he can play for.
I feel like he plays
Scandinavian. D5, let's go.
Didn't Magnus defeat Fabi with the Scandinavian at the Olympiad? Or did they make a draw? I know they definitely played it.
The Scandinavian.
I don't remember that.
Yes.
In classical.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Levon, what are you going to do against E4 to...
D6,
okay, a modern?
Yes, modern.
No, it's going to be a Philidor with an early...
He's not playing E5, no. I think he's going G6.
Maybe start with knight D7.
I think Levon looked up at Fabi there for just a moment. Fabi turned to the right. Bishop D3, are you serious? Knight C6. Okay, again, Levon is fishing to try to get some position that will feature an imbalance, and here we go, E5.
But what's this idea of this bishop on D3 to put that pawn on C3? I understand, but isn't this a bit passive for white?
I don't know, knight F3.
Compared to the opportunities that you have generally against the modern.
No, here's the point. After knight F3, if you play bishop G4,
yes,
then I'm going to play D5,
and C4.
followed by H3, and
followed
then
by C4. Yeah.
Followed by C4. And it's going to be very, very hard for you to get any type of imbalance that you like.
That's actually a very good point. The pawn on C3 controls that D4 score. So you go D5, there's no knight D4.
Exactly. Now, if you put your knight on G6, well, okay, that's fine, but you're not playing G6, and I will play G3 and keep your pieces.
That is a very good point.
At bay.
H6.
Oh, it's so hard to imbalance. And look at this, G5.
Ooh, there we
go. What to do?
Did I say Philidor?
Remember what I would do as
I think
black?
this is the Black Lion. Or something like that.
It's a kind of a version. Well, they play it with ease. Yeah, knight.
You know the
G6.
Black Lion.
Yes,
you know.
I do. Oh, yes. When you absolutely have to win with the black pieces, you've got to take strategic risks. He's taking the strategic risk. The question is it going to lead him astray or
G3, trying to control
G3
that F4 square
to stop?
C6.
Okay, what else?
If G4, what is White's reaction? Remove the knight where?
Pardon me.
Yeah, if Black played G4.
Take it.
Oh, you're taking it.
And if you
G4
take
and just move the bishop back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Queen E2 or something. Okay. So it's very, very clear you are not playing castles. So
Short castle, yes.
You're going the other side.
Yes.
You're going to go long with.
And that's why he started with Queen to B3, putting some pressure on B7. You have to react to that. How do you do it? Do you go Queen C7? Do you push the B pawn? What do you do right now?
I know Queen B8 is not attractive, but
what is attractive?
Thank you. Position? Yeah. What is? I mean, you mentioned Nazi G4. Yeah, I could even ignore it. You know, if you take on.
Not just take and then knight H4 if you take with the bishop.
Yep.
Exchange the pieces.
I think Nazi's idea was to take on G4
with the knight and give up the pawn on B7.
Yeah.
Right? And just try to go for it.
Well, a moment ago, instead of C6, I think we were trying G4.
Got it.
Yeah. Queen B3, very, very good move. And Levon has gone into a tank, which is not helping his situation.
A lot of it riding on this game for Levon. With a win in this match, he would secure the place in the Grand Chess Tour next year as well, which is, once again, huge. He's a player that loves to play chess, and the Grand Chess Tour offers those opportunities.
Best conditions, absolutely. So here we go. Bishop E7. Okay, I'm not reaching for the pawn. I'm castling.
Really?
Yeah. Put my king on.
Surprising.
I know.
Coming from you.
I
mean,
not very like it.
I'm playing the match, the match score.
He did play castle.
He did play castles, and I'm sure he's going to play King B1, tucking his king in before, reaching for the pawn to play H4 in the near future. White is, I'm saying, especially if you castle.
Yeah, I was just thinking, can Black actually castle?
G4. I think you're taking a lot of risk. Okay, G4.
This has to be so bad now.
Yeah.
So once again, you take on G4, you want to take back with the knight, right?
Only. Now we win a pawn.
Look at that. Ooh, I love this move.
My spidey sense is tingling.
Punishing Black for not developing pieces. King still in the center.
And he played it so fast.
I remember one of the greatest Blitz games I've ever seen. It was Wesley So versus Garry Kasparov. Gary played his King's Indian, and Wesley played every model move in the book, and C5 was one of those.
So if I take on E3, what do you do?
Take on E3?
I feel like I need to eliminate that bishop anyway.
Fair.
And I take on C5. What's the idea?
I think the idea is...
D6, bishop C4? I
yeah,
thought that
bishop
was
F6.
Oh, even bishop F6. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that. I don't think I can touch that pawn.
But you also can't castle because H6 is hanging. And
yeah, not great.
This is over.
It's not a great position. And if I do take that pawn on D6, what happens?
I think the same. The bishop will move to C4 with the double attack.
E7.
And now we pause because...
F7, but I don't want to.
I think on B7, you have to castle long, don't you?
Levon spending a lot of time falling.
He's taken on E3, has Levon.
To his last minute and 20 seconds, and bishop to G4.
Ooh.
Bishop E2?
This is the type of position where all the vultures, the whole tournament hall empties, comes over and watches your game. Bishop E2, okay. Are you sure there's not like some immediate...
Why risk it? He only needs a draw, let's not forget.
It might just win.
Yeah, but you're right.
But you have to know for sure that's when you're giving up more than a piece. After bishop f3, your rook's hanging too.
Am I okay? Let's say I'm giving up a rook, is what you're saying.
Yes, rook b8.
Okay, just a second.
Now it might be a hold.
Whoa.
Checkmate, king f8 and rook f1, right?
Yes. that might be good enough after king f8.
Fabi's played rook f1, no pawn takes.
That's not fun.
It's still fun. Not as fun as the line you showed us.
Right.
D takes C on the board. Now, okay, queen b7 looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, Fabi didn't hesitate over that one. He said, give me
3 minutes against 1.
That's a thumper because positionally speaking, you really don't want to.
Ooh, look at that. Levon castles.
Oh, inviting rook h6.
Queen c6.
Queen c6.
I don't know which one to take.
Take them both. I'd start with h6 though. Nope. He went queen c6, allowing king g7. Maybe you can resist a little bit after king g7.
I don't know.
It's bad.
Yeah,
it's a bad position for Levon.
Now.
But okay.
Am I up 2 pawns or 1? Just 1. Ooh. Ooh, what about knight e5 right now? And then queen h6.
No, rook h6 and play for the perpetual.
All right. Play the match, right?
Rook h6 followed by rook takes g6 check. Chicken. Easy, yeah. That would have been easy. Uh-oh, alert.
4 seconds for Levon.
There's a d6 sighting.
Knight e5 still hanging with queen h6 next move.
Knight e5. Oh, that was why he didn't play king g7.
Yes,
he was afraid of knight e5 and queen h6.
And I think
apologies.
Instead of bishop c4, knight e5 was just winning on the spot.
That's a nice way of playing for the perpetual.
10 seconds for Levon. He might just resign here. His position is
bishop to b4.
collapsing.
Levon doesn't resign. No,
okay,
no. He's a big fighter.
What do you do?
Knight e5.
I don't even know which move is winning.
Oh, that's a nice move right there. Knight takes e5.
I know. It's just so strong.
I like that.
Queen g5.
What's his idea? Queen g5, I take on g6, right? Or take on g4.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's... Okay, king b1 a bit
shy. A bit of a shy
look at that. 3 seconds for Levon. Traded. You've got some check on the b file.
Still inviting knight takes e5, I want to say.
Does it still work?
Queen h6 check. You cannot
knight takes e5 definitely works.
You cannot take on e5. You can't capture on e5.
I think.
And he's done it.
Rook b8 and rook b6.
Rook b8.
Queen g5.
Rook b8, rook b6 was good.
How do we finish the job right now? Do we take on g4, queen f6, and then bishop to b3 calmly? Or do we take on g6? He takes on g6.
Rook to f4?
He's hungry for those pawns. He really wants those pawns.
Oh, he made a move with 1 second, Levon. Oh,
he wants a draw.
Play for the advantage.
He followed your script. Followed your script.
Seize the perpetual.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, that's shameless. That is shameless right there.
I'm proud of my principal.
Yes. And he's in the finals. Congratulations to Fabi.
That's what it's all about.
It's the match.
That's what it's all about, qualifying for the finals.
And he's going to meet MVL in the finals. The finals are set. The fight for third place and a spot in the next year's Grand Chess Tour is set as well.
It is at stake.
MVL is still playing, and he's winning his game as well, I think.
I forgot.
That game is still going on. Okay.
Okay, apologies
Maybe not winning anymore, but...
He wants those rating points.
Wait a minute. He's got
nothing to lose. It's 10 seconds against minute and a half. Right now, bishop d7 wins the pawn because after knight c5, bishop c8, and that's it. And I think he's found it.
Absolutely.
It's nice to play a game where you got nothing to lose. You're already in the finals.
Right.
Stress-free. Yeah, he's going to take the pawn, and this should be an easy win. It's 3 connected passers on the king side. Just h5, let's go. Wow, h4. Yeah, the b pawn is too slow. And There's resignation. Maxime wins his last Blitz game.
Wow, putting an exclamation point to a very, very fine match by Maxime. Our congratulations to him and also to Pragg for really making it close at the very end there. For Levon, I mean, it was just one moment. He had a big advantage of his white. I think it was in the first, you know, when he played, he didn't play E5.
In the first rapid, that counted for 4 points. I mean, that would have given him quite a significant lead if he would have taken that. He decided to repeat the position. You remember? That was his choice. With 30 seconds, he repeated the position. Chris Bird is doing the coin toss for lots for the third place match in that one, and I would assume
colors,
we will
right?
get
colors.
We will get one for the finals as well.
Black, it looks like.
That looks like a black pawn, but.
Don't trust
and
my
now
eyes.
he's going to the finals.
Well, after the rook fiasco,
I think MVL is going to choose, or maybe it's Fabi who's going to choose. No,
I want to make sure he's got a white pawn in the
MVL gets black as well. You were trying to see whether he was
the old double black pawn routine, huh?
I didn't know that one. I didn't know that one.
You never pulled that off on one of your students?
No.
What are you teaching in the university these days?
Not this type of
Choose your color.
I'll call you. You can give a seminar on this type of situations.
Hey.
Let's take a look at where we are, the standing.
We have finalists.
We do. So as you can see, MVL defeated Pragg with 17-11 match score, and Fabi won with 15 against 13. Pretty close match. I was
Always
expecting
so
playoffs between those two, Fabi and Levon.
Somehow, me too. It seemed like the match was heading in that direction. And brackets, if you don't. Whoops.
Ooh.
No brackets.
So they're head-to-head classical.
Wow.
+5 for Fabi.
The needles very much in Fabi's favor. I didn't think it was that. I mean, the 31 draws I expected, I would have said something like 7-5. I didn't think.
I want to see the matchup in terms of Rapid and Blitz as well. I'm very curious because I have a feeling MVL probably has an edge in that one.
I think so too.
Again, this is a format that MVL has proven throughout the year and throughout all the Grand Chess Tour seasons, to be honest, that he's very good at. He's very capable, and he can switch very quickly from Rapid to Blitz to Classical as well.
He makes the transition
very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, they love chess in Brazil. You can see how many people are showing up every day.
And as Gary Kasparov was saying, it's a sleeping giant in the world of chess, actually. I have visited Brazil. I played a match with Henrik Mecking in Sao Paulo, and I remember the fans, and the playing halls were full, and it's wonderful to see. Argentina as well, by the way.
I have played in Argentina, but never in Brazil. World Youth. Actually, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won that World Youth.
I was there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a good time in Argentina. Argentina was great. Probably one of my favorite tournaments. MVL was there. Landerman was there. He was doing his Landerman dance.
He made the GM norm, yeah.
He made his GM norm. Ding was there as well, I believe.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Really? And I was playing in the juniors and you were playing in the youths?
Sure.
Let's go to Sao Paulo and Maurice with Fabi.
Thanks, Yaz. You know, it's funny, we're about to jump on, Fabi says to me, who did you pick to win? And I paused and I said, you, of course. He said, no, you didn't. You can check the facts. We will show you that I did pick you to win. But now you did win this, and there it is on the screen. Thank you very much. I'm the only one who had faith in you. Not your good buddy, Cristian, by the way, your C-Squared podcast teammate. But at any rate, you can talk to him about that later.
Well, Cristian's out now.
We can do it, no problem. At any rate, let's get to the critical game. It was really the last round. That was the big one. That was a truly exciting game, and it was surprising how quickly and easily you won once he opened up that B file and gave you some chances.
Yeah, it was a really close match overall. I mean, both of us were struggling to make any headway. We had some chances both in each game. I mean, I just wanted to keep sticking to the King's Indian because it was my plan before the tournament. I just wanted to learn a new opening, so I studied the King's Indian in like great detail before the tournament just to try something new. And I thought...
You tried a new opening for the Grand Chess Tour Finals?
Well, when am I going to try new openings? Why not?
You could try to some random Rapid and Blitz event somewhere else. For the finals?
Yeah, well, it did work out.
It did? Wow, these days you could prepare anything.
No, but it's also not a bad opening. It's just very, very risky, of course. And there are some specialists who play it all the time and know it super well. I'm not one of them. So I thought it would be nice to at least try something new. He was trying a different approach in every game, and he played a line that I knew a little bit. Although I usually start with this move order, which is a bit different. But I used to play this with white quite often. And yeah, we got a kind of typical King's Indian position where, yeah, I mean, everything could be kind of debated about what's good or not.
Were you surprised by the exchange on c5, or you felt like it was still...
I thought that here he would play like queen c2, b6, long castle, something along these lines. And yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, probably white's a bit better, but it's kind of what you expect in the King's Indian, and black is more or less okay. But it's not unusual to play this, because he can block the b file with putting the knight on b5. The good thing is that I haven't... If I play f4, then I think it's really great for white. But because I still have the tension in the center, I can kind of stop his knight from going to b5 so easily. But then I played this very stupid move, rook b4, and then I was like, well, queen z2, I just have to go back at some point with the rook.
Because your rook might be in trouble.
Yeah, it's so stupid. But it kind of provoked him into knight b5, which suddenly makes things very, very interesting. Yeah, I was considering rook f4 first, but then I thought I'll play c6 first, and like I thought anyway queen c2 that's going to transpose like c6 here. But rook f4 was my idea, but I just thought that this was a better version, which I see the computer's very critical of. But the thing is, I missed that g6 is hanging.
Right, we talked about this actually.
And luckily, I think I'm still. I mean, I checked it after the game that I'm still okay in this position, but he can make a draw will with queen f7 and so on. But yeah, it came down to one blunder, which already it's probably not a good position for him, but in Blitz anything could happen. He just missed rook c4. I mean, he was very chill here. And then at first I thought, you know, maybe he saw something after rook c4, but of course there's nothing. And he reacted very strongly, naturally, because it's just everything collapses. It's such an important pawn.
Yeah, the game went down quick with this maneuver. Then you play this next game. You got the white pieces. It's a big edge. He tries to mix it up in the opening, and then you end up winning. It turned out to be sort of like...
I didn't win the game, though.
Oh, sorry. You did draw. That's true. Yasser said the key is make the perpet. Play to win, but make the perpet. Was that your thinking?
Yeah. Well, once it's a guaranteed draw, I really don't see the point of playing for a few rating points. I've already lost like 80 Blitz rating points this year, so I don't see why I should care about 5 more. And I thought it was just a professional approach. Of course, I'm up 4 pawns in the final position, completely winning, but yeah, it's just, I felt like the right thing to do, even though it's pretty much like a 99.9 that I do win the game.
You get MVL in the finals. You haven't played him as much as Levon, obviously, but what's your experience with him going into this classical, rapid, and Blitz match?
Yeah, we haven't, of course, probably Levon is the player I played the most, but Maxime is also up there. I mean, we played a match in 2010.
You're going way back.
It was the Beale Chess Festival, which was a young, at that year it was a young tournament. Everyone was like under 20. There was Wesley So, there was Anish Giri, there were all these players who later became top players. And the final was a 3-way tie between myself, between Maxime, and Nguyen Ngak Trungson. And I did prevail in that long ago match. But I'm just very happy to be in the final. I know it's going to be super tough. Maxime is in good shape, obviously, and always a really challenging opponent. But I'm ready for a fight.
You're a challenging opponent as well. Well, good luck. I'll get you a chance to rest, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. As we update our brackets, or results if you prefer, let's have a look.
Maxime won his match with a score 17 against 11, and Fabi defeated Levon with 15 against 13.
The scores belie how close those matches are. Pragg was really within one move of tying up the match. And Levon, as Fabi just mentioned, was one blunder behind. Could have been a very close match as well.
Absolutely.
And here are our finalists.
Yes. And the colors are already set. Fabi will start with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the classical game. For third place, Levon will be white against Pragg.
Speaking of the classical game, update our schedule for us.
Right, tomorrow they'll play classical game 1.
Right.
After that on Thursday, classical game 2. And then on Friday, the final day, they will play rapid and blitz games just like today.
And today was very exciting. The contrast between the classic, rapid, and blitz, all the difference in the world as we throw it back to Brazil to sum up our finalists. Over to you, Maurice and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Yas. Well, certainly it was an exciting day, as you would expect from Rapid and Blitz. What did you see, Anastasiya? The fans were definitely in force, and we saw a lot of autographs at the end. It was certainly a thrilling day for everyone.
Absolutely. I was so lucky, Maurice, because I spent almost the whole day in the plane venue watching blitz games, rapid games, and I think it's the best what you can actually dream of if you're a chess fan like myself. So I think it was also interesting that Maxime also decided to fight in the last round and fight for glory and won this game against Pragg, proving that he was, let's say, stronger in this match, no matter what were the ups and downs. And I spoke to him after the end of the tournament, and you can find all these interviews and behind the scenes video in our social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour, so follow us. Don't, hang out with us.
You know, I'm jealous you get to sit there in the hall and watch while I got to sit here and do work, but we all have a front row seat nevertheless, and this next match coming up is going to be tremendous. Although I did pick Fabi, I don't have him by much over MVL. This will be pure entertainment, and we'll be here to call all the action from Sao Paulo.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Maurice. And from St. Louis, the best of good nights.
Thank you so much for watching, and join us again tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.